can't go back and look for you. We'll have to presume you're dead. Stay together." No response from the group. No questions. We all stood in an awkward moment of silence, readying ourselves to rush into death's greedy maw. Dahlhover's gruff voice snapped everyone's attention forward, not because it carried, but because they were used to listening to it, and he was used to their listening. "This ain't gonna be a pep talk, but soldiers, listen up. I don't know if any of us will make it out of here, but these civilians volunteered to get infected. They're probably all immune, or they'd be dead down on 10 right now. These civilians have a chance. Most of you don't. Some of you may be immune, but the truth is that most of you will probably be infected and dead by the end of the week. You know that as well as I do. When we run out of here, I'm not telling you to sacrifice yourself for the civilians. I'm just telling you to keep that in mind. If we get in a bad situation, remember why you put on that uniform. Be soldiers." Dahlhover didn't waste any time waiting for acceptance, agreement, or even a smile or a nod. He headed for the elevator shafts. Dr. Evans looked around. He watched Sergeant Dahlhover go, then looked at me. "Ready?" I nodded. Dr. Evans yelled, "Good luck and God bless. Let's go." Hospital beds, gurneys stacked with computers, patient monitors, chairs, rolling cabinets, anything with wheels or any heavy object that could be piled on top were rolled toward the elevator bank. Down at the corner by the elevators, Dahlhover and I stood out of the way and watched as the soldiers guided each piece of heavy equipment into one each of the 4 open elevator doors. Each piece bounced down the shaft, making a hell of a noise, scrubbing the climbing infected from the walls, and hitting the bottom with the sound of a grenade explosion. And more equipment followed. The sound of automatic gunfire from far around the corner confirmed that the diversion had started. 3 of the soldiers stood at the top of the exterior stairwell and fired at the hordes of infected who were either still on top of the garage or below on the west side of the hospital grounds. If that worked, many of the whites still outside would be drawn to that side of the hospital to feed on the dead. A steady flow of beds rounded the corner and quickly disappeared down the shafts. 15 minutes in, the gunfire had stopped. Those soldiers handling the diversion secured the door and had come into the hall on rearguard duty. A guy by one of the shafts yelled, "Clear, I think." I ran over and stuck my head through the open elevator door. A single bald white head leaned through the door on the 10th floor, looking up at me. There was no light coming from the bottom of the shaft. It was clogged with a thick tangle of stainless steel, hospital bedding, shattered equipment, and shattered white bodies. At least, that's what I imagined. It was black. On the parts of the walls I could see in the light coming through our open doors, there were no climbers. I hoped that no more would be able to make it up through the jumble at the bottom. Only those on 10 would be a problem. It was time to do or die, run or cry. I looked at Sergeant Dahlhover, and he gave me a nod. The 2 soldiers that I'd first met guarding the door to the exterior stairwell stood ready, along with a 3rd, to follow me down. 2 deep breaths, and I reached into the shaft, grabbed a sturdy piece of conduit, and swung a leg out over the chasm to find footing on the wall. I spider-crawled sideways, grabbing onto anything that looked like it would hold my weight. The 3 men followed me. Sergeant Dahlhover and 3 other soldiers were in the shaft across the hall doing the same. After a frightfully long time that, in reality, couldn't have been more than a minute, I put one bandaged, slippery hand on a rung of the service ladder and thanked God, though I don't know why. My feet found the rungs below, and I wasted no time in working my way down to make room for the following soldiers. Moments later, I was down to the 10th floor, but well beyond the reach of rapacious hands. Looking to solve that problem, a bold white leaned far out into the shaft and focused on the meals coming down the ladder. A moment later, A computer monitor crushed his head as it fell from above, dragging his big white body into the chasm. More infected were there behind him, but it wasn't my job to deal with them. That was for the 3 men above, soldiers to spread out on the walls around 10, opposite the elevator doors. They had sidearms, and their job was to keep the infected focused on this shaft. Another diversion. I hurried down into the darkness, hoping nothing waited for me down there on the wall or the ladder. The floor numbers were sloppily spray-painted in large numerals on the concrete walls of the shaft beside each set of elevator doors. I just passed the 7th and was barely able to make it out in the darkness when a white body and another piece of equipment crashed down not 2 feet away from me. Gunshots echoed down through the shaft. 2 more bodies fell. I passed the 6th floor. A computer monitor, terrifyingly close, whooshed by and crashed into the pile of medical equipment and bodies below. Only 2 floors to go, but I was in the blackness now, feeling my way down the ladder, pausing between labored breaths and listening for the sound of a white. The air was full of sound seeping through the walls from outside, echoing down from above and up from below. From down there, the sounds were of dying whites, wrenched in the broken equipment at the bottom of the shaft. Or, if my luck had turned to shit, it was the labored breathing of whites climbing up out of the darkness toward me. I hurried as fast as my bandaged hands allowed. A very faint seam of light outlined the edges of a set of elevator doors. That was 5. More gunfire, another body. I was breathing heavily from the exertion. My arms and hands were stiff. 4. I hollered up, "I'm here! Don't drop anything else!" I worked my way off the ladder and onto a thin metal support attached to the wall, wide enough for only my toes. I grabbed conduit and pieces of metal framework and went as swiftly as I could. More gunfire from above. I pressed myself to the wall in case a flailing, infected body was coming. More gunfire. Damn, I just need another minute. A body brushed me as it fell past. Fuck. "You all right?" a voice called from above. "I'm good." My hands were shaking. I was breathing a lot more rapidly than necessary. "Calm down. I have to do this. I have to." Necessity pushed caution aside. The longer I stayed on the wall of the shaft, the more likely it was that I would die at the bottom. I grabbed hurriedly with my hands and shuffled my feet. I slipped, almost fell, but recovered. In seconds, I was in position beside the door. I drew my machete, reached across the smooth, stainless steel width of the door, jammed it into the seam, and pried. A gap appeared. Light. I looked around me. There were smears of blood on the wall, bits of scalp here and there where sharp edges of the supporting steel framework stuck out an inch or 2 into the shaft. And below me, nothing moved on the walls, but the dying moans from the white bodies crammed into the broken equipment drew me to look down. That was an image queued up for repression. I turned away quickly. I wiggled, pried, and pushed. The doors parted, then slid apart. I adjusted my footing and my grip so that I could avoid the sliding door. Then I stopped and listened. I heard howling. I heard gunfire. I heard screams, but I didn't hear or see anything on the 4th floor. Luck? I climbed past the door to where I could peek into the hall through the gap between the doors. 2 infected squatted in the hall between the elevators, looking at me as curiously as I was looking at them. None of us made any aggressive moves, but the whites looked around at the ceiling, the walls, and the closed elevator doors. Sound was everywhere, and they were trying to identify a source they could get to. The elevator doors across the hall seemed to be piquing their interest the most. I climbed out of the shaft and planted my feet firmly on the floor. With my machete in hand, ready to do the necessary work, I reached down for my Glock as a backup. It wasn't there, and I recalled that I had given it to Steph. A curse was on my lips, but I felt better with her having it. She needed at least one weapon. With both infected facing away from me for the moment, killing the first was easy. I swung hard at the back of her neck, severed her spine, and she crumbled. Blood spewed across the waxed floor. The other infected looked down at his partner rather than over at me. He seemed transfixed by the glossy, pooling blood. When he did see the blade of my machete swinging toward his throat, he tried vainly to block the blow, but lost all the fingers on his right hand. The blade gashed his neck open anyway, but he wasn't dead. His bloody, fingerless hand reached out for me. His mouth opened and closed, trying to scream or bite. I jumped back, and he fell on his face, adding his blood to the pool on the floor. I stepped over to the elevator door through which I'd come and waved up the shaft, holding out 4 fingers. From above, a voice yelled, "4!" More gunfire followed. I crossed the hall, jammed my machete into the seam between the elevator doors, and in moments, I had them pried apart. Sergeant Dahlhover was on the service ladder, looking back at me. I leaned in and looked up the ladder. It was full of our people. I didn't look down to see if we'd lost any in their attempts to climb around the wall and make it over to the ladder. That was useless information that only held bad memories and nightmares. Dahlhover worked his way around the wall with the athleticism of a spider monkey, and within seconds was standing on the floor beside me. "Any trouble on 10?" I asked. He shook his head. "The diversion is working, but we lost one. She slipped and fell trying to get to the ladder." Dahlhover read the question on my face. "It wasn't Nurse Leonard. I'll clear this floor while you get everyone out." Dahlhover looked down at the 2 dead. "There may be more." I shrugged as though I needed to provide some kind of excuse for the 2 dead whites. Intellectually, I knew they were murderous cannibals, but they looked as human as me. Some emotional artifacts of morality are hard to slough off. I took off at a jog around the corner, peering into any open door, looking for movement. Closed doors I left alone. Chapter 14. 5 more infected on the 4th floor died under my blade by the time I rendezvoused with the group at the elevator bank. 20 or 30 of us stood close, shuffling nervously, pointing weapons up and down the hall. A soldier was firing his pistol up the elevator shaft that I'd come down. I was wishing he wouldn't, but he knew the risks as well as I did. A scream echoed out of the shaft, and the soldier jumped back. The now familiar sound of bodies crashing into the medical equipment below drew every eye to the door. The soldier anxiously frowned and said, "They're coming down the shaft." Dahlhover asked, "McWilliams? Cook?" The soldier shook his head. 2 more dead. Dr. Evans looked at me. I knew my part. I was the scout. The infected didn't see me as a meal or a threat, mostly, so it made sense. I took off at a run. One of the soldiers followed 30 or 40 feet behind. The breezeway to the Children's Hospital building was angled off of the main hall, so I could see more and more of its length as I ran on. Through the glass walls of the breezeway, I saw down to the 8-lane highway that ran past the other side of the Children's Hospital. It was clogged with cars and littered with human remains. East Austin was visible in the distance, with its demarcation of charred black to the north and lucky, impoverished neighborhoods to the south. Bodies in various states of consumption lay in the hall. Equipment was scattered among bits of medical supplies. Dead soldiers. Yes, I chastised myself for the moment of excitement. They weren't just potential sources of ammunition and weapons. I had to remember that the soldiers had been people too. Or maybe it was better that I didn't. I scrounged some magazines that seemed full and left the rest for those following behind. Though the evidence kept suggesting otherwise, It was hard to let go of the action movie truism that more weapons in more good guy hands was a good thing. I ran out onto the breezeway. The sun glared through the glass walls, casting painful reflections off of the gleaming floor. Other than the remnants of a barricade, there wasn't much of anything in the breezeway. The remains of some bodies marked by their scattered detritus, brass bullet casings, and blood on the glass. It was disturbingly beautiful, translucent red in the sun's brilliance. Handprints smeared in long arcs from eye level to floor. Sprays where severed arteries emptied. But lower, chest height and down, the blood was smudged into nothingness. That caught my attention. It occurred to me that it had been licked off of the glass. Could it get any worse? Gunshots from far behind urged us both forward. The infected from upstairs in the other building were coming down, but there was motion ahead. I raised a hand to signal the soldier following me to slow. Down at the end of the breezeway, at the entrance to the children's hospital, infected were feeding on the dead. As I moved closer, I counted 7 heads bobbing up and down, tearing back and forth, grinding their teeth into the flesh of the corpses. I paused and almost stumbled. The feeding infected were all children, white and skinny, in hospital gowns. One child looked up at me with wispy strands of hair over a bald head, dark circles under sunken eyes. That kid must have had cancer when the virus claimed him. Another face popped up, sallow cheeks smeared in blood, chewing teeth working on a stringy strand of muscle. There were so few children among the infected that it was a surprise to see these. Children were slow, weak, and naive, natural victims and easy prey. Of course, there weren't that many. With the eyes of children, not beasts, they watched me approach, curious and innocent. Innocent, with mouths dripping the clotting blood of the dead. They all needed to die, and I needed to kill them. The ogre and the harpy. As I got close, the wispy-haired cancer kid sat up on his heels and waited for me. With as much self-hate as I'd ever felt, I hauled my blade back and swung it around. He didn't move. Like a young Russell, he just watched the blade arc toward his tiny skull, which nearly exploded as the machete tore through fragile bone. For the second time in a day, and perhaps just the second time since I was 12, I wanted to cry. A girl of 11 or 12 with long blonde hair squatted beside the boy, blinking bits of his brain matter out of her eyes when my backhand swing severed her thin neck with little resistance. Her blonde hair whipped across my eyes as her head spun into the air. A splash of her arterial blood splattered my face and open mouth. I wailed. Another girl, maybe 5, rolled over, grabbed my left foot, and tried to bite through my boot. I dropped to a knee and felt bones crunch as my weight came down her. She was coughing blood and trying vainly to move her arms when I slashed a dark-haired boy who'd figured out that I was a threat. The last 3 children were coming at me by then, and I hacked wildly at grasping hands, tiny arms, and vicious little teeth. It only took a few seconds, and they were all down. I froze in a ready position, breathing heavily between the blood-splattered windows and dripping ceiling, hacked limbs and severed heads at my feet. Disgusted by the taste, I spit what felt like a mouthful of the blonde girl's blood onto the floor. One child's body jerked, headless on the floor, not yet all the way dead. The broken girl still coughed up blood as she cried and lolled her head, but wasn't able to do more. I looked back to the other end of the breezeway. The soldier's expression was hard to read in the distance, but his mouth was hanging open, his arms dangling at his sides. He'd been as horrified watching as I'd been in the doing, but it was necessary. Of course it was necessary. It had to be necessary. I felt like a monster. a loathsome, shame-filled monster. Move, move, breathe, don't think about it. The hallway at the end of the breezeway split to the left and right into the children's hospital. I pointed left and waited for a confirming nod from the still frozen soldier before moving cautiously ahead. Rounding the corner, I was confronted by a thin girl of about 13 with heavily bandaged arms. Further down the hall was a boy of a similar size. Behind me in the hall, leading in the other direction, a girl of 4 or 5 sat by the wall, gnawing on something. Please, God, let this be all of them. The thin girl with the bandages charged. I turned away from the little gnawing one and hacked down with my machete. The blade tore through the thin girl's collarbone and into her chest, lodging in her rib cage. I cursed myself for having notched the blade when I'd vented my frustration on the car earlier that morning. Deep red blood gushed from her mouth, and she coughed a wicked scream as she sank to the floor. The patter of small feet and an asthmatic wheeze came from behind me. I spun and kicked the gnawing little girl hard under the jaw. Her head snapped back, and she dropped to the floor, wide-eyed and bloody-mouthed, but motionless. For the first time in my life, I wished the harpy's harsh words and the ogre's menacing fists had finished their work and beaten all of the humanity out of me when they had the chance. Ill-prepared to bear the grinding of bone on metal, I placed a boot on the thin girl's chest and wrestled my machete loose, freeing her blood to roll across the shiny floor. Up the hall, the gangly brown-haired boy stood, frozen and staring with a familiar blankness on his face. A blankness that wouldn't last. With dripping machete in hand, I ran at him, intent on chopping that accusatory blankness away. And he did nothing but watch as I hacked him down. Once on the floor, he was just a pale-skinned child, staring and silent. Blood oozed out of fresh wounds, capillary action pulling it into florid red blossoms on his hospital gown, gluing the gown to his bony ribs as it dampened. His mouth worked slowly, as if trying to tell me something important, but no words came, only burbles of blood and spit that splattered up in a little fountain driven by his dying breaths, staining his face with pain as it rained back down and flowed into his brown hair. His eyes looked up at me for many, long, accusing seconds before they glassed over with death. His brilliant red blood crept across the floor in a sadly feeble attempt to drown its owner's killer. Still, the dead eyes stared and stared. The boy hadn't done anything. He hadn't been aggressive. He hadn't moved. The familiarity of the blankness on his face clicked in my mind. Russell. Had I just killed a younger version of Russell? Every curse word I knew exploded in my mind, held back by my stifling lips. I wanted to scream and scream and scream. The slap of bare feet on the smooth floor pulled my attention back into the moment. Another girl was running up the hall, at me, or past me. It didn't matter. When she got within range of my machete, I cut her down to bleed and die beside the docile, brown-haired boy. After she went down, there was silence in the curved hall. Nothing moved except the blood, crawling its way across the smooth floor and clinging to my soles. My soul. Was the children's hospital the most horrific place yet? It felt that way. Stuff it away, stuff it away. Put it all someplace black and deep. The ogre and the harpy. I ran around the curve of the hall until I reached a stairwell door. That was my goal. That was our planned escape route. Unfortunately, there was no window on the door to reveal the interior. I muttered a curse, turned the knob, and pushed it open. Shit. The stairwell was full of infected. The big ones. They howled as I pulled the door shut again. My kingdom for a grenade. A group too dumb to work a door, though, my favorite kind. At least there was that. But how long would the door stay shut now that they had seen me open and close it? The fear of being trapped kicked my brain into a higher gear. I needed to find another exit. The description of the children's hospital provided by Dr. Evans included an atrium further up the hall with a wide stairway that curved all the way down to ground level. It was time to run again. If the atrium wasn't clear, we'd have to chance another elevator shaft. But did we have time for that? No. Every moment in the halls of the hospital with no barricade between us and the infected was a risk. A big risk. We couldn't hope to hold off any significant number of them with only bullets. Ahead of me, the hall opened up to the 4-story atrium, walled with glass, filled with tropical plants and sunshine. I came to a halt against a chrome railing, supported by waist-high glass panels. As promised, a wide-open stairway meandered down through the space to the lobby floor. Remains of the dead littered the lobby. Among the remains, a wight that looked like a hobbit's grandmother with fucked-up hair rambled in a circle. Her fitful grunts echoed off the sterile walls. Choosing to gloss over any thoughts about why a grandmother might have been at the children's hospital when the world went to shit a week ago, I instead focused on her physical unsightliness. She would die quickly when I got down there. I repositioned to get a better angle on a view out the front doors. The infected were out there, but not many. The diversion had worked. We had a chance if I could get the others here in a hurry. I bolted back up the hall. Chapter 15. The tall glass wall on the front of the atrium gave us a slightly sterilized view of the world on the outside. It muffled the jagged edge of the wailing infected out there. The tint on the glass hid the ash that tainted the air. 4 vehicles were visible on the lawn. 2 armored Humvees, an ambulance, like the one that transported Murphy and me to the gym on the first night, and an unarmored Humvee for anyone with more stupid in his soul than me. Squeezing us all into the 2 armored Humvees and the ambulance would be tight, but the ambulance was vulnerable. Dahlhover quickly separated the people into vehicle-sized groups and told them to organize themselves fast. Better to pick a driver and call shotgun now, in the momentary safety of the atrium, rather than out in the trampled grass, running for our lives. The small delay caused by 2 people trying to get through the same door at the same time might get them both killed. Dr. Evans, apparently evaluating the vehicles just as I was, asked me, "Is that ambulance safe?" "Only if it sticks close behind a Humvee," I answered. "On its own, the infected will destroy it. Remember, they can't feel pain like you can, so beating a windshield with their fists until it shatters won't bother them one bit. They'll jump on a moving car without a thought as to whether they'll get injured or killed. Once they get all jazzed into hysterics, unarmored vehicles can't survive." "What else is out there that we can't see from here?" he asked. "Should we skip it then?" "No," I shook my head. "It's one of the closest vehicles to the door. There probably aren't more than 3 or 4 more armored Humvees out there. The only other one that I know of for sure is too far to get to safely. Tell you what, I can walk out first and grab the farthest one and bring it back over. But I'll warn you before I start the engine. Once I do that, shit gets crazy faster than you can imagine." Dr. Evans thought for a second. "We'll do that. Don't start the engine until you see us run out the door. Then drive back over and pick up who you can. I'll ride in the ambulance with one of the soldiers driving." No, I didn't agree at all. You're immune. You're in charge. You need to be in a Humvee. "No, Zane. The biggest risk is in the ambulance. I won't ask someone else to do it. Arguing was pointless. Be sure you have a weapon, I told him. I want Dahlhover with you in the lead vehicle. Dr. Evans looked out across the grass as he talked. You've been out there. You know what it's like. The two of you leading works well. The ambulance will fall in right behind, with the other two Humvees in the rear. I followed Dr. Evans's gaze out the window.
As relatively calm as the lawn looked at that moment, it was deceptive. I said, "We may not be able to straighten that out until we get into East Austin. But that depends on how far they chase us, I guess. Oh, and I'm taking Steph in my vehicle. I don't care who else comes along." "That's up to you," said Evan. "Dahlhover will organize the rest." Down on the floor of the lobby, Grandma Baggins was still circling. Far behind us, in the other building, gunfire still echoed. At least a few of the soldiers were back there paying for our escape with their lives. I steeled my courage with their bravery and asked, "Would you let Dahlhover get Steph and wait by the front door? I'll pick them up there. I'll head down and get that Humvee. I'll probably be in it and ready by the time you guys get downstairs, but make sure I'm in the driver's seat before you come out. Oh, and one more thing. Once you're outside, you've got about 30 or 40 seconds to get inside those vehicles, get them buttoned up, and start moving. Shoot anything in your way or anything nearby. Shooting will draw about a bazillion infected from the other side of the building, but if you're not already in the vehicles and moving by the time they get here, it'll be because you're already dead." "Thanks for the encouragement," Dr. Evans smiled wryly. Good, at least he wasn't humorless. I ran down the stairs, stepping as quickly and as lightly as possible, so as not to announce my presence to any infected in the off-shooting halls. When I hit the terrazzo floor of the lobby, the bloody-mouthed little troll of a woman was gawking at me with irritation in her eyes. At full speed, I ran at her and slashed my machete through most of her fat neck. Not looking to see the results of my work, I spotted movement to my left near an information desk. 3 whites were there, feeding on the body of a child. I got only the usual glances as each infected greedily pulled the corpse closer to themselves, trying to set their territory. I slowed down only enough to make the turn toward them. They were surprised that I was suddenly on them. My machete swung at the back of the head of the man nearest me, but he turned to look up at the last moment, causing my machete to glance off of his skull, taking hair and skin but little bone. He fell, dazed. I swung again and slashed one across the face. She rolled onto her back, not moving. The third pounced at me, and I barely got my machete up to defend myself. We both fell over. I landed on my back with her on top of me, my blade jammed into her chest. She struggled and spewed blood, but was dying. The scalped one had regained his senses enough to grab my foot and pull. I kicked at him with my free foot while I struggled to get the dying woman off of me. The infected guy crawled and clawed his way onto me and tried to bite my leg. My knee smashed a solid blow to his temple, and his eyes rolled back in his head. That gave me a chance to get the bloody woman off of me and to get to my knees. I punched the guy twice in the face, while noticing how much he looked like Mark. That made it easier. I jumped to my feet and finished him with 3 crushing kicks between his crazy blue eyes. The dying woman was on her back, struggling and gurgling for breath. At least they weren't kids. I stepped on her chest to pry my blade out. I yanked several times. Again, the nicks in the blade were a problem. I'd need to find a replacement. Finished with the 3, I hurried back out into the center of the lobby. Dr. Evans was leaning over the railing 4 floors up, looking down with wide eyes and a concerned face. Most of the group was already hurrying down the stairs. Dripping in blood, again, thankfully none of it mine, I waved and ran through one of the wide rows of glass doors at the front of the lobby. Despite the circumstances, it felt better to be outside than in. The heat embraced me like an old friend,
and I ran toward a Humvee a full block away. The sounds of the infected were all around, but there weren't that many to be seen. Something wasn't right. Something really wasn't right. I looked left and right as I put distance between myself and the doors. The few infected I passed looked me over but made no aggressive moves. That would change soon enough. I reached the Humvee. Its doors were closed and nothing was moving inside. I cupped my hands and looked in through the windows. No infected, no bodies, and no blood. Empty and clean. It didn't get any better than that. I looked back toward the atrium doors. Oh, shit. In my surprise, I'd said it too loud and caught the attention of a nearby white whose little goldfish brain connected the verbalization with the taste of food and rushed me. Unprepared for the attack, my machete caught him under the arm, almost too late, but effective enough. His nearly amputated arm threw him off balance, and he spun to the side with the momentum of it. My next blow cut a deep, blood-spewing gash across his neck, and he fell to the grass to bleed out under the cruel sun. The infected I'd heard, but hadn't seen when I ran out of the building, were squatted along the wall of the building on both sides of the door, sheltering themselves from the sun among the shrubs in a narrow band of shade. There were hundreds. Dr. Evans and the hospital survivors were arrayed at the glass doors, ready to push. Neither group was aware of the other. People were about to die. I raised a palm and exaggerated a motion for them to stay. Smiles and up-pointed thumbs were the response. Fuck. Hands were on the doors, ready to push. Freedom for them was a door glass thickness away. Anticipating escape, they were going to come out any second now. I could think of one thing to do to avert disaster. I swung open the door of the Humvee, tossed my machete in, and raised my M4. I looked left. I looked right. I had some space. I fired at the infected by the walls. 1,000 howls ripped the air, and the squatting whites moved as one, as though the hospital wall itself had jumped. The mass of them raced toward me as I emptied the magazine. I jumped into the Humvee as the vanguard of the horde from the west side of the hospital rounded the corner, chasing a sound they'd heard and of which they were anxious to find the source. I was surrounded. I scrambled over the seats and set all of the combat locks. It wouldn't do to have smart ones opening the doors while I was running for my life. Back in the driver's seat, I cranked the Humvee. Its engine rumbled to life. I floored it. The tires spun on the dry turf and sent dirt, grass, and dust into the air. If any infected had any doubt where their human morsel had gone, I'd erased that doubt for them. I steered straight for the infected mass rounding the corner and raced the engine. The first infected I hit was obliterated by the bumper, and the next few died just as badly. When the crowd grew thick, I angled to my right to stay out of the mob. I couldn't let them bring me to a stop. Stopping was dying. The Humvee bounced over bodies, fallen barricades, and curbs. In a sea of screaming white faces and chomping jaws, I didn't have a thought to spare for the survivors from the hospital. I'd done what I could. Personal survival trumped philanthropy. The Humvee slowed under the press of human flesh. I wondered if I'd done too much. The vehicle lurched as it slowed, and the tires spun on bloody, wet humans. Former humans. Whites were all over the vehicle, pounding on the roof, bashing their fists at the glass. The Humvee swayed. I was losing control to the weight of the flowing bodies. If the Humvee stopped, it was over. The whites wouldn't leave, and I wouldn't be able to get out. The Humvee would run out of gas. The AC would go. I'd die of heat stroke before day's end. But I wasn't angry, as was my habit. Fright gave way to acceptance of the high likelihood that I'd pushed my luck one too many times. The Humvee crept through the crush of bodies. I wrestled with the steering wheel, played with the gas, and fought for control. The infected screamed in frustration. Inexplicably, the riot of bodies thinned on my right side, so I cut the steering wheel hard in that direction. I threw a prayer at the sky to aid in my escape. Who knew what might work? With the diminished effects of the infected pushing on the right side, those on the left began to win the push-me-pull-you contest, and the vehicle leaned hard to the right. I gunned the engine. The wheels alternately spun and caught, spun and moved, then miraculously caught and accelerated.
There were fewer whites ahead than behind. With the devil in my grin, I forgot the god of whom I'd just asked a favor and screamed in triumph. More bumps, more jerks, more whites maimed under my wheels. I saw spots of clear turf in the gaps between the infected piled on the hood. At 20 miles per hour, I jerked hard to the left, then back to the right, trying to induce a rhythmic sway in the cumbersome vehicle. 4 or 5 fell off, and I was able to see well enough around the remaining ones that I wouldn't hit a tree. The hospital was to my right, and when a determined woman fell off of the driver's side door, I saw over the heads of the mob. Neither the ambulance nor the Humvees that the survivors had planned to take were there. Something about the plan had worked. I let myself feel good about that without spending a thought on how many had died in the run for the vehicles. The Humvee bounced over a particularly large pile of infected bodies and dropped over a curb. My tires were on asphalt. I turned hard to the right and hit 30. The street ahead was relatively clear. I had to slalom through the haphazardly scattered cars, but that worked to my purposes anyway. I lost 1 or 2 of my riders with each sway to the left and right. I caught a right-hand turn and thought I might roll the Humvee as I headed back toward downtown. A curbed median appeared in the road, and instead of braking, I accelerated toward it. When the tires hit the curb, I bounced out of my seat and hit the roof of the Humvee, hearing the infected bounce and roll across the Humvee's roof as I landed back in my seat. Sweet. I was on the wrong side of the road, but what difference did that make to anybody anymore? I guessed that there were maybe 3 or 4 whites still on the Humvee. Manageable. I wondered how long the survivors would wait for me at the rally point, but that was a secondary concern to my other responsibilities. I'd left Russell in that house, and I needed to go get him. He wouldn't survive on his own. I needed to get back to Murphy and Mandy. With what I now knew of the smart ones among the infected, they were in more danger than they knew. I made a left turn and started my zigzag tactic through the square city blocks to work my way west. The drive through the infested city was time-consuming and strenuous. My arms were tired from constantly turning the steering wheel at each corner to avoid large groups or to run down solitary whites. That last, a questionable practice. How durable was the armored Humvee, after all? But some of them looked enough like Mark that each time it seemed worth the risk to the vehicle. I glanced down at the Humvee's radio about 1,000 times on my circuitous journey. Contact with Dahlhover, Evans, and the other survivors waited for me through that little metal box. But each time I looked at it, I was immediately befuddled. It was nothing like Dan's simple CB radio that I'd found stashed in the garage when I was a kid. That radio had an on/off switch, a channel selector, and a volume knob. It was easy, both to figure out and to operate. But this thing had about a half-dozen knobs, only a few of which seemed to have an understandable purpose, several jacks, and a keypad. A keypad. What the hell was that for? Even what I thought was the on/off switch looked to have 9 positions. Frustrating. Without an operator's manual, figuring it out could take hours or days. Certainly not something to be done while running like a mad mouse through West Central Austin. Perhaps Murphy knew how the thing worked.
With something resembling optimism, I finally made the right turn onto Matheson Ridge Road, committed to running over any infected anywhere near my path. One died on the asphalt as soon as I rounded the corner. Others were in front yards or driveways as I passed, and not worth the risk, though they did pursue.
As opportunity would have it, a huddle of whites were on the driveway of the house where I'd left Russell, feeding on their dead, looking up at my Humvee as it bore down on them. But there just weren't enough functional synapses left in their brains to process the lethal conclusion coming their way at 40 miles per hour. I braked hard into the turn, and Humvee's tires squealed loudly as the heavy truck bounced over the mailbox and up the driveway. Some of the whites jumped at the last second. Most of those thudded against steel as I ran them down just before crashing into the garage door. Long panels of bent aluminum and shrieked as the Humvee barreled through. After all of that, to my surprise, 2 infected were pinned to the back wall of the garage by the Humvee's bumper when I came to a stop. They were messed up and bloody as hell, but alive and pissed. I jumped out of the driver's side door with my M4 in my hands. No point in trying to be quiet now. A white came running at me from outside. I fired about 3 rounds before I got the guy. He fell back, squirming, but not a danger for the moment. It took 3 more shots to finish off the other 2 on the wall. I turned my attention back to the garage door, almost too late. Damn it! The infected I'd shot was crawling at me, and close. I couldn't miss at this range. I shot him twice in the chest, and he stopped moving. I saw no movement down the driveway and out into the street. That wasn't going to last. Now, for the moment that I'd dreaded. Please, let Russell be okay. With only a few rounds left in my magazine, I switched it for a full one. Ammunition was way low. That was a real concern. I positioned myself by the doorway to the kitchen, with one hand ready to pull the trigger and the other on the doorknob. I didn't expect anything dangerous inside, but caution could not be overrated. I turned to the knob, tugged the door, and jumped back several feet as I raised my weapon. The door slowly swung open, and the sunlight pouring in through the bank of windows on the back of the house silhouetted a man standing just inside the kitchen. Russell. He didn't move. I stepped closer and squinted at the light. Russell's face was streaked with tears. He stared emptily forward, back in the state in which I had originally found him. I felt like shit. I wondered what emotions Russell could feel. I wondered what thoughts went through his simple brain. Did he feel abandoned? Did he think I was never coming back? I let my rifle dangle from its sling and put a hand on his shoulder. I looked into his unresponsive eyes and said, "Russell, are you okay?" He, of course, said nothing. I squeezed into the kitchen, closing and locking the door behind me. Pushing past him, I took his hand and said, "Come on, Russell," hoping that he'd follow. He did. We walked back over to the granite-covered island. A room-temperature sandwich still sat there on a plate. I tore it in 2 and set a half in front of each of our stools. "Russell, let's sit down and eat. Come on, sit down." Russell complied, and together we shared another meal. Chapter 18. With Russell back to normal, or perhaps after no apparent change in Russell, but with my guilt assuaged, I did a quick search of the house for goodies. There were no firearms, but there was a good quantity of food and water. 20 minutes of silence in the house had left the garage empty of infected, though there were several who'd started feeding on the newly dead in the driveway. Bad choice for them. With no trouble from the feeding infected, I loaded the Humvee with enough food and bottled water to last 4 people for a few days. After getting Russell loaded into the passenger seat, it was just a matter of running down the infected in the driveway again, and another long,
tiring drive through the neighborhoods north of downtown.
I found a passable bridge over the highway and lost a few platoons of chasing infected as I sped the Humvee into the ash-covered wasteland of East Austin. Thankfully, it was still a dead zone. I slowed the Humvee down to 30 miles per hour, a safe speed for navigating around road hazards. With nearly every structure burned to a black skeleton and piles of ash, and with all the street signs unreadable, there were few landmarks, but the towering concrete overpasses at the intersection of highways 183 and 290 were visible from the tops of hills miles away. Knowing that I'd been too long in getting to the rally point, I chose to go there before picking up Murphy and Mandy. I felt sure they were safe for the time being. As I approached the southwest corner of the highway intersection, in what had been a parking lot for a small complex of low-rent duplexes, I spotted a single Humvee with a thin, slouched man standing on the roof, keeping watch with a pair of binoculars. Dahlhover. He had to have seen us as we approached, but remained vigilant in watching the other directions for threats. "Russell," I said as I pointed. "There they are." I spotted Steph's flaming red hair catching in the breeze as she exited their Humvee. She was followed by one of the soldiers. Among the burned ruins of the duplexes, I saw no other vehicles and no other people got out of the Humvee. My heart sank. Surely they weren't the only escapees. I navigated my Humvee through the maze of streets toward Dahlhover's position. A straight line across the ruins of houses would have been quicker, but who knew what hazards lay under the ash and in the twisted metal and brick remains. There was no immediate need for urgency, so no need to risk the Humvee's tires. After stopping my Humvee close to the other and taking a moment to survey the surrounding area for movement, I got out. Russell immediately howled, and I had to hustle around to let him out of the other side. Dahlhover, Steph, and the soldier were waiting between the Humvees, giving me odd looks as I led Russell back around. Dahlhover looked at me flatly. "You made it." The soldier shook my hand and gave me a nod and wan smile. Steph stepped up close and seemed for a moment caught between a hug and a handshake. In the end, she threw an arm around my neck and gave me a quick squeeze. "Wow, you're still alive." "It's the new hello," I answered as she pulled away. Both Dahlhover and the soldier were looking at Russell suspiciously. "Don't worry about him," I told them. "He's harmless. Just, I think the virus fried his brain. But he's not a danger. Are there more of you? Please don't tell me this is all that made it out." Dahlhover shook his head and said, "We lost 7. "So, how many?" I asked. Dahlhover answered, "Us and 15 others made it." "Dr. Evans?" I asked. "Yes," Steph said. "He made it." I shook my head and looked down. I didn't know all of those infected were in the shadow of the building. I almost didn't see them. With no change in his tone, Dahlhover said, "Everyone knew the risk." "Where are the others?" I asked. Dahlhover pointed between the towering bridges of the highway interchange. "Dr. Evans's family has a farm out near Taylor, maybe 20 miles northeast." "He knows that his family probably isn't alive, right?" I asked. Steph kindly said, "It kind of goes without saying, Zed." "Yeah," I answered. "I guess so. And you guys waited here for me?" Each of them nodded. "Thanks." That seemed insufficient for how I felt. They'd taken a risk and waited for me past the point where hope that I'd arrive had run out. That meant a lot to me. I struggled in search of a way to express that, but I was at a loss. Dahlhover gestured toward Russell. "You said you had 3 friends. 2 of them are in a house near here," I answered. "I have to get them, or go there." I suddenly realized that past the rendezvous point, I'd made no further plans with these people. Did they wait out of gratitude? Or were they planning on sticking together now?
Into the ambiguity, Steph said, "We'll go get them together." That's what I wanted, or so I was thinking at the moment. But how would that turn out? I looked around at the burnt landscape to check for movement and to collect my thoughts. I looked at my feet. I glanced at their faces. My silence had grown awkward, so I just put it on the table. I know what people see when they look at me and Russell. We're monsters. Now that everybody has escaped from the hospital and they don't need my help, well, I know how things go from here. No, Steph disagreed emphatically. It's not like that. Come with us. We don't feel that way. I shook my head. That's how you feel, Steph. I looked at each of them. Maybe all of you do. Dahlhover nodded, going back on word rations.
I went on. The rest of them might feel that way too, but right now they feel gratitude for me helping them get out. Or maybe they're angry at me for dragging them out of a place they thought was safe. Maybe they're angry at me for getting their friends killed. However they feel right now, eventually all of that will fade, and what will be left is the fear, then the hate. It'll always be like that. Yeah, Dahlhover groused. Steph was instantly angry. I didn't have you figured for a quitter. What are you going to do, give up and go be a hermit in the woods? I laughed bitterly. Considering what I did this morning, I don't think that quitter is the right word. But you're giving up on people, aren't you? Steph asked. You don't even want to come with us and try? Yes, I do, I nodded. But the last group of people I helped turned on me once they had full bellies and guns in their hands. My voice was notching up. They wanted to kill me and my friends. We had a good place to hole up, in a dorm over on the campus, and we took those people in. After they kicked us to the curb a half hour later, one of us was dead. These were people just like all of you, people that needed my help, people that were grateful. But in the end, I was just another monster to them. Dahlhover said, "Man, I need a cigarette. Do you have any?" "Nope," I shook my head. "You mind if I check your vehicle?" Dahlhover asked. "It's not really mine," I told him. "It is now," Dahlhover countered. "Yeah," I said. "Go ahead." Dahlhover swung the driver's side door open and started rummaging. We all watched in silence because it was better than what we were talking about. God damn! Dahlhover jumped out of my Humvee with a red and white package of cigarettes raised in one hand. It's my lucky goddamned day. He took one out and placed it between his lips, then fished a lighter out of his pocket. He looked me in the eye and said, "We'll go with you to get your friends if you want. We owe you at least that much. After, if you want to come along with us, we'll talk to all the others when we get to Colonel Evans' place. You can decide from there if you want to stay or go. But I personally guarantee you that you won't be harmed by anybody there." "A guarantee," Steph said, awkwardly stumbling over the curse with a smile. "That's a pretty good guarantee." I looked over at the soldier with them. He smiled thinly and nodded. I said, "You don't say much, do you?" "No, sir," he answered. "Let's go get my friends." I extended a hand to Dahlhover. "If they want to join up with you guys, we'll tag along." Chapter 19. We parked a quarter of a mile from Russell's old house, among a collection of burned-out cars that would serve to hide the Humvees from a casual observer. With the pile of charred bodies located on the opposite side of the block of unburned houses, we had a good chance of remaining hidden from the infected feasting there. Russell and I headed out on foot toward his old house. I didn't see a single infected moving about as we approached. That made me nervous. I was getting conditioned to expect one to jump at me every time I blinked. As we stepped up onto the curb and started across Russell's dead lawn, the front door opened and Mandy peeked out.
She cast a nervous glance both left and right, but her smile glowed as bright as the sun. I hurried the last few steps up onto the porch and through the door as Mandy swung it wide for both Russell and me. Without a word, she closed and locked the door behind us. Murphy, who had been keeping lookout through the window on the back door, turned and grinned widely when he saw us inside. Mandy threw her arms around me and hugged me tightly. She did the same with Russell and got pretty much the same response. Nothing. Though I, at least, did smile. "Let's get upstairs," Murphy said, leading the way to the office. Once we were all upstairs, Murphy pointed out the back window and said softly, "There's got to be at least 1,000 of them out there now. They've been coming in groups all day. They wander in from the east mostly. When they get close, I think they smell the dead and find their way here." Through the back window, I saw that the pile of corpses had been dragged all over the blackened grass. The burned yards were covered with infected, surrounding and mutilating each corpse as they fed. Bodies had been dragged right up to Russell's back fence, and 50 or 60 whites fed on them, not 30 feet from where Murphy and I stood at the window. Murphy nodded his head toward the infected out back. "They make me nervous being that close." "Yeah," I agreed. "I'm so glad you made it back."
Mandy's voice burbled with excitement. Murphy took that as a cue and slapped my back. "God damn, I am too, man. I figured you were going to get killed running off in the middle of the night like that." I shrugged. "What's the story with Amber?" Murphy was suddenly very serious. I shook my head and tried to say that she was dead, but the words got caught in my throat. Crap. Why did that happen? Mandy hugged me again. "She's in a better place." I nodded at the cliché and drew a deep breath as I pulled away. Mark killed her. I think he's a slow burn. "If he's a slow burn, why'd he kill her?" Murphy nodded his head toward the infected behind the house. "Maybe he was just like them." "Nothing fed on her," I said, trying to push an image of Amber's bruised face out of my mind. "She was beaten to death." "That doesn't make any sense." "Are you sure it was Mark?" Murphy asked. I nodded. "Everybody else was dead." The building was still closed up. "All of them?" Murphy was surprised. "Yeah," I confirmed. "All of them were infected except for Amber." "Getting kicked out of there was probably the best thing for us," Murphy said. I didn't want to agree, but we were alive. That was better than the alternative. Mandy asked, "Could Mark be immune, do you think?" "No," I answered. "Amber was pretty sure he got infected." "Man, that just doesn't make any sense." Murphy was shaking his head and starting to pace around the room. Amber's death was at least as frustrating for him as it was for me. "I don't understand why he'd kill her if he was a slow burn. I don't understand why he didn't feed on her if he was infected." Dahlhofer has a theory that some of the slow burns aren't like us, more like the criminally insane. I've seen it myself. I think he's right. Mandy asked, "Who's Dahlhofer?" It took nearly a half hour to bring Murphy and Mandy up to speed on what had happened. It took a little longer to discuss joining up with the hospital survivors. In the end, we decided that joining would be best. We headed for the Evans family farm. Ash and black turned to tan grass and rolling hills as we drove out into the country. Wind-tortured trees grew along the fence lines. Houses, trailers, sun-bleached barns, and rotted sheds dotted the hill crests or rested in valleys. Cattle grazed in parched fields or huddled like whites where the trees provided shade. Fields of dry corn stalks and cotton waited for harvests that would never come. We saw not one living human as we navigated the narrow county roads and farm-to-market roads. Escape to the country was starting to seem like a really good idea. Following Dahlhofer, Steph, and the soldier in the lead vehicle, Murphy drove our Humvee in uncharacteristic silence.
He and Mandy kept sharing furtive glances and worried smiles. I guessed that their relationship had changed, perhaps significantly, in my absence.
In a shallow valley, the road bisected a grove of tall pecan trees that mercifully shaded us for a half-mile. At the end of the grove, we came upon a small collection of buildings at a T intersection. A town name was painted on a green highway sign in reflective white, but I didn't bother to read it. It was one of those towns so small that its name was only ever mentioned by people giving directions that included the phrase, "down yonder." A closed store with a sagging wooden sign weathered away on one corner. A bar was boarded up with sheets of gray plywood, delaminating with age. The 5 or 6 houses in the speck of a town were in such a state of disrepair that the owners had to have died or stopped caring years before I was born. Brown stains, clothing remnants, and a few bones littered the crushed caliche parking lot in front of the bar. At the edge of the road, coyotes fought over the remains of a child-sized body. Mandy turned away from the sight outside her window and looked at Russell and me in the back seat. In a tone that made it clear that she was convincing herself, she said, "It's better out here, I think." "Yeah," I grunted, leaning my head on the glass, staring emptily out of the window. My ability to pay attention was starting to fade. My butt was in a cushioned seat. Cool air blew over my skin. Fatigue, held at bay all day by a river of adrenaline, was coming to collect its due. "We're doing the right thing," Mandy bounced out in her squeaky wheel voice. She said some more things, but my fatigue made her words seem like sing-song noise, not worth comprehending. My attention drifted. My eyelids grew heavy, and I fell asleep. I needed the sleep, but sleeping led to dreaming, running and chasing and killing and dying and murder and blood and screaming and screaming and screaming. And those kids, those pitiful fucking kids. I shot up straight in my seat. I had a crick in my neck and drool on my cheek. I was disoriented. The Humvee was idling but not moving. Russell sat beside me and stared straight ahead. Through the windshield, I saw the other Humvee sitting on the road. A longhorn. Yeah, a big fucking cow with horns longer than my outstretched arms trotted between the two vehicles. What the? I wondered if I was still asleep. Another of the big cattle followed the first. Murphy laughed. "Man, you know you're in Texas when you see a stampede." Mandy giggled. "There's only like 10 cows. That's hardly a stampede, and they're not in a hurry." To our left, one of the big longhorns jumped over a barbed wire fence and walked out into a crop of dying sorghum. The rust-colored bull sniffed at the plants, but didn't seem interested in eating. Murphy pointed down at a farm in the dip between the rolling hills. "Look, down there beside that barn." Mandy looked. "What?" "That's a Humvee. I'll bet that's the farm." Dahlhover jumped out of his Humvee and trotted back toward us, giving the longhorns a wide berth. Murphy opened his door a bit so that Dahlhover could speak to him. "After these damn longhorns get out of the road ahead of us, we'll get moving again." Dahlhover pointed to the farm down the slope. "That's the place over there." "Gotcha, Top," Murphy answered. Without another word, Dahlhover hurried back to his vehicle. To no one in particular, Mandy said, "I hope they have running water. I really need a shower." "I'll say," Murphy laughed. "Don't be a pig." Mandy punched Murphy in the arm. Something had definitely happened between them. Outside, the longhorns had lost all sense of urgency. No one in the Humvee seemed to care. With our goal in sight, and no two-legged monsters in pursuit, our need to hurry was gone as well. My head lolled over against the glass, and I closed my eyes again. Rest. "I like it here," Mandy said. "If there's not enough room for everyone in the house, I'll bet there are empty farmhouses nearby that we could move into." "Yeah," Murphy agreed. "What kind of crops can you grow here?" she asked.
I don't know, Murphy answered. Whatever we need, probably. We even have cows. I like steak. Do longhorns taste like regular cows? Mandy asked. Murphy chuckled. They don't have as much fat, I think. Look, Mandy said excitedly. There's someone on the porch. They're waving at us. More things were said, but I was starting to fade back to dreamland, or maybe dream hell and sleepland. But there was a change in Mandy's tone of voice. Why are all the longhorns looking in that direction? I opened my eyes and sat up, not alarmed, but alert. The longhorns outside had all come to a stop and were looking back toward the farmhouse to our east. 2 weeks before, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. But running for your life at every turn changes a person. I put a hand on my rifle and looked around for the danger. Murphy had tensed as well. He sat up straight in his seat, saying nothing. What is it? Mandy asked, seeing the change in Murphy and looking back at me. Don't know, Murphy answered. The longhorns bolted. Given their 1,000-pound weight, their quickness was surprising. The impact of their hooves hitting the ground vibrated up through the Humvee's tires. They each hopped the fence to our left and plowed through the sorghum, sending clouds of rusty pollen up in their wake. The people on the porch had stopped waving and were looking around. Whatever had spooked the longhorns had piqued their attention too. I listened. Over the sound of the Humvee's engine and the longhorns' hoofbeats, I couldn't make out anything. Infected, Mandy pointed, fear tweaking her voice. Perhaps a mile away, on the other side of the valley, a double helix of stark white infected were cresting the hill. With the house between the people on the porch and the infected coming over the hill behind them, they had no way of seeing the whites. Are they naked? Mandy asked, her voice no less urgent. Ahead of us, Dahlhover jumped out of the Humvee and aimed his rifle into the distance. He fired. He had no hope of hitting anything at that range, but I assumed the sound was meant as a warning. The people on the porch froze. Dahlhover fired again. Get inside, Mandy pleaded. They will, Murphy comforted her, putting a hand on her thigh. As if they'd been waiting on permission from Murphy, the people on the porch hurried into the house and closed the door. Several more helices of jogging infected crested the hill to the east. Dahlhover shot the rifle in the air 3 times in rapid succession and looked down at the house. They should be safe now that they're inside, Murphy said. They just need to be quiet. More infected came. Then more, and more. It looked like God had dumped a city-sized bucket of whites on the other side of the hill, and they were splashing over and pouring into the valley. With my voice stressed to the point of betraying my fear for those below, I shouted, "They need to get out of there!" I swung my door open and pulled my weapon up to my shoulder as I ran around to the other side of the vehicle. Russell was on my heels. Dahlhover shot me a worried look. The far hill was solid with running whites. They didn't shout. They didn't howl. They didn't see the people in the house yet. But the sound of tens of thousands of running feet and heavy breathing rolled across the valley like a swarm of ghostly locusts. Where the hell did they all come from? Good God, Dahlhover shouted, in a rare display of emotion. I fired my rifle indiscriminately at the horde. Hundreds, maybe thousands, naked and hairless, and what the fuck was up with that anyway, were distracted by the crack of my gun and altered their direction to run at us. The rest washed over the house. From below, gunfire popped. Glass broke. A great howl gathered the strength of every rabid voice in the valley and blew the hush all to hell. The ogre and the fucking harpy. It took all my willpower not to run. I swapped my empty magazine for a full one. A grenade explosion disturbed the mass of bodies on the porch, but its sound was lost in the tsunami of screams. The bloody void left in its passing was quickly filled with struggling white bodies. Still the infected flooded over the hill. How many could there be? Dr. Evans and a woman crawled out of a second-floor window and onto the roof above the porch. Another woman clawed her way out as Dr. Evans climbed the rough brick chimney to get to the top of the house. The infected were out the window now. They caught the third woman.
She was shrieking. That's to say that her mouth was open wide, her face stretched in fear. But the sound was lost. My finger hovered over the trigger. Dr. Evans and the first woman made it to the roof. A dozen infected were on the porch roof, running about, searching. More climbed out through the window. Dahlhover aimed at the house and fired, but the million-legged anemone absorbed the bullets with no effect. I followed his example with 30 more futile bullets. A white started the climb up the side of the chimney. When his head peeked over the edge of the roof, it exploded in the spray of brilliant red over white skin. He fell and bounced off the roof below, where his body was swallowed by the mass. More infected followed. However many bullets Evans had in his pistol, it wasn't enough. Dahlhover hung his head and, like a warped wooden man, walked back to the front seat of his Humvee. The infected were starting to run up the long slope toward us. It was time to go. My danger-driven talent for fast thinking kicked in, and I ran up to Dahlhover's side of the Humvee, yelling at him through the window, "Follow us!" "What?" He looked back at me with a stolid face and eyes that had seen too much pain. He didn't nod or shake his head. "Follow us!" I pointed at our Humvee. I ran back to my Humvee and jumped in behind Murphy. "We're taking the lead." Without a word, Murphy gunned the engine, ran through a ditch to get around Dahlhover, and pushed the lumbering Humvee to speed away from the farm. "Murphy," I said, not an ounce of humor in my voice. "Remember when you asked me whether emergent behavior in the infected would present any added danger? I think I can answer that now." "I know the answer," Murphy responded flatly. Mandy, with tears in her eyes, said, "That was terrible." Those people didn't have a chance. No. I shook my head and wondered whether they'd still be alive if I'd left them in the hospital. Probably the same question going through the minds of those in the other Humvee. No, they wouldn't. Rationalization? No. I told myself that wasn't the case. Whether I'd been there or not, the infected would have discovered access to the upper floors of the hospital through the elevator shafts. Had Dahlhover and I not chanced on them coming up the shafts at the moment that we did, all of those in the hospital may have died that morning. But they were all dead just the same. In helping them escape, perhaps I'd only succeeded in buying them a few more hours of life. What killed them wasn't my help. It was an unlucky choice. Dr. Evans's family farm wasn't as secure as its isolation implied. As a result, they paid the price for the mistake. Blood, pain, terror, death. It was a failure to understand the new rules. And every failure was paid in blood. That goddamned lesson insisted on repeating itself, and it was pissing me off. Still, another dozen good people were dead. If any corollary was there to be learned, it was that nothing should be taken for granted, not one single thing. Houses were never safe. Escape plans must always be laid. Guards must always be posted. Those in the house apparently hadn't posted a lookout, an oversight that had cost them their lives. Had they seen the flood of infected pouring into the valley, perhaps they could have escaped in their vehicles. They depended on flimsy doors and brittle glass to protect them. They fucked up. And I knew that the doors and windows at Russell's house that Murphy, Mandy, and I thought had protected us the night before, in fact, hadn't. What had protected us was luck. The mountain of burned bodies behind Russell's house gave the infected a much more tempting distraction than a potentially fruitless search of abandoned houses. I wondered whether my life or anyone's was simply a measure of the number of lucky guesses made. That was depressing to think about. Disempowering. Dr. Evans and company could have kept the vehicles near the doors and pointed away from the house, ready for a quick escape. They could have set up a diversion in the barn to draw any infected away and buy themselves some time. They must have been at the farm for a few hours before we arrived. Surely they were all tired, frazzled by their experiences, free from immediate threat for the first time in days. So they rested. They let their guard down. And that was another lesson for me. No downtime until all preparations that could be made were made. All mistakes are paid for in blood. Again, the most important lesson of all. The future promised to be grueling for those who survived, grueling and tense. Learning the new rules would be as important to continued life as eating, drinking, and breathing.
With no roadmap, no syllabus, and no list of requirements for the future, the hospital survivors who died had opened the book of tomorrow's secrets to a page of useful knowledge, paid for with their lives. I silently thanked them and took the lessons to heart.
"Why didn't they have any hair?" Mandy asked. "Why were they naked?" "They had hair," Murphy argued. Mandy shook her head for emphasis, but her shaking was slow, as though the work of doing it while under the burden of what she'd just seen was difficult. "No, they didn't." "I'm not a fan of 70s porn," Murphy told her. "I know the difference between hairy and hairless." Mandy turned to look out the window, and with no emotion in her voice, she said, "You are a pig, Murphy." I said, "Murphy's right. They were bald, not hairless." That seemed to settle the hair question, with no resolution. After half a mile, Mandy said, So what?" I asked. "So what does it mean?" She turned to look back at me.
"I'm not sure," I answered, happy to take my mind off the horror and get lost for a second in the clinical questions on the quirkiness of the whites. "It can't be natural, I don't think."
"Am I going the right way?" Murphy asked.
"Yeah," I pointed. "Just stay on this road for now."
"What do you mean, not natural?" Mandy asked.
"I mean," I said, "these are the only bald whites that we've seen. And as Porn King Murphy pointed out, they definitely weren't hairless. I'm not a doctor or anything, but it seems to me that if the virus was going to make your hair fall out, it would all fall out, not just the hair on your head."
"Makes sense, I guess." Mandy turned back forward in her seat. "What then?"
"I don't know. But that didn't prevent me from speculating. Maybe they do more than follow each other around. Maybe it's another emergent behavior thing and they're trying to look alike too."
"So what?" Murphy scoffed. "One bald nudist walks down the street and all the other whites say to themselves, 'Hey, I want to be like him.'"
"Maybe," I shrugged. "I don't know. You tell me."
"It's your idea," Murphy countered.
"I don't know." I wasn't going to put too much into defending a guess. Nothing was said for a bit after that until we passed back through the small, nameless town and the pecan grove.
Mandy said, "When they started to come up the slope toward, I think one of them had a knife."
"What?" I asked in surprise.
"No way," Murphy responded. Mandy nodded and looked at us. "I think so. It was far away. I can't be sure, but I think one of them was carrying a knife." That was enough to kill the conversation in the Humvee. Perhaps we all knew the ominous implications if some of the infected could use weapons. There was indeed a whole spectrum of intellectual capacities among them.
The Humvee bounced down the bumpy country roads, back in the direction we'd just come. Without any of the usual pep in his voice, Murphy asked, "You're the man with the plans, Zed. Where are we going?"
"Not Russell's house," Mandy interjected, staring despondently out the window. Pointing needlessly out through the windshield, I said,
Let's head back to that bridge over I-35 that was clear. At 32nd Street? Murphy asked. Yeah, sure. Are you thinking back to the university? He asked. Back to one of those big old buildings? You think we can hold out against… Murphy's voice trailed off, as though mentioning the endless horde would confirm that they were more than a nightmare. I have an idea, I said. Okay, Murphy glanced back at me. Let's hear it. I scooted up in my seat. Russell mimicked. The mood in the Humvee was settling into a darkness from which it would be hard to come back. Mandy had gone silent and was staring at nothing.
The absence of Murphy's smile was hard to bear. He was in no shape at that moment to pick the mood up off of the floor, but it needed to be done before despair set in, and we gave up. So it was up to me to redirect our collective mood.
Do you know where Mount Bonnell Road is? I asked Murphy. On the other side of town, where all the rich white people live. Yeah, well, not all of them, but some of them, I said. That's where we're going. Back into the hornet's nest, Murphy absently muttered. It's not that bad if we do it right, I told him. Murphy's voice flipped to defiance. Yeah, I'll just run down any motherfuckers that get in our way. Not any, I disagreed. There's an upper limit to that. Yeah, Murphy answered absently. His mind was back on the horde. If you see any really big groups, let's not try to plow through them, I said. We'll need to drive around. Murphy grunted an acknowledgement. Mandy was still silent.
I took a moment to explain my tactic of zigzagging through the neighborhoods to keep the infected from clogging the streets ahead. I emphasized how important it was not to lose the other Humvee in our maneuvers. With that taken care of, I changed the subject. I used to date this short, red-headed girl named Jackie. War stories? That surprised Murphy, but his tone suggested that he wasn't in the mood. Defensively, I said, there's a point. Mandy looked over her shoulder at me, showing her watery eyes. Then she went back to staring through the glass. When I was a freshman at UT, I met her in my psychology class, I said. Well, she met me. I mean, she kind of picked me up in class, and then we started going out. Was she cute? Murphy asked. Of course, I answered. Really nice little, I looked over at Mandy, but she was working hard at ignoring me. Well, the thing is, she still lived at home and drove into school each day. Her parents had a big house up on Mount Bonnell. Murphy raised his voice for emphasis. God damn, null spot. How many women do you want to try to save? That's not where I'm going with this, I countered. Mandy muttered, I doubt that. No, really, I said. Hear me out. I'm guessing we don't have a choice, Murphy smiled. I continued with my story. So, like, back when we were dating, I'd go over to her house and we'd watch movies and stuff and study together. Uh-huh, Murphy's tone implied a lot inappropriate activity. I'm sure you were studying, Mandy was sarcastic, not at all happy with my topic of choice, but at least she was starting to engage. Sometimes, maybe, I said. Well, the truth is, we were both 18 and horny as hell, and it seemed like all she ever wanted to do was screw. Mandy scoffed. Like you didn't. Oh, no, don't get me wrong, I answered. I love sex. Lots of it. Murphy snickered. I continued. But Jackie, oh my God. She was like a nympho or something. She'd wanted to screw every day, more than once. Sometimes 4 or 5 times. Oh, whatever, Mandy scoffed. You'd be surprised how virile a motivated 18-year-old can be, I countered. Murphy raised his eyebrows and gave us a speculative, maybe. Well, she wore me out, I'll tell you. There were times when I'd make up excuses not to go over to her house, just so I could get a day of rest. Mandy shook her head. This story is getting unbelievable. You said there is a point, right? It's not just you making up stories about your sexual exploits.
I said, "Well, there is that part, but—" Murphy laughed. "I'll get to the point," I finished. Jackie liked to have sex everywhere. In her bed, of course. In the wine cellar when her parents were upstairs. "The wine cellar?" Mandy asked. "Rich people," Murphy muttered. "Everybody who lives on Mount Bonnell has money," I said. "People with money have wine cellars. At least, that's the way I saw it."
A rich girl who likes to have sex all the time? Mandy didn't believe a word of it. And why would you ever leave a girl like that?
"She dumped me," I admitted. "She said I was too emotionally distant." Murphy laughed out loud. "I'm so surprised." "Well, to get on with my point, we'd sometimes go for walks in the neighborhood, and whenever they were building a new house, she'd want to sneak in at night and have sex in it." "Say what?" Murphy grinned. "No way," Mandy scoffed again. "No, I'm serious," I said. "I told you. She was kind of a nympho and a little kinky. And I'll admit, it was kind of a turn-on." Mandy made a show of looking back out the window. She wasn't ready to give up on her mood. "And the point is," I said, "there was this one house just off the street, kind of set back in the trees. It was an ugly kind of modernish box thing, like a tiny 3-story Walmart or something, all concrete and not enough windows." "Sounds hideous," Mandy said. "Yeah," I agreed.
That's what I thought. We went there probably 3 or 4 times. Then one night, we were upstairs in what was probably going to be a master bedroom or something. It had these great views over the cliffs of Lake Austin, and we, were doing our thing, when this dude with a flashlight and a gun came in and scared the crap out of us.
"What?" That surprised Mandy. "It was a security guard, an off-duty cop," I said. "He was kind of pervy about seeing Jackie naked. I think that's why he didn't arrest us for trespassing. After that, there was a cop there all the time, and I mean all the time." "Why?" Mandy asked. "I think the place belonged to some reclusive rich dude or something. I'm not sure, but I think they built a wall around it. I mean, they were building something the last time I was there. But the way the terrain is there, you can't see the place until you go through the trees and just kind of run into it. You can't see it from the road."
You can't even see it from up at the park on top of Mount Bonnell. The owner must have been really paranoid, Mandy deduced.
"Yeah," I agreed. Murphy said, "If they finished that wall, it sounds like it could be a safe place for us if there's nobody there." "Even without the wall, the place seemed pretty secure," I said. "I'm guessing the owner holed up there pretty quick once this whole infection thing started. So going there might be a waste of time. After what we just saw at that farm, I say we give it a shot." Murphy looked over at Mandy as if for permission. "We've got nothing to lose." Mandy nodded, neither enthusiastically nor reluctantly. Mount Bonnell, like every hill in central Texas, is covered in a forest of squat cedar trees, sprinkled with stunted oaks over jagged limestone and thin dirt. Most trees are 10 to 15 feet tall, but thick from root to tip with dark green foliage. They look to be as much shrub as tree.
The uncurbed asphalt road disintegrated at its edge into gravel and dirt under the overhanging branches of cedars all along Mount Bonnell Road. The only breaks in the forest were wide patches of green grass lawns fronting oversized houses and lush flower beds. Relatively few people had lived in the area before the virus hit. That meant few of the infected, the formerly wealthy or their live-in domestic help. Halfway up Mount Bonnell Road, the houses on both sides of the street suddenly stopped, and only the shadowy cedars remained. And we were alone. A few infected chased up the slope, but far behind. They'd lose interest soon enough. "Slow down, Murphy." I scanned ahead, looking for a familiar break in the trees. Murphy let up on the gas,
and the Humvee coasted down to 25 miles per hour. "The place we're looking for is near the top, but it's easy to miss," I told him. "And you can't see it at all from the road?" Mandy asked. "No," I answered.
You can't tell because of the trees, but the road we're on isn't on the crest of the hill. It's on the Austin side of the hill. All the houses on the left, between the road and the river, are on the crest or on the other side of it. This house is like that, on the other side of the crest, and with all the trees you can't see it."
"Why do that?" Mandy asked. "It seems like if you spent $1 bazillion on a big house with a gorgeous view, you'd want to show it off." "The same reason that the Klingons have a cloaking device," Murphy answered. "I'm sorry, Murphy. I have a life." Mandy's tone was disdainful. "You'll have to explain to me what that means." "If you don't want to fight," Murphy explained, "you hide. The cloaking device makes you invisible." "Just like the house," I finished. "The people who own the place like their privacy a lot. I doubt they were thinking about fighting anybody when they built the place. But hiding the house is a big step toward making it secure."
For us, if the infected never see the place, they won't ever try to swarm over it. A narrow caliche driveway split the wall of cedars on the left. I pointed. "I think that's our turn." Murphy slowed the Humvee and turned into the gap. Ahead, the narrow, dusty road curved almost immediately, allowing a view of nothing from the road but more cedars. Dahlhover's Humvee followed very closely behind. Mandy said, "It's like a road to a trailer park." "Exactly," I said. The road made a wide arc and curved back to the left before coming up along a wall. We were headed back downhill again on the dirt road as it ran along the wall on our right, with Mount Bunnell Road on our left, on the other side of a hedge of cedar trees. "Looks like they finished the wall," Murphy observed. "Are you sure this is the place?" Mandy asked. "It's got to be," I answered. Murphy said, "That wall has got to be at least 10 feet tall."
After a few hundred feet of wall, we came to the end of the drive, a large semicircle that allowed room for cars to turn in and out of the gate. Rectangular blocks of limestone the size of coffee tables bordered the semicircle. Outside the ring of limestone, the terrain grew much more rugged. The gate itself was designed to roll on a track on the other side of the wall for opening and closing. It was covered from top to bottom in sheets of steel and hid the property just as effectively as the wall. Murphy stopped the Humvee, and we all shared a look. We were idling at the gates of a possible refuge, with no obvious way to get inside. I looked at the shadows in the cedars. "Do you guys see any whites out there?" All eyes peered into the darkness under the trees. Nothing. We were momentarily safe. "Keep an eye out," I told them. I opened my door and very deliberately climbed out, allowing Russell to come along.
I didn't need him making a noisy scene. Who knew what could be hiding in the dusky shadows? An obtrusive surveillance camera on the top edge of the wall was pointed down at an intercom on a post. I pressed the call button on the intercom, and a red light indicated something, so I spoke while waving up at the camera. "Hello in there." I watched the camera, listened, and waited. Nothing. I gave it another moment, then tried again. "Hello in there. Listen, we want to come in. If you're in there and don't want us inside, now's the time to tell me. Otherwise, we're going to climb the wall." I waited. No response. "Hello," I tried again. Still nothing. I pressed the button a final time. "Listen, I'm coming over the wall. If you're in there with a rifle, it'll be easier to tell me to go away than it will be to shoot me. At least it'll be easier on me. Hello? Hello?" Nothing. I looked around into the growing darkness under the trees. I had no idea if any whites might be around, but if there were any close, the idling Humvees would eventually draw them in. I went back to the Humvee and maneuvered myself and Russell inside. "Okay, guys," I said. "There's either nobody home or they chose not to answer."
Murphy, if you can angle this thing up against that wall, I may be able to get on top and climb over." "That's your plan?" Murphy asked. His dislike for the idea sounded clearly in his tone. I shrugged. "I'm making it up as I go along." "Yeah, aren't we all?" Murphy nodded. "We don't know what's over there, and you're not exactly an expert with that rifle." "I'm getting better," I protested. "I hit most of what I shoot at. Eventually." "I'm not staying here by myself," Mandy protested. "It's not safe for you to come with us," Murphy told her gently. I thumbed back at the other Humvee. "I'm going to let them know what's going on. I'll get Dahlhover to come up here with you, Mandy. Cool?" "That's fine." "What about Russell?" I looked over at Russell, who was staring at the front window with no expression on his face. "Mandy, he seems to respond well to you. Can you sit back here with him and keep him calm?" "Okay." I cast another glance around before I swung my door open and hopped out. Better safe than dead. Once my feet were back on the ground outside, I looked around and listened. Russell was having a fit, but the sound was muffled through the armor and thick glass. The wind was blowing through the cedars, birds were squawking. There was a sound of shuffling in the rocks and twigs somewhere off to my left. Something was out there, something noisy. I raised my M4 to my shoulder, pointed it at the noise and said, "Hey!" The noise stopped immediately. I relaxed. It was more scared of me than I was of it. Probably an armadillo. I hurried back to Dahlhover's Humvee. He got out halfway and looked around cautiously before settling his sad gaze on me.
He softly rasped, "What's this place?"
In as few words as I could manage, I explained that it might be a refuge for us, and told him our plan for going over the wall. "Will you be able to open the gate from the inside?" Dahlhover asked. "You know I can't answer that. I'm just hoping." Dahlhover nodded. "Yeah, I know. Listen, after you and Murphy go over the wall, I'm going to stay on the top of the Humvee and keep an ear out. I'll holler over and let you know what's shaking," I told him. "We need some tactical radios," Dahlhover groused. "Running around like a bunch of yahoos is going to get us all killed." I nodded. We needed a lot of things. Murphy got the Humvee into position right up next to the wall and cut the engine. With both engines off, only the normal noises of the evening were left. The wind, the birds, the crickets. But somewhere in the background was the sound of electric motors. I angled my head, but couldn't pinpoint the direction of the source.
Dahlhover heard it too, and looked at me with eyebrows slightly raised. We both shrugged and climbed onto the Humvee. From the top of the Humvee, the wall was still tall. I revised my guess to 12 feet or so. The top edge of the cinder blocks was at the top of my head, but a smooth, round limestone coping added another 10 or 12 inches. I reached over the top and ran my hands across the dry, chalky surface, finding nothing at all to grip. Dahlhover looked at me with a question on his face. I pulled my arms down. "The wall's got to be a foot or so thick. There's nothing to grab onto." Dahlhover stood on tiptoe and reached over the wall, straightening his curved spine. His rough hands scraped across the limestone. "What's up?" Murphy asked in a low voice as he climbed up beside us. Dahlhover shook his head. "Goddamned wall." Murphy stepped up next to the wall and reached over with as little success as I'd had. Looking at Murphy, Dahlhover shook his head. He leaned back against the wall and interlaced his fingers to form a stirrup. He looked at me. "You first, Zane. Put a foot in. Step on my shoulder if you need to, but don't kick me in the face." It was little uncomfortable standing face to face with Dahlhover, my nose only a half-inch from his, smelling his tobacco breath and unbrushed teeth. Personal hygiene habits were taking quite a beating. Toothpaste was going to have to find a place on my future scavenge list. Putting 2 hands on his shoulders and a foot in his hands, I gave Dahlhover a nod
and jumped while pushing up with my hands. As I reached the top of the wall, I stepped up to one of his shoulders and threw an arm over, twisting sideways to throw a leg up. To my surprise, I topped the wall and stopped there, draped like a sloth on a branch with one foot and one arm on each side, and my face lying on the dusty limestone coping. "Shit," Murphy muttered.
I can't believe that worked.
Your turn, Dahlhover said, scooting over near the end of the Humvee's roof. You're a big guy. Don't know if I can hold you. You might get bruised. It won't be the first time, Murphy said as the two got into position. I turned to look into the compound. The wall surrounded a couple of terraced acres that curved in steps that followed the contour of the mountain. At the bottom edge of the lowest terrace, there was no wall, just an unbroken row of smooth limestone blocks laid flush with the grass from the north wall to the south wall. The sharpness of the edge and the invisibility of anything beyond implied a sudden drop down the steep slopes and cliffs to the river. In the growing darkness, I spotted the source of the electric motor sound. On each of the 5 terraces, a green, turtle-like robot mower hummed across the grass. On the second tier down, the mower was followed by 4 infected, keeping pace with the slow-moving machine.
2 of the infected wore some kind of private security uniform. One looked like a lanky high school kid. One was a shapely, naked woman with one of those stylishly expensive haircuts that looked like it was on backwards. She struggled in the rear to keep up while limping on an injured ankle. One of her forearms had an obvious extra angle. "What do you see?" Dahlhover hissed in a loud whisper. Looking down at him, I whispered back, 4 infected. They don't see me yet. "Nobody else?" Murphy asked, as he stood with one foot in the stirrup of Dahlhover's hands. "No." "Nobody with rifles?" he asked. "Nobody is shooting yet," I answered. "And the house?" "Everything looks fine," I said. "Perfectly normal for rich people, except for the whites in the grass." Dahlhover rasped, "What do you think?" I looked over the house. It was built down the slope a bit, and didn't appear to have any windows or doors on the bottom floor. The only entrance was across a breezeway from the second floor that ran over a little ravine between the house and a 6-car garage built around one side of a circular plaza of a driveway. "I don't see any movement in the house." I looked back down at Dahlhover and Murphy. "There are whites, so the virus is inside. If it's inside, then everybody inside is probably infected. Except for the whites, the place seems safe." "You want to go in then?" Murphy asked. "This place looks safe as hell to me," I answered. "I think it's worth the risk." And that was enough talk. Dahlhover boosted, Murphy jumped, and then worked on pulling himself up into the same sloth-like position I'd adopted. Dahlhover turned to scan the darkness in the cedars. Murphy quietly said, "Man, it looks a lot farther down to the ground from up here." "Yeah," I whispered back. "It's gonna hurt." "Yeah," I agreed. "You want to go first?"
"No." Nevertheless, I shifted my weight so that my feet started to slide over the wall and down inside the compound. It was slow at first, but as my clothes dragged across the chalky surface of the limestone, I quickly passed the point of no return. There was nothing to grab and no way to slow my descent. Any chance of landing safely was predetermined by my initial shift and the physics of friction. Then I was falling. I hit the ground and rolled out onto the crushed granite driveway. My joints were jarred from the impact and probably would have hurt enough to take my breath away, if not for the virus. Everything felt suddenly stiff, but nothing felt broken. I was on my back and rolled quickly onto my stomach and pushed myself up to my knees, pulling my weapon up to a firing position as I did so. Necessity makes you tough. From above, Murphy whispered, "Is that crushed granite any softer to land on than the grass?" "Yes," I lied.
A sliding sound announced Murphy's decision to join me, and a second later he grunted when the ground knocked the wind out of him. "Damn," he groaned after a deep breath, not making any effort to move from his prone position. "That sucked." I could no longer see the infected that were on the second terrace down. They either didn't see us when we were on the wall, or weren't interested. They didn't come after us. "What first?" I asked. "Do we try to get the gates open or check the house?" Murphy rolled over onto his stomach and pushed himself to his hands and knees. "Did I say that sucked?" "Yep." "There are lights on in the house," Murphy said. "Solar power," I suggested. "Convenient." "Yep." Murphy got to his feet, looked around, and then pointed to a security camera mounted on the corner of the house. "If somebody is still inside, they know we're here." That made me uncomfortable. I looked around again, and now that I was looking for them, I spotted several cameras. "What do you think?" Murphy said. "I'm with you. I don't think there's anybody home, but we need to check it out before we try to figure out the gate." "Let's go." I jumped up and started a jog up the driveway with no cover except the fading light of evening. Murphy huffed loudly behind me. At the end of the driveway, I angled across to the corner of the garage and stopped beside the wall, partially hiding myself from the house. Murphy came to a stop, breathing heavily beside me. An old two-door Mercedes convertible with oversized spinner rims and low-profile tires sat in the courtyard. I shook my head. What a way to fuck up a car. "Yeah," Murphy agreed. Following the line of the curved garage, I spotted a set of double doors at the other end. That was a people entrance. The doors were decorative after a modern fashion, but still managed to look formidable. "You want to try the doors?" Murphy asked. "Might as well," I answered. "If there's someone in there, they know we're here." "They haven't done anything yet, but if we sneak around, they might think we're more of a danger than we are." I walked out onto the courtyard and followed the curve of the garage. "I'll cover you," Murphy said from behind. At the first garage door, I checked to see if it would open, but was immediately befuddled. There was no exterior handle. The door was made of long metal slats that could, I presumed, roll up to the ceiling inside. I pushed it with my hand. It felt weighty and solid. This was no ordinary sheet metal garage door. Without even the smallest gap into which to push my fingers, I pressed my hands flat against the metal and pushed upwards. It didn't budge, nor did it flex. It may as well have been a solid wall. I shot a look back at Murphy. He wore a questioning expression, but refocused his attention on the house. I bypassed the other 5 garage doors without stopping to test them. Once I reached the double-door entrance, I was again stumped. The doors stood 9 solid, patinated feet tall. I pushed one, then the other. Neither rattled in the slightest, nor were there handles to pull. I looked back at Murphy and shrugged. He returned the gesture. A railing ran from the corner of the garage, from just beside the double doors, around a third of the plaza's circumference. It kept people from falling off of the plaza and into the ravine that separated it from the house. Halfway along the garage wall, a breezeway extended out toward the house's front door. There was no way to reach it from the outside. I stepped back and looked up at the roof of the garage. Crap. The eaves of the roof stretched out at least 3 feet from the wall and were at least 10 feet up. I'd need a ladder to get up there. I went over and peeked around the corner again. Double crap. Even if I did get on the roof of the garage as a means to get onto the roof of the breezeway, I wouldn't be able to get to the house. The roof of the breezeway was a tall V-shape with a wide curved peak. Like the coppice on the walls, only made of smooth metal, it would be impossible to grip. Worse still, there was no way to get from the roof down to the house's entrance without pulling some kind of crazy Spider-Man move. I looked back at Murphy, threw up my hands and shook my head. He waved me back over. I jogged back. "Let's go out behind the garage and see what we can see," he suggested. "Yeah." I followed Murphy along the featureless garage wall, around the corner, and down the slope of the mountain. We descended along the back wall of the garage, which grew taller and taller as we went down. At the opposite corner, we came out onto one of the terraces that formed the ravine between the garage and the house. The breezeway was 15 or 20 feet above us by then. "That sucks." Murphy was not thrilled. I didn't say that I'd expected that, though I did. "We probably need some ladders to get up there."
We may have to go back out and ransack the neighborhood.
"It's almost dark," Murphy countered. "Let's check around the other side of the house. If there's no way in, I think it might be best if we all hop the wall and just camp here in the grass tonight. It won't be comfortable, but it'll be safe." He was probably right, but the idea of trying to sleep on the ground with the fire ants and the scorpions didn't sound like any kind of rest to me. On the other hand, when was the last time I'd had a full night's sleep? We made our way around to the side of the house and then to the back. The last colors of the sunset were fading from the western horizon. Below us, the terraces were separated by vertical walls of stacked limestone 5 or 6 feet tall. Above us, the back porch of the house was too high up for any kind of ladder that we'd likely be able to scrounge from neighbors' garages. Whoever had designed the house had designed it to have only one way in, over the catwalk. We followed the wall back around to the other side of the house. The bulk of the 2 acres spread out below us on the terraces. The 4 infected we'd spotted earlier were at the far end of the terrace above us, near the car entrance, still following the mower. "We need to take those whites out before we get the others," Murphy suggested. "Okay." We climbed up a short terrace wall to get up to their level. From there, Murphy led the way down. I drew my machete as we went. He pulled his hatchet and held a knife in his other hand. I reached for my Glock as a backup weapon and recalled that I'd given it to Steph. As we closed on the infected, the mower made a turn and followed the wall at the back edge of the terrace, leading the 4 infected toward us. "The security dudes first," Murphy whispered.
As we pass, I'll take number 2, you take number 1.
"Okay." The whites were following each other in a tight formation, so instead of following directly behind Murphy, a position that would have left me no room to wield my machete, I stepped to my left so that I was jogging directly at the oncoming lawnmower. The infected saw us, but didn't alter their behavior. We were just like them, 2 more whites following one another across the grass. At least, that's what they thought, until Murphy came up beside guard number 2 and smashed him across the head with his hatchet. As soon as I saw Murphy move, I slashed guard number 1 across his throat. He gushed blood and fell. Guard number 2 was down but wasn't dead. Murphy's hatchet was stuck in the guy's skull at an odd angle, and he was trying to get up. The kid was lunging at Murphy, but I was too far back to help. At the last second, Murphy jabbed and drove his knife up through the kid's larynx.
In that moment, I pulled my machete up for another swing and punished guard number 2 for not dying right away. I caught him across his left shoulder, and he rolled over, unable to support himself any longer with that arm. He rolled onto his back, his teeth still gnashing at Murphy's ankle, until my machete cleaved his face, and he died. Looking up from that, I saw Murphy pulling his knife from the kid's blood-spewing throat. The naked, limping woman was howling and doing her best to close the gap between herself and Murphy. It only hastened her death as Murphy kicked her hard in her good leg and she went down. My machete ended her struggles too. With darkness in my eyes, but victory in my heart, splattered with another layer of fresh blood, I looked at Murphy. He shone his twisted grin back at me. It was gruesome, disgusting work. But winning a life-or-death struggle left you on an emotional high, with a contradictory weight of guilt that was hard to reconcile.
"You all right?" Murphy asked. I nodded. "You?" "Yeah.
The teenager made a gurgling sound and refocused our attention as his soon-to-be lifeless body struggled to breathe. Aside from the blood flowing from his mouth, nose, and throat, he looked normal, just a regular kid, whose only concern a week before had been looking cool for his friends and getting his hands into the jeans of the cute girls at school. Now, he was dying on his lawn. His gurgling went on, accompanied by raspy breaths, as his empty eyes stared at the stars and blinked. Murphy stepped back beside me and looked down at the kid. I didn't see Murphy's face, but the change in his breathing told me he was as troubled as I was. Neither of us moved. Neither of us spoke as first 5, then 10 minutes ticked by, while the kid so very painfully, very slowly, finished dying. When the last noise gurgled out of the kid's slashed throat, the last light of the sun had gone from the sky, and the crickets chirped loudly into the hollow night. In a hoarse voice, Murphy said, "We should go." Some were easy, some were hard, some were really hard. I asked myself how many infected I needed to kill before I would stop paying an emotional toll. I climbed the short wall to the next tier and froze. You know what? What? Murphy was immediately alert and looking around as he brought his rifle up. That's the kid's car up there. That fucked up Mercedes? Murphy asked. I nodded and jumped down to the grass beside the kid and started going through his pockets. I found his billfold, of no use to me. Then I found his keys. I pulled them from his pocket. They glimmered in the light of the half-moon as I looked up at Murphy and tried to smile. Bingo. House keys? He asked. I nodded. And the car. I'll bet he has a garage door opener in the car. Fuck yeah, Murphy said with as much enthusiasm as could be mustered. Zed, why don't you run up there and check out the dude's car? I'll go let Dahlhover know what's up. Yeah, I agreed. I'm sure they're wondering by now. Together we clambered up the terrace walls and took off in our separate directions. The run back across the property took an unexpected toll. When I reached the flagstones of the courtyard, I was breathing heavy, sweating rivers, and dragging my feet. I realized that I'd been pushing myself way too hard for too many days. I needed sleep, a full night of it, maybe a few. I bent over, putting my hands on my knees to catch my breath, and looked down along the line of the wall. Murphy was agitated and walking up and down in front of the section of the wall that we'd entered over. Uh-oh. Something wasn't right. What do to? Run back down the hill and shout futilely at a wall, or proceed with the plan? We had no way to get back over the wall. I put my hopes on the Mercedes and ran as fast as my tired legs would carry me. When I got close to the car, I fumbled with the keys and then pressed the single worn button on what looked like a car's keyless entry fob. Click. The noise didn't come from the car. I looked to my right, at the double-door entrance at the end of the garage. Oh. It clicked again, relocking itself, I assumed. I pressed the button again, and the door clicked again. Sweet. The door's locking mechanism clicked again as I jammed the most likely-looking key on the ring into the old Mercedes door lock. Luck. I hopped in and a few seconds later cranked the starter and the German engine purred. Something was actually going right. Hard to believe. With the headlights off, the agile little car zipped around the curve of the courtyard and crunched loudly on the crushed granite driveway. In seconds, I was rolling down my window and skidding up next to Murphy. His face was as worried as it had been the day we'd stormed into his mother's house. In a taut voice, he said, "No answer." I checked up and down the wall. "This is the spot where we came over." I yanked a 3-button garage door opener off the visor and showed it to him. "I'll bet one of these opens the gate." The wall on the front side of the house ran in a straight line that paralleled Mount Bonnell Road.
At one corner was the gate near where we'd parked the Humvees. Perpendicular to the front wall, and through the gate, was what I guessed was a long section of the driveway that ran along the side wall of the property for 8 or 9 car lengths. That section of the driveway was blocked off from the main compound by another wall. At the far end of that section was an interior gate that matched the gate to the outside. Murphy ran toward that gate as I drove toward it, pressing button 2 as I went. I didn't know how the remote was programmed, but button 2 made sense.
Button 1 for the exterior gate, button 2 for the interior gate, button 3 for the garage door, or vice versa. Either way, 2 was the answer. Over the revving engine, I heard the mechanical click from some large piece of machinery. The interior gate started its slow slide open. I killed the engine, pocketed the keys, and ran with Murphy through the widening gap. To my right, as I passed through the gate, I saw a guard shack built into the back wall. Beside that was parked a small black pickup truck. A peek through the shack's windows revealed that it was empty. Good. I caught up with Murphy as he ran down the length of the walled gauntlet, and I pressed the first, then the third button. Nothing happened. Fuck. I stopped and looked down at the 3-button controller. I pressed button 1, then 3 again. Murphy stopped and looked at me with eyes full of anxious, silent questions. Looking back at the door still open behind us, I quickly deduced that the outside door might not open until the interior door was closed. From a security perspective, that made sense. I pressed button 2, and the interior door started to close. With exaggerated body English, I urged the interior gate to close, while Murphy ran toward the exterior gate to wait. Paranoid fucking owners. But that was a good thing, assuming we could take control of the place. The interior gate finally locked into place, and I tried button 1 again as I ran toward the outer gate, and was rewarded with the metallic sound of the outer gate sliding to the left. As soon as the gap was wide enough, Murphy squeezed through. I followed him onto the moonlit dirt road between the compound wall and the cedar forest. Once through, I paused and thumbed the remote. As the gate stopped and reversed its motion, Murphy rushed toward the dark shapes of the Humvees parked along the wall. I waited for the gate to come to a close before proceeding. It wouldn't do to have any whites running into the compound while we weren't looking. Once the sound of the gate's mechanism silenced, I heard disturbing noises coming out of the darkness up the gravel road. Scuffling, shuffling, and sobbing. Shit. I ran toward the murky shadows by the Humvees and saw a cluster of black figures struggling in the dark. My rifle was up and I was ready to shoot, but as I drew closer, the details resolved. What the hell happened? Damn it, I hissed as I came in close. Murphy was engulfing Mandy in his big arms. Steph lay on the driveway, sobbing and trying to give instructions to Dahlhover, who was working at trying to stop the bleeding on her neck or shoulder, I couldn't tell. The other soldier, the guy whose name I'd never learned, lay face down on the caliche in a mess of blood and brains, with his feet and legs still in the Humvee. Kneeling down beside Steph, I asked, "What the fuck?" Dahlhover looked over at me with his permanently sad face and rasped, "Jackson turned and attacked Nurse Leonard." I grabbed Steph's hand and leaned over. She was frightened and hyperventilating. Tears flowed. She gasped, I don't think it's bad. We need to stop the bleeding." "We will," I said as calmly as I could fake. I looked over at Dahlhover. "It's a nasty bite," he told me. "Tore off part of the trapezius near her neck. It's bleeding like crazy, but I think we can stop it. This is a military first aid kit. The gauze has a coagulant in it." "Steph," I said, leaning over and looking into her panicked eyes, "can we move you inside? Do we risk making it worse?"
She shook her head immediately. "No risk. Move me. Keep the pressure on the wound." Okay. I took a microsecond to collect my thoughts and devise a plan. I jumped to my feet and looked around. "Mandy, you come here and keep the pressure on Steph's wound."
Murphy, you pick her up and get in the passenger side of Dahlhover's Humvee. Dahlhover, you drive it. I'll take the first one. You follow me in. Let's go. Now. They all jumped at my command. I ran to the Humvee in front and got into the driver's seat. I looked back. All the others were getting loaded up. With the engine started, I pulled forward and pressed button number 1 on the remote. The gate started its slow slide open while Dahlhover's Humvee came up behind me. Once the gate opened wide enough, I turned right and drove quickly inside, pulling all the way to the end of the gauntlet with Dahlhover behind. I pressed button 1 again, and the exterior gate obediently stopped, then reversed direction. Again, I urged it forward. "Come on!" But it didn't close fast enough. First one, then 2 more infected came running through the shrinking gap and pounced on Dahlhover's Humvee. "God damn it!" I jumped out, drew my machete, and ran to the back corner of my Humvee. The gap in the door was almost closed. Another infected had just run through. I spotted movement through the gap in the gate. Whites were running through the cedars toward the opening, probably drawn by the noise of the opening and closing. The time for machetes was past. Time to think clearly. The ogre and the harpy. There were 4 in the walled gauntlet and more on the way. I wanted to shoot those running for the door. Getting the door closed with the minimum number of infected inside had to be a priority. An open gate and an unknown number of whites inbound were the first ingredients in the recipe for disaster. But fast-moving targets in the dark over 70 feet away were targets I'd likely miss. And once I pulled the trigger, the ones already inside would charge. I only had one choice, but I needed to be goddamned quick about it. I pointed my rifle at the closest of the infected, the one trying to get through Dahlhover's door. He wasn't more than 6 feet away. I fired, and his chest erupted in a fountain of blood. The 2 infected on top of the Humvee immediately sprang at me. The female led and fell over the windshield. She spider-crawled across the hood, scraping her knees and palms to blood in her hurry to taste my flesh. She caught 2 rapidly fired bullets, one in the head and one through the throat. Without missing a beat in my firing rhythm, I hit high on my next shot, but the 4th caught the next white in the shoulder, spinning him over the other side of the Humvee. The running guy was closing fast, but Dahlhover swung the Humvee door open at the last second, and the running white collided with it and fell. 2 shots, accompanied by muzzle flashes from behind the door, told me that the infected was dead. I looked back toward the gate. Damn. It had reversed direction after hitting an infected who was down, but struggling through. Apparently, a safety feature built into the closing mechanism had reversed it. I ran toward her, firing as I did. Bam, bam, bam! All 3 shots missed. I stopped and steadied my gun. She was up and running at me with wild eyes and chomping teeth. Breathe. I pulled the trigger again, once, twice. She fell. I reached into my pocket and fingered the remote again, pressing all the buttons. The gate stopped and reversed again. I ran toward the closing gap. I saw 2 more infected men jump over the big stone blocks that bordered the drive, running at me. I fired again and again and again, 4 shots at the 2 runners to get one down, but the gate closed. The last white outside hit the metal gate with a loud bang, then went quiet, knocked out by his own anxious stupidity, perhaps. Jesus. I gulped a deep breath and looked around. Dahlhover was out of his Humvee and on the other side. He shot 2 more times, and that last wounded white was dead. I listened. Somewhere out there, I heard the sound of a few infected screaming. I couldn't gauge the distance with the walls, but they were few and far enough away that I felt safe for the moment. Dahlhover hurried around the back of his Humvee and checked each body as he went. "All dead?" I asked as I ran by. He nodded. I pressed button 2 on my remote, and the interior gate slid slowly open. I hopped into my Humvee, and as soon as the gap was wide enough, I drove in. Once through the gate, the Humvee's tires chewed up some of the lush green sod as I drove it around the little convertible I'd left on the driveway. With both Humvees through, I fingered button 2, then waited to watch the gate close and stop. God damn. With Dahlhover behind, I sped up to the courtyard in front of the garage. I slowed once my tires hit the flagstones, and I pressed button 3. The door on the end of the garage, the furthest from the breezeway, opened and exposed a well-lit, empty spot. I pulled in, and to my left, I saw an old, blue, mid-60s Corvette convertible with the top down. To the left of that sat a Tesla. I jumped out and ran past those 2 cars and a Bentley, then past an empty space. At the other end of the garage sat a very shiny Mercedes. It was silver, sleek, and expensive as hell. That much was clear. It was also clear that it wasn't blocked. I flung the door open and hopped into the driver's seat, realizing immediately that I didn't have the keys to start it. I wanted Dahlhover's Humvee in the garage and the Mercedes out, but I had no way to move it. I jumped out of the Mercedes and ran back up to the garage door that I'd left open. Murphy, carrying Steph, came in with Russell, who was glued to Mandy's side, and Dahlhover behind. I pressed the button on my remote, and the garage door closed. Then it was silent, except for our labored breathing and Steph's pained, soft moans. We were safe, but somehow that concept didn't sink through to attenuate our need for urgency. Realizing suddenly that all eyes were on me, I said, "Come on." I hurried back toward a pair of double doors at the other end of the garage. They matched the 2 I'd seen outside, so I deduced that they must open onto the breezeway to the house. Once at the doors, I stopped. There was no knob. Of fucking course it had no knob. Really? Every fucking tiny little thing. I glanced at the faces of the others. They were expectant, anxious. Fuck. I jammed a hand into my pocket and pulled out the old Mercedes keys. The key fob with the other remote. That had to be it. I pressed that button, and the door clicked and swung open. As though I'd planned it all along, I held it open and ushered the others through. As we hurried across the breezeway, the door clicked shut behind us. A very roomy patio was inset into the house at the other end of the breezeway. Flower pots of every size held tropical plants and flowers. The front door was way oversized compared to any house I'd ever been in. It was constructed out of black iron in an ornate pattern of ivy and flowers, with a sheet of glass behind. It had a large iron handle. A handle. Thank God. I pulled on the handle, but it didn't budge. I tried the key fob again. A welcoming click followed. I pulled on the handle, and we all stepped into the immeasurable comfort of an air-conditioned house. Chapter 26. "Damn," Murphy muttered. The entryway was set on a dais 4 steps above the biggest living room I'd ever seen. It was a vast expanse of light-colored wood floors, modern furniture, stark white walls, and widely dispersed abstract art. The most stunning feature was the 2-story wall of windows stretching around the convex curve on the back of the house. Through the windows, the sky glowed a faint purple along the horizon. The black hills across the river were dotted with the tiny stars of solar-powered landscape lights and occasional, fully lit houses. The wide Colorado River shimmered far below in the moonlight and stretched out around a bend heading west and south. Wow, Mandy said. To our left, a dining room held a very long table that looked to have been sliced vertically from a 300-year-old tree and spanned enough length to seat 20. To our right, a wide staircase of the same light-colored wood as the rest of the house rose and sank at intricate and unexpected angles like something designed by M.C. Escher. Somewhere up those stairs, footsteps echoed. We all shared a look. The house was not empty. I nodded to Murphy, still with Steph in his arms. He backed into a corner to the left of the door. Mandy did the same. Thankfully, Russell stuck with her. Perhaps he'd tired of my abandoning him. Dahlhover tracked the barrel of his rifle back and forth across all the spaces, keeping an eye out for movement. That left the stairs for me, so I positioned myself at the foot of the staircase and waited.
The clomping footsteps above were awkward, careless, and urgent. It had to be a white, alerted to our presence by the sound of the opening and closing of the door. I reached again for a pistol that wasn't there, and thought of taking back the one I'd given Steph. She was in no shape to use it. Too late. Through the gaps between the steps, I saw jeans, a turquoise t-shirt, and white skin. The white was on the stairs. In no time, it tromped down, made its way around the last sharp corner, and howled. She was a short, stout Hispanic woman, with her black and gray hair pulled back in a bun. She had blood smeared through the wrinkles on her face and down the front of her tent-like t-shirt. I couldn't figure out why she didn't trip, stumbling and running as she was. Looking past my alabaster skin, she focused on Dahlhover and rushed toward him, which made my task easy. I stepped to the side, and as she passed, swinging my machete around and catching her across the back of the neck. My machete, wedged between her vertebrae, was yanked out of my hand when she dropped. I reluctantly let it go, raised my M4, and pointed it up the stairs. The paralyzed woman struggled to breathe as she bled out at my feet. I listened for more noises in the house, but couldn't make anything out with the woman's mouth making dying noises below me. It stopped. I glanced down to see Dahlhover's knife sticking out of the side of her head. He was standing back up and raising his weapon. Problem solved. The relative silence revealed a noise somewhere down the stairs. Dahlhover heard it too. It was a muffled, thumping sound. We listened for a few moments longer. The sound wasn't getting closer. It definitely wasn't getting farther away. Someone was trapped somewhere below. "Hey," I called into the house, hoping to draw any more infected to us. Still, the muffled thumping from below. "Hey!" We waited. I gave it a few more minutes and shouted again, "Hey!" Nothing but the thumping. Dahlhover quietly told me, "We need to clear the house." I nodded my agreement, then looked back at Murphy. "You got this?" "Yeah." He laid Steph on the floor and brought his weapon up. Mandy kneeled down beside Steph to keep the pressure on her wound. Russell kneeled beside her. Steph seemed stable, not calm, but not hyperventilating anymore. I looked at Dahlhover with raised eyebrows. Which way first? Dahlhover tilted his head to his left and moved into the dining room. I followed. It was clearly empty, but there was a doorway at the far end on the right. Dahlhover hurried down one side of the long table. I went down the other. Glancing to my left through the windows, I saw the walled gauntlet we'd driven through and the curved terraces of the lawn. The bodies of the two security guards, the naked woman, and the boy lay down there. But the only movement came from the lawnmowers. Dahlhover stopped against the wall beside the doorway into the kitchen. From across the dining room, I walked forward slowly, scanning across the kitchen in an arc. It was empty.
I nodded the all clear to Dahlhover, and he jumped through the doorway and down 5 steps to the kitchen's tile floor. I hurried across and joined him. The under-cabinet lighting gleamed off the stainless steel countertops and smooth black lacquer cabinets. Dahlhover was moving left around the central island and opened a door to a pantry. A light came on automatically as the door swung. From where I stood, it appeared to be large, but sparsely stocked. Dahlhover grunted something unintelligible and closed the door. He hurried over to the 2 refrigerators built side by side into the cabinetry. He opened one, then the other, bathing himself in the glow of the refrigerator lamp. Upon closing the second, he looked at me, and his sad eyes turned angry.
Goddamned vegetarians.
The far wall of the kitchen was just an extension of the floor-to-ceiling windows we'd seen from across the living room, but only half the height. There was apparently a room above the kitchen. A long stainless steel bar separated the kitchen from the living room and was lined with a row of bar stools. I followed Dahlhover around it and into the living room. On the other side of the glass ran a balcony the length of the house. Nothing out there but patio furniture. The living room had plenty of furniture, but was devoid of anything alive. On the back wall of the living room, there were several doors and the entrance to a hall. Above those rooms, the doors on the upstairs rooms swung out to an open hallway that ran the length of the house. The first door off the living room led into an empty bathroom. The next, a library with a desk and more couches.
Down at the end of the living room, a short hall opened up to a washroom on the right, a maid's quarters on the left, and a downstairs guest room. A narrow stairway in the washroom led us upstairs, where it came out beside a linen closet. From there we walked into the master bedroom, which took up one whole end of the house. It, of course, had the requisite floor-to-ceiling windows, along with a bathroom that might better be labeled a spa. It was larger than my apartment and decorated in dichroic glass tiles and translucent glass bricks. Off of that were 2 closets large enough to garage a car. "Jesus," I muttered to Dahlhover. "Yeah," Dahlhover answered. "It was good to be rich." We came out of the master bedroom onto the upstairs walkway, and I glanced down into the living room. Nothing moved down there, but the muffled thumping from somewhere downstairs could still be heard. The first door led to a gym. No infected there. Another bathroom was empty. Next, a guest room with its own bathroom proved empty. We crossed a catwalk near the stairs, and Murphy, Mandy, and Russell silently watched us pass. The room at the other end of the catwalk had to be a kid's room, probably the one we'd killed on the lawn. It looked like a cross between the master suite and a teenager's room. Great views, enormous bathroom, cavernous closet. Our shock over the opulence was starting to wear off, and the stark reality of life's unfairness was sinking in. Satisfied that the second floor was clear, I followed Dahlhover back to the stairs. Above us, the stairs climbed up to a landing with a glass door that opened to the outside. "Up or down?" I whispered. Dahlhover shrugged. "The noisy one downstairs isn't going anywhere. It's the quiet ones that worry me right now." I whispered down to Murphy from the catwalk. "We're going up. Are you cool?" "I got it, man." Murphy refocused his attention down the barrel of his rifle, which was pointed at the stairs. Dahlhover and I climbed. Once at the top, looking through the glass door, I said, "I'll go out first. You stay inside. I want to be sure the door doesn't lock us out." "Yeah," was Dahlhover's reply. I went outside and let the door close behind me. It closed with a click. I retried it, and it opened. Finally, a normal door. Dahlhover came outside with me. On the roof, a large swimming pool was surrounded by pergolas, from which hung rows of hoses designed to spray a cooling mist over the tanning chairs. I walked around the counters of an outdoor kitchen and looked over the rail at the edge.
Dahlhover's Humvee sat undisturbed in the courtyard, just as we'd left it. The garage's roof was a solid mass of solar panels. I wonder if that provides enough electricity to power the whole house. I hope so, Dahlhover answered. After walking the roof's perimeter and satisfying ourselves with the view of the property from the top, we let ourselves back inside and headed downstairs. We passed Murphy on the main floor with a nod and proceeded down. At the bottom, the stairs flared wide into an expansive room set up like a theater lobby. Above a curtained entrance to what could only be a home theater, a marquee surrounded in little golden bulbs advertised some movie I'd never heard of. A snack bar complete with soda machine, popcorn machine, and candy counter stood off to the side. A pair of restrooms marked Ladies and Gents opened out of one wall. One wall of glass panels separated the brightly lit faux lobby from the dim light of a wine cellar. An arched doorway of old-looking wood opened to a tasting area that was flanked by a dozen dark wooden shelves full of bottles. The cellar was bigger than most of the liquor stores I'd been in, and I'd been in a lot. There was no one inside. Dahlhover and I shared a look. I was trying to do the math in my head. How much more money than me did the owner of this house have? I guessed something similar was going through his mind. I looked around again. The sound that had been thumping from down there had stopped, but there was a white around somewhere. The two restrooms had open entrances with angled halls inside, just like you might find in a theater. The entrance to the theater itself was draped with a heavy curtain. If we were going to get surprised by a white rushing out, it would be from either the restrooms or the theater. The doors we'd hear opening. I nodded to the theater, and Dahlhover gave me a minimal expression of affirmation. He stepped over to the side of the entrance and put a hand on the curtain. I understood his intent and centered myself in front of the curtain, rifle at the ready. He slowly drew the curtain back. Beyond, I saw several rows of plush recliners facing a movie screen at least a dozen feet wide. Just as in the rest of the house, night lights held the room in a dim glow.
Nothing moved, so I proceeded cautiously in, looking left and right in rapid succession as I passed the curtain. No white was waiting there to ambush me. The walls, I noticed, were decorated with an assortment of movie posters, all featuring the actress Sarah Mansfield. Oh, shit. I connected the face of the naked woman on the lawn to the smiling face on the posters. This was her house. I'd killed Sarah Mansfield, hacked her to death with a machete, and watched her infected son drown in his own blood. Of course, I didn't know Sarah Mansfield, but her death felt personal. I'd seen so many of her movies, even finding some private satisfaction while I rewatched a particularly racy movie of hers when I was alone in my room, that I felt like I knew her. I felt bad. The sadness was coming to crush me. Was it Sarah's death? Or was her death just a release valve for all the bottled-up shit from the past few weeks? My eyes welled up. No time for that now. Stuff it down. Put it somewhere dark. The ogre and the harpy. Breathe, move the feet, focus. A quick circuit through the fat leather chairs proved the theater empty, and I exited. The restrooms were next, and I followed Dahlhover into the ladies' and then the men's. Both were free of infected. Back in the lobby again, I whispered, "This is Sarah Mansfield's house." The Sarah Mansfield. Before I could answer, a metal door to our left thumped with the sound of a fist pounding it from the other side. Well, that answered that question, and the next question. That was the source of the sound, and whoever was making it did know we were there. Dahlhover took up a position by the wall and off to the side, with his rifle leveled at the door. Just to be certain, I knocked on the door and said, "Hey!" Fists on the other side went nuts, and the door shuddered under their violence.
It had to be a white. I looked over at Dalhover. This is going to be fun. He looked at the door, then back at me, all business.
I wished I had my pistol. I wished I'd taken the time to retrieve my machete. Alas, I only had the M4. Not the best weapon for very close quarters. I drew a deep breath and turned the knob slowly. The locking mechanism slid on lubricated brass, and as soon as the catch was free of the strike plate, I pushed. The pounding stopped, and big white fingers immediately snaked around the edge of the door, flinging it back and dragging me off balance in the process. I tried to raise my rifle as I fell, but an enormous beast of a man pounced out of the room and with a brutal swipe of his arm knocked my weapon away. Before I could react, two ape-like hands gripped my head and pulled my face up to his gaping maw. Putrid breath, brilliantly white teeth, black eyes. And I was a rag doll, too slow to keep the bellowing monster from ripping my face off. Terror. Dalhover yelled something. I may have heard gunshots, but those teeth were coming at my face, and I could do nothing to stop them. Then, in what looked like a thoughtful pause, the man looked up and down my white face, notched up to a new level of frustration, and discarded me. He tossed my head, thankfully with the rest of me still attached, as though he were passing a basketball, and it bounced off the hard floor in a similar fashion. Through the stars in my eyes, I saw the rabid mountain gorilla leap across the lobby and bound up the stairs. Dalhover's rifle erupted. Wood splintered. Sheetrock exploded with bursts of dust. Metal sparked. The white disappeared upstairs. 3 staccato bangs were followed by 3 more. Then the sound of a heavy body hit the wall, and I watched as the giant man tumbled back down, bouncing on stairs until coming to a stop with the loud slap of skin on tile. Dalhover wasted not a second. He crossed the lobby and smashed the butt of his rifle into the man's skull. 1 crunch. 2 crunch. 3. The sound of bone mashing into meat. Holy Christ! I tried to pull myself up off the floor, but ghostly hues of color and shadows swam across my vision. I blacked out. That tenuous state of awareness that lives between sleep and consciousness lasts for spans of time that feel like hours, but I know can only be minutes. Some mornings, in that time before waking, I cling to gossamer pornographic dramas and lusts that feel like love. Most mornings, and often in the middle of the night, I squirm away from a faceless, suffocating monster covered in dirty, dreadlocked fur. It waits in my dreams to rend my flesh, swallow my soul, and leach my bones. They are dreams of terror and trying so hard to run. But my feet never move. My hands are syrupy slow. I scream through dead vocal cords. I try to drag myself through the middle realm and open my eyes, but the nightmare sucks me back, tenaciously holding on. It was Steph's face I saw, washed in golden, late-afternoon sunlight, when I finally caught my breath and opened my eyes. "You were having a nightmare," she said. I blinked. "You almost sounded like you were..." She said the next word like she thought it might be offensive. "Whimpering." It sounded like screaming in my head. "Are you okay?" I managed a nod. "What were you dreaming about?" "Nothing," I whispered the lie. "I don't remember my dreams." Steph laid her hand on my forehead, then touched my face. Satisfied with whatever information she gleaned, she straightened up in her seat, but her eyes didn't leave my face. I noticed a bulky bandage on her shoulder, and she seemed to be letting her right arm rest in her lap. "Your arm?" "I'll be okay," she said. "Murphy stitched up my shoulder." "Murphy?"
I'll have an ugly scar, she smiled. Won't we all? I crooked a tiny smile and nodded. Unexpected, unexplainable tears welled up in my eyes, and I clenched them shut. Where did that come from? Does your head hurt? She asked.
I nodded a lie. Well, not really. My head felt like it was made of broken glass. A plastic pill bottle rattled, and the lid burped off as Steph said, "You have a nasty bump on your head. I don't think you have a concussion, but I'm not positive. Can you sit up?" Everything in the world seemed to disconnect and slide around my field of vision as I pushed myself up on my elbows and closed my eyes. Steph's fingers touched my lips and pressed 2 pills between. She said, "Swallow those, they'll help." When I opened my eyes again, she was bringing a straw to my lips. I drank the pills down and sucked greedily on the straw, realizing suddenly how utterly parched I felt. After the straw slurped loudly on the bottom of the empty cup, I laid my head very, very gently back on a pillow and breathed deeply. Steph's hand came to rest on my forehead again and stayed. "You have a fever, but that's expected." "What's my temperature?" I asked. "Do you know?" 99.6. I sank further into the cushions. That temperature was 0.2 of a degree warmer than when I'd checked it at Russell's house. Was the virus winning its battle with my immune system? Would my brain start dying? Steph said, "I can give you something for the fever." Pills wouldn't help with that. It was the first thing everybody tried. I squinted into the brightness of the room and asked, "Sunglasses? Do you have my sunglasses?" "Yes." She turned and picked them up off of the coffee table she was sitting on and slipped them onto my face. "Thanks." Under the protection of the sunglasses, I opened my eyes wide and let them linger on her face. Her eyes were kind but determined. She was lean like a marathoner. She wasn't pretty, not really. Plain, maybe. But when she smiled, she lit up. I asked, "What day is it?" "I don't know." "Does it matter anymore?" "No," I said. "I was wondering, is this tomorrow?" A touch of a smile crossed Steph's face. "Are you asking if you got injured last night?" "Yes, sorry. My brains are kind of rattled." Steph nodded. "Yes, it happened last night." "What time is it?" "Late afternoon." Steph craned her neck to look at a clock. "It's 4:15. Wow. Was it the blow to my head, or was I just that exhausted? Probably both. So, no concussion? I don't think so. I put a hand on the back of the sofa and very, very slowly pulled myself up to sit. "You don't have to sit if you're not up to it," Steph told me. "I want to." I finished getting myself upright and felt dizzy. "I do not feel good." "Do you feel nauseous?" The concern was heavy in Steph's voice. "No." I started to shake my head to clear the cobwebs, but a sharp pain put a stop to that. "I feel crappy all over." "Besides the bump, you're probably dehydrated. You need to get some food in you, too." "When was the last time you ate?"
"I don't know. I had a sandwich with Russell yesterday."
"Yesterday? Where is Russell?"
"He's with Mandy."
He must be mad at me."
"Why do you say that?" she asked.
"Long story."
"I'll go fix you something. Are you hungry?" Steph jumped up from the giant square coffee table and headed off toward the kitchen. My answer to the question was apparently not going to matter, so I just watched her go. Nicely fitting jeans, a clean t-shirt draped just to the waistline, her red hair shimmering like it belonged in a shampoo commercial. What the fuck? Am I awake? I looked around the living room. It was modern luxury. It was orderly. The glass wall was clean. No panes were broken. I saw no smoke on the horizon. I heard no distant gunfire. I saw no whites. I breathed in cool, crisp, clean air and savored the essence of civilization. Air conditioning. Juxtaposed against the stark cleanliness of the living room, I realized that I reeked.
My clothes felt crispy with the salt of evaporated sweat and things I didn't care to think about. I hadn't had a shower in more days than I could count. My hair was full of so much crud that it stood at weird angles on my head. Water was running into the sink in the kitchen as Steph leaned over a counter. "Water too?" I asked loudly, my voice echoing in the expanse.
"All we'll ever need," Steph called back.
"How's that?" I asked.
"We think it's piped up from the river and filtered. There's a big water system downstairs."
"That explains why you're all cleaned up."
Steph smiled at me and went about her business. A blender spun loudly in the kitchen. "And you know the best part?"
"No," I said.
"There's a whole closet full of clothes upstairs that fit me perfectly."
"Cool."
"Yeah." I leaned my head back on the couch, closed my eyes, and found a position that let the lump on my head rest on a soft spot. I felt sure I could get on my feet if I needed to. It would be painful.
Balance might be difficult. But I'd risen to the task so many times over the past several days that I had a new concept of what I could endure.
Perhaps the apocalypse had made me a better person. Achieve personal growth through the end of the world. That was a silly thought. Likely the most laudable achievement in my future would be surviving the day and going to sleep in a safe place. Perhaps that was as good as it would ever get again. The noise of my weapons scooting across the wooden top of the coffee table caused me to jerk my head up faster than was prudent. Shards of pain radiated through my brain. Ouch. Steph sat down on the table in front of me. "I made you a smoothie. It's frozen strawberries, bananas, and blueberries. There was a big jug of some kind of organic protein powder in the pantry. I put some of that in there, too." "Thanks." I sipped a big gulp through the straw. "Damn, that's good." Steph smiled, but it evaporated as quickly as it came. I sipped some more.
"It's not a very substantial meal, but there isn't much food around," she said. "Oh?"
"I think Ms. Mansfield was vegan," Steph told me. "Lots of semi-wilted fruits and veggies in the fridge, along with some tofu. Enough pasta, beans, and some sauces in the pantry for a couple of days if we're not too hungry. Oh, and frozen fruit in the freezer." Steph pushed a glass of water into my free hand. "This might be the best thing I've ever eaten," I said, only half joking. The pureed, frozen fruit in my stomach made me realize how famished I was. "Thanks. Cooking isn't my forte." Silence settled in while I slurped. Thoughts of all that had gone on and all that was happening outside the walls started to sneak back in. Not wanting to think about any of that, I said, "You seem to be doing okay with your shoulder." Steph nodded, and with a confident look on her face said, "Yes, about that."
"I'm sorry, I kind of freaked out when it happened."
"Don't worry about it."
"If I stand too quickly, I get a bit dizzy," she said. "I think I must have bled out at least a pint by the time they got me stitched up." I shivered. "I'll bet that didn't feel good without anesthetic." "Sergeant Dahlhover found a nice bottle of vodka to help out with that." She smiled again. "I think my hangover this morning was worse than the pain in my shoulder." "Yeah, I've been there," I said. "You know, I found a big bottle of hydrocodone in a house a couple of days ago. Murphy might know where it is." "He already gave me the bottle," she said. "Thanks." "Don't mention it." "So, what's the deal? What did I miss while I was out?" Steph looked around for a moment, then said, "We're staying in Sarah Mansfield's house, but you know that, right?" I grimaced. "I think I killed her." "The virus killed her, Zed.
You just put her out of her misery. That's a nice way to think about it, I said.
I guess that was probably her son out there on the lawn with her last night. He's dead too.
I guess, Steph answered. I didn't see them. I've been in the ward with you since they stitched me up. A small laugh was all I could manage.
This isn't bad for a sick ward.
Actually, it's everything for the moment. We all slept in here on the couches last night.
Really?
Steph looked around the big living room. I think everybody felt comfortable being in the same room together.
Did somebody stand watch? I asked, concerned.
I'm pretty sure. I was out of it once the hydrocodone kicked in, but they were talking about taking shifts in the video room when I passed out.
The video room? That didn't sound right at all. You mean the theater?
No, not the theater.
That puzzled me, and it showed on my face.
That's what Dahlhover and Murphy called it, said Steph.
I haven't been down there yet.
Downstairs?
Yes, there's a room for the security guards down there where they can monitor all of the video cameras. It was the room where you got bounced around last night. I smirked. Bounced around. That's about right. How many cameras? I think Dahlhover said there are 20 or 30. You can see all of the common areas in the house, anything on the grounds, and outside the wall.
No shit.
That was a nice surprise.
It's true, Steph confirmed. I guess that'll make it easy to stand watch at night. Mandy is down there now, Steph said. Sergeant Dahlhover insisted that somebody be on watch at all times.
So there is something to like about Dahlhover.
He's a good man, she said. He's just surly.
I think he's the saddest man I've ever met.
Steph gave me a little patronizing smile and said, I'm going to try and take a shift tomorrow.
I shouldn't do any manual labor for a week or two, but I can take sitting in a rolling chair and watching video monitors.
I'm starting to have trouble focusing on what you're saying, I said a little dreamily. What were those pills you gave me?
Hydrocodone.
Oh.
Somewhere in the next few moments, sleep stole everything away.
Several days passed. Life in Sarah Mansfield's compound was a surreal concoction of normalcy, opulence, and the separate reality of the world beyond the walls. We were showered, fed, and comfortable. We had soft beds, clean sheets, and not a single wight to chase us around. But the sounds of gunshots from the city increased in frequency and drew closer each day. Whether through overwrought fears or accurate observation, it seemed the carnage was coming our way. The memories of our experiences, all the dying, all the dead, and all the infected, haunted our quiet times.
We talked a lot about anything or nothing, whatever it took to keep us from staring at the walls and sinking into our thoughts. We'd all been through so much. We needed time to heal.
We distracted ourselves with the seemingly endless library of movies in the basement theater. We drank wine in the evenings and watched the panoramic sunsets over the hills across the river. All the ash and smoke in the air made for brilliant reds, purples, and oranges. The death of our world painted in spectacular beauty on the sky. We took turns maintaining our vigil in the guardroom, watching the walls, watching for the threats that were sure to come. I thought often about the naked horde that overran Dr. Evans' farm. Would all the whites eventually shed their clothes in their primal regression and band together into unstoppable, hungry armies? Would they scour the land and devour every last person before finally consuming themselves, as Jeff Aubrey's calculations had predicted?
Were we going extinct? Or did we have hope? Perhaps hope.
Murphy's big smile was back. Mandy was still sweet. Those two had moved into an upstairs room together. The rest of us, not wanting to be alone at night, shared Sarah Mansfield's very large former bedroom. We had all the electricity we needed, pretty much.
The battery banks in the garage would store a few days' worth if we kept the temperature in the house at 78 degrees. Most of the lights were LEDs and used barely any electricity. Nevertheless, we removed any light bulbs that left us visible at night from across the river. We were hidden in plain sight, with a strong motivation to stay that way. Sarah Mansfield, movie star, activist, environmentalist, vegetarian, and paparazzi paranoiac, left us a house absent of firearms, meat, or animal products of any kind, generally a little short on edibles, but otherwise it couldn't have been more perfect. In the long term, the terraces would be good for farming.
The walls provided protection. An elevator down to a surprisingly secure boathouse gave us access to the river, and a primo surveillance system ensured that no infected hand would ever touch our walls without our knowing ahead of time. It was mid-afternoon, and I had the watch. Murphy sat in one of the high-backed leather office chairs, as did I. He was busy on the computer, but keeping me company. Russell squatted by the wall behind us. The wall in front of us was covered with color video monitors, all mounted at angles to give the person sitting at the center of the monitoring desk a good view of each, one monitor for each camera. Each had a bright red LED that would light up when the motion detector attached to the camera activated. Two 42-inch screens were centered on the wall directly in front of the chairs. The video feed from the small monitors would scroll across the big ones at regular intervals. Below the big screens at the center of the desk was a map of the compound that showed each camera location. The ones displaying on the large monitors would light in green. With the press of a button, any monitor could be called up to the big screens. Audio from that camera could be piped in. It was an impressive system. On one of the big screens I was watching, two infected were a good way down the street, squatting beside a brick mailbox under the deep shade of an oak. Murphy, with a copy of Amber's flash drive and a laptop from the kid's room, was busy stitching together Google satellite map images to get a full map of Austin. Don't let this go to your head, Zed, but it was a good idea to download all this stuff to the flash drive. The maps were Amber's idea. I didn't think to ask for that. I'd have preferred not to have Amber's name mentioned. Her swollen, bloody face still haunted my thoughts, and those thoughts always turned into rekindled hatred for Mark. And in the darkness of that mood, I'd entertain fantasies of how I'd slowly dismember him and listen to his high-pitched, girly screams as I sliced off his genitals one small piece at a time. I thought of stapling his lips back against his face and breaking his teeth, but leaving the painful stumps in his mouth. I wanted to flay his skin, smash his fingers with a hammer, and gouge out his eyes with a grapefruit spoon. It was a dark, twisted place of glorified revenge and torturous pain that bordered on evil. It was not a healthy place for my thoughts to wander. "Well, we owe her," said Murphy. "When I'm done putting this together, this map will come in real handy. Hell, it might be the only one in existence." That makes it valuable as hell. And because my dark mood made me feel contrary, I said, "But there's got to be gas station maps everywhere." "Man, those are fine for driving, but a satellite map is a whole different deal. You see where the Walmarts are and the food. You can see where the houses are, where the trees are for cover." I shrugged. "Yeah, I know." Murphy grinned. "So you were just being a dick, right?" "Yeah, I guess." He said, "Now that you've got that out of your system for a few minutes, I've been thinking." "About?" I asked. "I think we need to put together a plan to defend this place." "I think we don't," I answered. "You not done being a dick yet?" Murphy asked. "No, that's not it. I think we let the walls keep out the infected and let the house do the rest. I don't think we do anything." Murphy shook his head emphatically. "Man, that's the pussy approach, Zed. This is a sweet place." "We need to hold on to it." "What do you have in mind?" Just then, Steph came in through the open door that, like most of the interior doors, we'd propped open.
"What are you guys doing?" I nodded toward the monitors, watching some whites down the street. Steph's casual demeanor was obliterated by an involuntary tensing. Her eyes turned worried, then fearful, then she tried to mask it, all in the gap of a second or two. "It's just a couple, and they aren't doing anything right now," I told her. "They rambled up the street a little while ago looking for food, I guess. Now they're resting in the shade." Steph relaxed and walked over to stand between the chairs. Murphy reached up with one of his long arms and pointed them out on the monitor. "They're way down the street. See 'em there, just by that mailbox?" "Yes," Steph nodded. "I see." "They don't look like a threat," Murphy reassured. Neither Steph nor I responded to that. For my part, I just didn't agree.
They were all threats, either active or waiting to materialize. I looked up at Steph. "I thought you were watching a movie with Mandy." She turned to sit on the desk in front of us. "Too sappy. I got bored." Murphy asked, "Is Mandy still in there?" "She recommended it. She said it was one of her favorite movies," Steph answered. "She digs the chick flicks," Murphy allowed. We looked at each other silently for a moment, then Steph stood and said, "Well, hey, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys." No, I said hurriedly. "We were just talking about defending this place, stuff like that. Stay if you want." "I shouldn't feel this way, but this place seems pretty well defended already," Steph said. "That's what I'm saying," I agreed. "But what do we do when they come?" Murphy asked. "Because you know they're going to come. It's just a matter of time." "We don't know that for sure." Steph's wan smile appeared. She was trying to convince herself as much as Murphy. "This place is hard to find." You can't see it from the road unless you hike through the trees. The only way to find it is by accident. "Unless you're across the river," Murphy disagreed. "Then you just have to look up. From over there, this place probably looks like Olympus," I concluded for him. "Yeah," he agreed. "Like Olympus. But the infected aren't smart enough to see us from across the river, figure out how to get over here and then find us too." Steph argued, "They don't have that much mental capacity." Murphy shook his head emphatically. "Not according to Sergeant Dahlhover. From what he says about the smart ones, those guys could figure it out. What we need to do is mount 4 or 5 50-caliber machine guns on the roof. Then if those fuckers come for us, we just shred them when they try to come over the wall." A gruff, flat voice said, "That's a bad idea." We all looked at the door. Leaning on the door jamb was Dahlhover, his face stretched down into his comfortable frown. But with all of our eyes on him, he didn't feel the need to elaborate. "Hey, Top," Murphy asked after a few moments of waiting. "Why the 50's a bad idea?" "Those walls aren't made for defense. They're made for privacy. Sarah Mansfield wasn't interested in keeping an army of infected out when she built this place. She was interested in keeping the paparazzi from taking pictures of her tits." Dahlhover stopped talking and looked at us as if that were sufficient information. It wasn't. I didn't agree with Murphy, but I didn't know what Dahlhover was getting at, so I asked, "What do you mean, exactly?" "Those are cinder block walls. 50-caliber bullets will go right through them," Dahlhover told me. I didn't see a downside to that, assuming the infected were on the other side of the wall. Dahlhover went on. "A swarm of those infected will show up. Everybody will run up to the roof, all panicked and such. With no experience behind one of those guns, shooting 50-caliber bullets at the infected coming over the walls. What you're going to shred won't be the infected. It'll be the trees and the walls. Then the infected will waltz right in through the gaps." "Doesn't matter," said Murphy. "Every window and door in this place has those steel doors that roll down to close them up. The infected can't get through those." Dahlhover argued, "You've got a lot of confidence in this house's defenses that you didn't design or build."
You don't know where the weaknesses are. You only see the strengths. But the smart ones, they'll find the weaknesses. They did at the hospital. They'll do that here. I don't think they're that smart, said Murphy. Doesn't matter, I countered. Why? Murphy asked, his tone telling me that he thought I was just being a contrary dick again.
Once we get 1,000 or 2,000 of them out there, they'll creep around and dig their little fingers into every little nook and crevice. I looked at each of them. They'll test every door, every window. They'll climb up on the garage roof if they can. They'll try to get across the catwalk roof from the garage. Most will fall off. Some might make it. Who knows? Think of it like a hacker trying to get into a computer. They set up a program that tries 1,000,000 passwords and keeps on trying until one works. The whites are like that. Whether they're smart or not. With enough of them out there, trying and trying to get at us in here, one of them will eventually find a way. When one does, the rest will follow. Yep, Dahlhofer agreed. So what are you saying then? Murphy asked. Do we just abandon the place the first time a white gets curious about the wall? Dahlhofer looked at Murphy without changing his expression in the slightest, but without giving him a response. Man! Murphy was exasperated.
Top, I'm not being disrespectful. I like it here. I like sleeping in a clean bed. I like sitting in a recliner and watching movies. I like taking showers and having clean clothes. I don't want to leave. I honestly don't know what you expect us to do when the whites show up. Dahlhofer thought about that for a minute. His face somehow found a way to grow even sadder, and in his gruff voice he said, All I know is that what we did at the hospital didn't work, and in the end, everybody died except us two. Once we fired the first shot, all of our choices disappeared. We were just reacting and retreating and dying. Steph looked down at the floor, thinking through the problem perhaps, or thinking about too many painful memories. After several long moments of depressing silence, I said, Hide and run. Running and hiding is how we got here, Murphy scoffed. No, I shook my head emphatically. I mean it as a tactic. Oh no. Murphy dramatically lolled his head back and looked at the ceiling. I've heard that tone before. You guys will want to get comfortable for the lecture. Ignoring Murphy's taunting hadn't yet produced any results, but in the absence of any other plan, I went with it again. Those guys that killed Jerome. Murphy, do you remember what we talked about afterwards? Murphy wrinkled his brow. We talked about a lot of stuff. I think that's when we decided to go steady, he laughed. I pushed on. I mean about why those guys that killed Jerome were still alive. They'd killed a couple of hundred infected and they were still alive, trying to kill more. Because they had suppressors, man. Right, I agreed. But the silencers and the way they used them to snipe the infected, it was a new tactic, an effective tactic to fight a new enemy with new strengths and new weaknesses. Fine, null spot, I'll play along, Murphy said.
So when you say hide and run, you don't mean run and hide.
No, I don't, I said. That's a cliché. What I mean by hide and run is that instead of fighting them head-on or just shooting them, what we do instead is hide. That's what those snipers did. They stayed hidden for the most part, and without giving away their hiding places, they were able to kill the infected. And the other thing we do is run away, retreat. We need to make sure that we always have a path of retreat that'll take us to our next hiding spot. According to the math done by Jeff, every day we stay hidden, there'll be fewer of them out there, because they'll have to eat each other if they can't eat us. In a year or so, there won't be that many left. At least, there won't be any megahordes like that one that overran the Evans farm. We have an escape route, Dahlhofer rasped. Down the elevator and through the tunnel to the boathouse.
We'll all fit in the ski boat.
Zed's right, Steph said.
with the kind of authority in her voice that people listen to naturally. So naturally, all of us looked at Steph.
We'll fight when we have to. We'll kill them when we have to. But we need to be prepared to run always. That's how we'll survive.
When do we run? Murphy asked, not quite sold on the plan.
I'll decide, Steph told us, as though it were the most natural of choices.
Say what?
Murphy looked at me, as surprised as I was.
She's the only officer here, Dahlhover told us.
Say what again?
Wait, I started, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Everybody was looking at me, waiting. I pointed at Steph. You're an officer?
I was a captain, she said.
Was a captain? I asked.
I'm a civilian now.
I pointed at Murphy. And I knew you were in the army. 4 years in the infantry, he confirmed. I looked at Dahlhover. First sergeant, 20 years.
Retired. I rubbed my hand across my face, as though that might have helped with my frustration at feeling suddenly very much like an outsider.
So what exactly is going on here? Is Steph in charge? I'm just asking. Somebody needs to be in charge, Steph announced. A squad of soldiers with a leader will survive where a leaderless gang of ruffians will get killed. Man, I can agree with that, Murphy added enthusiastically. Dahlhover nodded. Steph said, Zed, you're a natural leader, though I don't think you see yourself that way. You're brave and you're smart, but you don't have any respect for your own life, so you do stupid things, and you get lucky. Do you think 3 stupids was enough? I asked, a little petulantly. This isn't a coup, Steph told me. As far as I can tell, everybody here owes you their life. Uh-oh, I interrupted. I'm having déjà vu. Grow up. Steph didn't yell, but her voice was as firm as a hard slap. I respect you, Zed.
And I like you. I really do. There's nothing happening here that you're not a part of. I think we all need somebody in charge. That's just the truth of it. Running everything by committee will get us killed. You want to be the leader. I'm fine with that. I'll bet my life on your instincts and your luck. Why not? You saved me. Is that what you want? Shit. She was being rational, authoritative, and firm. I was outclassed. We can vote on it. We can do anything you like. Steph looked around at us. I think Zed's spot on about the strategy. Hide and run. But, not to be sexist, that's just not a strategy that a man is going to be good at implementing. You guys get your testosterone up, and you all want to pull out your machine guns and go all null spot on the whites. Not you too, I interrupted with a feeble smile. She said, I think a woman is better at being able to make the choice to retreat. So if hide and run is our strategy, I think I'm the natural choice to lead us. Dahlhover spoke up first. I'm fine with that.
Murphy followed immediately, showing me his apologetic face while he spoke. I'm good with Steph. All eyes fell to me, and, frankly, I agreed. Yeah, Steph, I can follow you. Thank you. Steph gave us a curt smile. Just so you know, this isn't the army. We're all in this together. We'll talk about decisions as much as you feel like we need to, but when the chips are down, when the whites are coming, we won't have time to dicker. We do what I say, and we argue about it later. Agreed? Nods all around. Mandy excused herself ever so politely to get around Dahlhover and came inside with the rest of us. What's everybody talking about? Mandy looked at me with a face painted in several layers of empathy. Zed, are you okay with this? Steph is smart and brave, and I respect her, I said. Don't be a dick, Murphy interrupted.
It was the kind of thing a friend could say to another without starting a fist fight. I know it sounds that way, I said. I do. But I mean it. I think Steph is the right choice, the best choice. I'm good with it.
I smiled. I really was good with it. Steph was smart, and I trusted her. Mandy gave me an unnecessary hug. Still looking at me, she announced to the group, "If you guys are good with it, I am too." Steph looked at Dahlhover and said, "Sergeant, will you put together a duty roster?" "Yes, ma'am." She looked at the rest of us. "We have a roster for keeping watch, but unless we want this beautiful place to turn into a pigsty, we need to start taking turns keeping it clean, sweeping the floors and cleaning the bathrooms. Do you guys agree?" Of course, we all did. "We're running short on supplies. Murphy, Zed, you guys are the obvious choice to go out and scavenge. That will probably be your primary duty on the roster." "I'm cool with that," Murphy answered.
That sounds fair, I answered. Besides, we're the only ones who can hide in plain sight out there. It makes sense.
"We're almost out of food," Steph said. Everybody already knew that. "Zed, are you up to going out today or tonight?" I looked at the scabs on my hand and the mostly healed wounds on my arms. I ran a hand across the shrinking lump on the back of my head. "More ready than I've been for half the shit I've done in the last few weeks, I guess." "No, really, Zed." Steph was all business. "We can all skip some meals if we need to. How are you feeling?" Looking directly at her, I said, "I'm okay. Really. I'm not 100%, but I'm good to go. Remember, I do have the advantage of not feeling most of the pain from my cuts and bruises. So as long as I'm not dizzy or bleeding out, I'm good. You don't need to hurt yourself or risk getting Murphy hurt because you're trying to be the valiant null spot." She smiled at me. I rolled my eyes. "I'm not fine."
I'm sure I don't look fine, but I'm good. Murphy and I are a good team. We've been through some shit together. We're both good. I'll leave it to you two to decide when to head out and where to go. But we need food. "Meat, if you can find it," Dahlhover spoke up, surprising everyone with the request. We were all becoming used to his economy with words. "I'm with that, man," Murphy agreed. "The other priority will be a rally point," said Steph. "We need a place to run to when this place is compromised." "Don't you mean if?" Mandy asked. "I think we can only hope for if," I said. "But we need to plan for when." "I've got a satellite map here," Murphy said. "Zed had Amber put it together for us, along with everything else. We can find some places along the river that might work, and check them when we go out." "That sounds good," Steph told us, "but we need just one place tonight. Find one good one. We'll try and get 3 or 4 safe houses lined up over the next week or two." The more options we have, the more likely that we'll all live when we have to move.
Chapter 31. The sun had slipped below the mountains west of the river an hour earlier. The sky had relatively few clouds, and there was plenty of moonlight by which to navigate. I pressed the garage door opener on the boat's dashboard, and the boathouse's door rose out of the water. Murphy and I used paddles to push the ski boat out into the lazy current. Russell, who had re-glued himself to my side, waved a paddle to no effect, except to splash the water around the boat. "Hey, Murphy, when you guys came down here the first time, did you check under the water?" "For what?" "To see if someone could get in that way." "Yeah, man, Top jumped in the water and checked it out. There's a metal fence from the wall all the way down to the river bottom. The biggest thing that can get in is a catfish." "Cool." Well away from the boathouse, we seated ourselves and let the current take us.
The boat slowly spun and rocked. Tiny waves lapped the hull. Cicadas sounded like little monkeys with kazoos. Frogs and crickets chirped. The breeze rustled its way through the thick trees. It was peaceful, mostly. Heavy gunfire from Camp Mabry, easily heard from the pool deck on Sarah Mansfield's roof, echoed off the houses on the far side of the river. It was the familiar sound of organized, well-armed people
trying to hold out against the infected. It's what the hospital sounded like before it was overrun. Occasional staccato gunshots rang in the distance, though it was nothing like the frequency of gunshots in those first few days after the infection stomped on Austin with both feet. At first, the near-constant sound of gunfire disturbed me. Now, it was a reassuring sound. It meant that there were other survivors out there. The virus hadn't yet won.
After a long silence between us, Murphy asked,
"How far downstream should we go?" Looking around, I answered, "There's a marina about a quarter of a mile up from the dam. I'll start the engine when we get there." The plan was to exit the boathouse as stealthily as possible. Taking our new hide-and-run strategy into account, keeping Sarah Mansfield's house and our presence there unknown was paramount. So we burned off 45 minutes of the evening by drifting down the river before starting the boat's engine. Once the engine was running, we'd glide upriver past hundreds of boathouses, including Sarah Mansfield's, until we were at our destination. We'd wrap up business there, and on the way back down, cut our engine and let the current bring us home while hiding silently in the darkness. As expected, the marina came up beside us. Murphy was sitting in the port side seat with his rifle at the ready. Russell sat on a bench seat in the stern, uninterested as usual.
The engine started easily with a muffled rumble that seemed unduly loud, but that too was expected. I throttled the engine and we headed upriver. At the bend in the river below the tan-colored limestone cliffs of Mount Bonnell, I saw the crenellated shapes of the houses along the crest and silently thanked Dahlhover for his insistence on light discipline. All of them, including Sarah Mansfield's house, were black. Miles passed in silence. Murphy and I focused on scanning the banks for whites lurking in the trees, but the only human forms we passed were occasional bloated bodies floating in the water. After poring over the satellite photos of the river between the two dams, we'd picked out a house that was our first candidate for both scavenging and scouting as a possible rally point. The house was large, very large. It had 2 garages, enough space for 4 cars. It had a pool on the back porch between the house and the river. It sprawled across a large slice of riverfront property on an otherwise undeveloped isthmus, formed by the river and a wide tributary that flowed in from the north. At the landward end of the isthmus, what appeared to be a tall limestone cliff sealed it off from access through the trees. The only way on or off the property was across a gated bridge over the tributary. The next closest houses were a group of 5 or 6 a quarter-mile away. That general area of the river was only sparsely developed, and there were many square miles of virgin forest behind it. So, although any number of infected could have wandered into the area, the indigenous infected might number only in the dozens. Depending on the depth of the water in the tributary and the height and slope of the cliffs, the place might be safe. With a mile or 2 still to go, Murphy quietly said, "The river would make a good trading route." "You're still on that idea?" I asked, as I steered the boat through the center of the river. "Why wouldn't I be? I'm not looking for a superhero job during Reconstruction like you. I told you, man, I want to take advantage of the opportunity." "Reconstruction?" I asked. "Yeah, man. The post-apocalyptic period. You know, after everything has finished going to shit and we start picking up the pieces. That's Reconstruction." I looked back out across the river, thinking that I preferred the silence. "I'm telling you, man," Murphy continued his pitch, "we're in the position. We can make it happen." "Yeah, maybe." Murphy took my lack of interest as a sign to change the subject. "So what's up with you and Steph?" "Nothing. Deflection time." "What's up with you and Mandy?" Murphy grinned. "We have our own room and we sleep in the same bed." "Is it a secret about what's up with me and Mandy?" "No, I guess not." "Then stop pretending we're in junior high for a minute and just answer my question." Murphy grinned and then laughed. There's nothing up with me and Steph, I told him.
Why not? He asked. I don't know. Are you mad because she's the boss now? He asked. I laughed. No. I honestly believe putting her in charge was a good move for us. Okay, so you don't think she's cute? I guess she's pretty, I said. I mean, when she smiles. So? So what? I asked. What are you going to do? Murphy, she's engaged. Probably not. You may not have noticed, but damn near everybody is dead. Maybe, I said. He was in the hospital with her. He was passed out with the fever when we left. Murphy was suddenly serious. He was alive when you guys left him? Yeah, I said. We didn't have a choice. He had the fever. He was probably going to turn. She couldn't stay with him. If she had, she'd be dead now.
We couldn't carry him along. We barely escaped as it was. That must have been hard on her, Murphy allowed. But we've all been through the shit, man, or none of us would be here. You move on, or you die. That's the way it is now. Smile and get over it. Is that how the Murphy philosophy goes? I never got my wristband. I put a smile on my face to try to mask the harshness. Murphy was silent for a few moments, then said, I like you, Zed. You know that, right? But sometimes you're just a dick for no reason at all. It's like you want to grow up to be a grumpy old bastard like Dahlhover or something. The boat skimmed around another long, slow bend, and the silence lingered between us. I finally said, Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Murphy slapped me on the back and said, It ain't nothing, man. A few minutes later he said, You should do something about Steph, though. She's a good one. Just so we're clear on one thing, I said. What's that? When I get to be Dahlhover's age, I don't want to be anything like him. Murphy laughed. Man, we won't live that long.
Chapter 32. Murphy said, Up there on the right, past that tree hanging over the bank. I followed the line of Murphy's pointing finger and spotted it. How can you tell? That's the boathouse from the satellite picture. It's got that weird wooden roof. I can see the boathouse, I said, but I can't make out the roof details. You can see that? Yeah, man. Angle over that way, skipper. Do you want to pass it and drift back? I asked. No, man, fuck that. I want to get out of this boat. I chuckled. If you need to whiz, you can do it over the side. No, man, it's not that, he said. It's the other thing. You can sit on the side of the boat and hang over, I said. But if you make a mess on the hull, you're cleaning it up. Man, just pull up to the boathouse.
I'll use the bathroom inside.
Well, don't forget to flush. Murphy ignored me after that. At the boathouse, I killed the engine and drifted the last few boat lengths toward the dock. Murphy jumped out, pulled the bow in by a rope, and tied it to a cleat. With that done, the back of the boat drifted downstream with the current, keeping it parallel to the dock. Murphy picked up the stern rope. I shook my head. Let's just leave the bow line tied in case we need to leave in a hurry. Okay. Unfortunately, with the stern of the boat not tied, it made exiting to the dock a tad tricky, but both Russell and I managed it without getting wet. Murphy was already halfway up the paved path between the house and the dock. Underneath the pavilion-style boathouse, Russell and I hustled past a big pontoon boat and headed toward the house. We skirted the pool. Murphy already had his face pressed to a window, peeking into the dark house. Anything? I whispered as we neared.
Murphy turned as we got close. Another rich person's bedroom.
Just because it's $1 million house on $1 million piece of land doesn't mean they're rich, I sarcastically countered. Murphy ignored me and moved over to a door of rectangular panes of glass that gave us a view of the kitchen. It was empty as well. Murphy tried the doorknob, not locked. He turned to me and grinned. We slipped into the darkness and were immediately alerted to the sound coming from the next room over. The familiar sounds of feeding infected. I was turning to leave, thinking that was the prudent path, but with his pistol held close to his body and his hatchet raised, Murphy crept through the kitchen toward a wide doorway that led to the next room. I hesitated, torn between using my M4 or the combination of the machete and the pistol that I'd gotten back from Steph. The lump was still on the back of my head.
The humiliation of getting tossed about like a rag doll by that behemoth of a man still stung my pride and underscored the fragility of the invincibility lie I'd been telling myself. But we were in the house. It was spacious with wide doorways, so it probably had wide halls. The sound wouldn't carry far outside. And no matter how many infected were in the house, I had more bullets than they had lives. At least, that's how the rationalization went. I really wanted the power of the M4 in my hands. I followed a few paces behind Murphy. Russell shuffled along with me. Murphy paused at the doorway and looked at something in the darkness on the floor. He shook his head and his shoulders sagged, but he had to move. He made a hard right turn through the doorway, staying close to the wall on the other side. With Murphy out of the way, I saw what he'd been looking at. It was a pink tennis shoe, sized for a little girl of 4 or 5. My heart sank. I sidled up to the door jamb. Across a formal dining room, a 10-foot-long fish tank divided the next room, probably a living room, leaving space on either end to move from room to room. The sounds of feeding were louder, grunting, tearing, and breathing through mouthfuls of wet flesh. Russell whimpered. What the fuck? Russell was staring at the shoe. His whimpering grew louder. All sounds from the other room stopped. Feet shuffled. Murphy was on the move to the end of the table to cover the far entrance. I aimed my rifle at the near entrance and waited. Russell wailed. Might as well get things moving. I yelled, "Come on, fucktards!" Footsteps. An old man, not frail, but old, with white hair, white skin, rabid eyes, and clacking teeth, rounded the fish tank and took nearly a whole step toward me before I pulled the trigger and sent him falling back. To my right, Murphy was on the move. Chairs scooted. A body hit the wall. An old woman, plump and garishly dressed in a blinding flowered tent of a dress, stepped on her dying husband as she rounded the fish tank and came at me. 3 bursts from my rifle, plus her momentum, left her sprawled at my feet, bleeding out a rapidly expanding pool of red. The sound to my right stopped. I glanced. Murphy stood, ready, breathing heavily, but ready. No more movement in front. Still, Russell wailed louder with each passing second as he cradled the shoe in his hands. I watched my end of the fish tank, waiting for another threat, but was surprised when a 50-pound bag of sticks hit me from behind. Balanced as I was against a frontal assault, I went down, cursing my surprise as I hit the floor. I brought an elbow around to smash my attacker in the skull before he had time to sink his teeth in. Through layers of thin skin, bone hit bone. Once, twice, then a miss. Russell was suddenly above me, slapping and punching at my assailant. I felt hot breath in my ear as strong, thin arms worked their way around my throat. Murphy's big voice yelled, "Damn it!" A sickening crunch of wet bone vibrated through my head as my assailant's skull pushed hard against the back of mine. Then he went limp. Russell still beat my attacker while I squirmed to roll it off of my back. I gathered my feet beneath me and looked down. It wasn't a he, it was a she, a bony grade school girl with a bloody blouse and a vacant, dead stare. Looking up, Murphy's eyes were wide with concern. "I'm okay," I told him without an ounce of dignity in my voice. "Stop, Russell. Stop hitting her." Murphy was immediately back on alert, listening and looking in all directions.
Russell stopped beating, but fell to his knees and sobbed. We waited there in the dining room for a good while, covering the entries in case anything else in the house should find us interesting. But nothing did.
Afterwards, it took 15 cautious minutes to search the sprawling house for others. It was empty. Nor were there any whites on the lawn or in the empty lots next door. The isthmus was deserted. We found ourselves back in the living room, on the other side of the fish tank, standing among the remains of 5 or 6 kids, probably the older couple's grandchildren. Russell was on his knees among them, the tiny pink shoe still in his hands, crying like a father next to the body of his own lifeless daughter. It was painful to see, so much so that I saw the glassiness of repressed tears in Murphy's eyes. He'd murdered his first child just minutes before. Sure, he had been saving my life, but that just didn't make it any fucking easier when a child's dead eyes stared up at you from the floor, begging you for an answer to the question of why they couldn't wake up from their nightmares. Why won't the monsters go away? Please, Daddy, I'm so scared. Breathe. Breathe. Move the feet. Change the subject. Look away. Anything. Murphy looked at Russell and asked softly, "You think he lost his kids?" "Maybe in that fire," I said. "That would fucking suck." "Yeah." How hard would it be retain the full depth of human emotional pain while being completely incapable of understanding it? That was Russell's burden, another measure of the virus's cruelty. Perhaps needing to redirect his attention as much as I, Murphy said, "I saw a gun safe in the library." "If it's open, cool," I said. "If not, I think we're screwed." "You check that. I'm going to go take care of some business, if you know what I mean. Then I'm going to see if I can raid Grandpa's toolbox. The guy had some serious tools in that workshop." "Yeah," I agreed. "That'll make Dahlhover happy. There aren't many tools in Sarah's house." "Nothing will ever make Dahlhover happy." "Okay, do your business," I said. "Then work on making Dahlhover less unhappy." "I'll check the gun safe, then head upstairs and get the medicine cabinets. After, I'll come back down and try to get Russell to help me with the pantry." "All right." Murphy hurried off. Before leaving Russell to wallow alone with his grief, I spotted a nice watch on the old man's wrist. He wouldn't need that anymore. I went upstairs where most of the house's bedrooms were located. I hurried through the rooms that appeared to have been used by the children visiting their grandparents. I stopped long enough to steal the pillowcases and backpacks. I dumped the contents of those on the beds without taking any time to look. No upside there. I also found 3 laptop computers and 4 cell phone chargers. Those weren't at all necessary for our immediate survival needs, but could come in really handy in alleviating the inevitable boredom that was to come from being imprisoned in Sarah Mansfield's house. In the boat, I stashed the laptops, 2 pillowcases full of medications raided from the master bedroom, and a couple of his and hers revolvers from the nightstands by the bed. Next, I checked the gun safe. It had a combination lock and a formidable appearance. I scratched that off the list. Back in the living room, I went through the children's pants pockets and found their phones. Then I took Russell by the hand and nearly had to drag him away from the carnage to help me with the pantry. Once back in the kitchen, where he could see no bodies, he started to improve. 5 cases of bottled water were stacked in the back of the pantry. We didn't need that at Sarah's house, but 1 case was going to the boat as part of our emergency supply to be left there. The rest would stay in the pantry as part of our supply at this safe house. I also set aside several shelves worth of canned food for the same purpose. Russell and I filled pillowcases with canned soups, canned meats, olive oil, pasta, and boxes of wonderfully sugary breakfast cereals. The kind that kids love. Exactly the kind that was absent from Sarah's house.
We made 5 trips to the boat to carry it all. Once done loading, it occurred to me that I hadn't seen Murphy the whole time. Damn it. I should have noticed sooner. I instructed Russell to stay close and quiet. Mostly, I just hoped he would. We hurried off in the direction of the garage. After passing through a large washroom, I stood in the doorway to the garage and workshop. There were no windows in the garage. It was pitch black. I shined my flashlight around, but saw nothing. Murphy? Nothing. Murphy. I went in and searched around a partially assembled antique pickup, inside, underneath, and in the bed. Murphy was nowhere to be seen. Tools were scattered everywhere. He had to have been there. A loud noise from somewhere outside panicked me.
I reversed direction in the dark garage, nearly running Russell over in the process, and headed back toward the laundry room door. I sprinted through the house, pausing at each window I passed, looking for movement outside. I reached the kitchen in seconds that passed like agonizing minutes. Through the windows, I was able to see out to the boathouse. I spotted a dark figure standing at the stern of the pontoon boat. I immediately thought the worst, and rushed through the back door with my weapon up, aimed at the shadowy figure. Fear didn't occur to me in that moment. I was in null spot mode. If Murphy needed help, I'd help. I ran around the pool and down the slope toward the boathouse. Getting closer and closer, I slowed. All of the detail, previously obscured by darkness and distance, resolved. It was Murphy, standing by the stern of the pontoon boat. When he turned, his big grin shone like a beacon. "Oops." "Oops?" I asked. "Yeah, man."
Murphy pointed to a big red box 5 feet long and 3 feet wide, lying on the flat deck of the pontoon boat. I was trying to roll this toolbox onto the pontoon boat. "What?" I was trying to— "Why?" I asked impatiently. "We have a boat." I scrounged up all the good tools in the garage, but there were a lot of them, and you never know what you're going to need. "So you brought all of them?" I asked. "There were more in there," Murphy answered defensively. "And?" I asked, very deliberately looking at the heavy toolbox, causing the boat to list slightly to stern. Murphy looked from the box to me, as though I was a little slow for not figuring it out already. "We'll just take both boats back." My first instinct was to say no, to argue, but then I thought, why not? The pontoon boat wasn't fast, but we didn't need fast. If anything, the pontoon boat might be better for scavenging than the ski boat.
With its long, flat deck, it was kind of the water equivalent of a pickup truck. It made sense. I pointed over to the ski boat and said, "I think Russell and I got enough food for 3 or 4 days, maybe more." I checked the time on my new wristwatch. "Nice watch," Murphy complimented me. "It's kind of loose." I fished a second big gold watch out of my pocket. "Here, I got one for you too." The guy had a whole collection of them in his closet, one for every day. "Man, you know what this watch is worth?" Murphy asked. "Does it matter anymore?" I asked. "More than my car," Murphy told me anyway. We'd planned to be back at Sarah's house by midnight, but it was just after 10 o'clock. So we went upriver to check out a second location on the south bank. We left the pontoon boat at the safe house with plans to pick it up on the way back. I said, "I know I was the one who argued that Russell could be helpful in carrying stuff if we brought him along, but I think he's too unpredictable."
"Yeah, man," Murphy nodded. "He's a liability. You never know when he's going to sound off." "Nope." "Man, do you see that?" Murphy asked, tension suddenly in his voice. "What?" I slowed the boat. I peered into the darkness and was just able to make out a geometric shape on the river, maybe a half-mile ahead. It wasn't an immediate danger, but it was out of the ordinary, and that was reason enough for caution. Murphy stood and pulled his rifle up to the ready. I looked at the shadows on first the right and then the left bank, with ambush on my mind. There was nothing unusual, just the trees and the water. When we'd halved the distance, I saw that the shape was a tourist boat, with 2 decks made to resemble a riverboat from the 1800s.
It was probably 70 or 80 feet long, with lots of space on the decks for 100 tourists to eat fajitas, drink margaritas, and enjoy the sunsets. It looked deserted. Pointing at the boat, I said, "It's not drifting. It must be anchored there."
"That's not a bad idea, man." Murphy was giving it some thought. "The infected can't get to you out in the middle of the river. I guess. They can't swim, can they?" "Don't know." I'd assumed that they couldn't, but realized that that was the purest of assumptions. I hadn't seen one swimming, and that was all of the supporting evidence I had. "Swing wide around it," Murphy said. "I wouldn't get too close yet." "Yet?" I asked, navigating the ski boat closer to the north shore. Man, it could be a great place to get away from the whites. As we got a clear view of the starboard side, we saw 3 ski boats tied off there. I grew wary and stopped watching the shores, focusing instead on movement on the decks.
"You think there's anybody alive on that boat?" Murphy asked. Shaking my head, I said, "All I know is that I don't like this one bit."
Not waiting for a response from Murphy, I pushed the throttle forward a little. I had a bad feeling about the derelict boat. We were passing 50 or 60 feet off of the starboard side of the boat when Murphy said, "I think it's deserted." "Murphy, if we were on that boat, we'd be hiding, right? We'd be doing our best to make it look deserted, right?" "Exactly." He said it with little enthusiasm. "Exactly?" I asked. "That sounds like agreement, but I know it's not." With the tourist boat behind us, but not yet at a safe distance, Murphy leaned over and pulled the throttle all the way back, leaving the boat to idle while the current sapped our momentum. "Either there's nobody on the boat, or there's somebody." "Oh, Jesus," I mocked.
"And you call me Professor."
"Man, I'm just saying, if there were infected, we'd have seen them moving around." "Probably," I nodded. "If it was some kind of ambush," said Murphy, rubbing his chin, "they would have shot us already." "Maybe," I agreed. "If they were hostile, they probably would have been up there on the top deck, pointing guns and acting like assholes or something. So, it's either empty, or there are some regular people up there hiding from us because they don't know our intentions." "And?" I asked, prompting Murphy for a conclusion before our boat drifted too far back down the river. Murphy told me, "It's safe for us to get on the boat." "Look, Sherlock," my tone heavy with sarcasm, "I don't think those are all the possibilities. That boat looks like nothing but risk to me. I see every possibility of getting shot or chomped, and I don't see any upside." "Man, it's cool," Murphy reassured. "Take us over there."
"I'm going to check it out."
"It's a bad idea." I didn't make any move toward the throttle. "Take us over there," Murphy insisted. Oh well. Murphy stood in the bow with a rope in his hand, ready to jump over to the lower deck of the pseudo-paddle boat when we got close. Having only driven a ski boat rarely, I was cautious in my approach, not wanting to bounce the bows together with enough force to damage anything. As much as I wondered what lay hidden behind the waist-high rails on both decks of the big boat, my attention was pulled back to driving the ski boat. Okay, Murphy coaxed. "Another couple of feet." "Don't come any closer," a female voice commanded out of the darkness. Startled, I fumbled with the throttle as my eyes darted around for the source of the voice. I accidentally pushed the throttle forward. The engine revved, and a second later the ski boat glanced off the big boat.
In the collision, momentum carried Murphy over the bow, and he landed roughly against the railing that went all the way around the lower deck. The ski boat drifted back out,
leaving a cursing Murphy hanging on the rail with his feet dangling in the water.
"You let go of that rail," the female voice commanded urgently.
Above, over the second deck railing, I saw the silhouettes of 3 heads, and more importantly, I saw the long barrel of a rifle angling down toward Murphy. "Hey! Hey!" I shouted. Russell was suddenly on his feet beside me. What the hell was he doing? "I can't swim!" Murphy hollered to anyone who would listen. "You should have thought about that before you jumped on our boat," the woman replied. "I fell!" Murphy yelled back. "Be cool," I hollered to the people on the boat. "Just let me come back over and get him." I steered the slow-moving ski boat toward Murphy. The heads appeared to be conferring. "Look," I said, "we thought the boat was deserted."
"We don't mean any harm. If you guys try to get on, I'll shoot." "You guys?" I looked over at Russell and calmly said, "Russell, sit down, please." I put a hand on his shoulder and guided him into the seat beside mine. I called back up, "We're not trying to jump on your boat." "Yet. There's your boy hanging from the rail," the voice replied. "His boy?" Murphy's tone suggested that he was offended by that. Making my voice as smooth as possible, I pleaded with her. "We don't want to hurt you. We thought the boat was deserted. Just let me get Murphy off of the boat and we'll go, if that's what you want. You don't need to be afraid of us." "You're all infected," she said. "I can see that from here." The ski boat's bow bumped the hull of the riverboat next to Murphy, and he danced his legs in the air until he managed to get a foot into our boat. "Yeah," I called back up, "we are, but we're not like the other infected." I got a little exasperated. Hell, that much should be obvious just because we're talking. Murphy hauled himself into our boat, and as soon as he was all the way in, I reversed the boat and backed away to a distance of 10 feet or so. Then, with the engine idling, I asked, "You okay, Murphy?" "Man, I'm fine," Murphy grinned sheepishly. "As long as crazy bitch don't shoot me." "Be nice," the girl said in a normal tone of voice. "Be nice?" I laughed. "You were going to shoot us a second ago." "You're off of our boat now," she answered. Murphy said, "Man, let's get out of here." "Hold on a sec," I said. I called up to the girl, "Now that we're back on our own boat, can we talk for a minute?" "As long as you keep your distance," was the answer. Great. What did I want to ask? "Look, we're staying at a place downriver, and we'll probably be coming this way to look for food and stuff. Do I need to worry about you shooting us every time we pass by?" Conferring again. "Just don't get too close." "If you don't want me to, I won't," I assured them. Then another voice, a younger voice, blurted out, "Why do you guys look infected but act normal?" Harsh, muffled words followed between them. "We're slow burns," I answered. "We got infected, but then we got better. Are you all immune? Do you know?" "Slow burns?" another female voice asked. Well, that answered that question. They were all 3 girls. That's just what they called us. We have a higher temperature than normal. Obviously, we're white, well, except for Murphy. He prefers mocha frost. Besides that, we're normal. "How many of you are there?" a girl asked. "Don't tell 'em," Murphy whispered. "There are 6 of us," I answered. "Are they all like you?" she asked. "No," I answered. "The others are normal. They're immune." "Immune?" There was excitement in the voice. "How do you know?" "One's a nurse. They were at the hospital until, well." "They're with us now." "Until what?" The voice was suspicious. "The hospital was overrun." I paused and said, "Hey, my name is Zed. That's Murphy there in the bow, and this is Russell here beside me. But Russell doesn't talk. Why don't you at least tell me your names so I know who I'm talking to?" The girl with the rifle stood up.
My name is Amy. This is Brittany and Megan.
It was hard to make out their features in the darkness, but Brittany and Megan were shorter. They had higher-pitched voices. I guessed they were in junior high or grade school.
Null spot, Murphy scolded me in a low voice.
Dude, chill, I told him. The girls had to be alone. If not, why send a woman and 2 young girls to defend the boat? They had to be poorly armed. Again, why send 1 hunting rifle against 2 heavily armed men? Are you guys okay? I asked in a voice that showed sincere concern.
There was a hesitation, but in a voice that belied the truth, Amy answered,
We're fine. They're not fine, Murphy whispered, suddenly concerned. I know, I told him. What are you saying? Amy asked. I answered, We don't think you're fine. It's just the 3 of you, right? Another pause, and Amy answered, No. Yeah, I answered, with just enough sarcasm to let her know that I didn't believe her. We just scavenged some stuff from a house downriver. We've got some food and some bottled water. You guys can have some if you need it. I looked at Murphy, ready to defend my choice, but his face showed me that he agreed. He must have come to the same conclusion as me. The girls weren't doing well. The 3 conferred for a moment. I called over, We can pull alongside and put the stuff on the deck and pull away. We have a case of bottled water we don't need. We saw some bodies floating in the river. It's probably not safe to drink the river water. We boil it, Brittany answered.
Good, I said. Do you have any food?
If you have some you don't need, Amy answered. Well, I wouldn't say that, I called. But we could spare a few bags. A lot of it's canned. Do you have a can opener? There's a galley in the back of the boat. Yeah, probably. Good, I said. Can I pull alongside and put the stuff on? Yes, Amy answered. But don't get on the boat. It took a minute to maneuver the boat over. Once there, Murphy moved the case of bottled water and a few pillowcases full of groceries over to the big boat. As he finished up, I picked up one of the revolvers I found at the safe house and handed it to him. Give him that, too. What? They only have the 1 gun, I told him. We can get more. Murphy grudgingly took the revolver and laid it on the deck, along with a box of bullets. When I pulled the boat away, one of the girls disappeared from above and reappeared on the bottom deck. We left you a gun and some ammo, I called across the water.
You need more than 1 gun.
Thank you, Amy said with deep sincerity. The other girls thanked us as well. I'm curious about how the boat thing is working out for you, but maybe we can stop back by tomorrow night. I don't want to overstay our welcome tonight. Yes, Amy said. You guys can stop back by tomorrow. Cool, I responded. Oh, one quick thing. Do you know if the infected can swim? Have they been able to get to you in the boat? No, Amy answered. They can't. They come to the banks when they see us, but they never come out into the water. Listen, I said. You know the movie star, Sarah Mansfield? Of course, all of the girls did. Megan said, She has a big house down the river. My dad showed it to me when we were skiing last summer. Cool, I answered. That's where we're staying. I'll make a deal with you if you're interested. What's that? Amy asked, cautious again. We've got plenty of room down there.
If you guys get in trouble and need to get out of here, you can come down.
How do we get up there? Megan asked. It's way up on the cliff. There's 8 or 9 mansions right down on the water on that side of the river. A little ways past the last one on the left is a boathouse. Just come there. How will you know we're there? Amy asked. Security cameras, I answered. You said a deal, Amy said. What do you want from us? Pretty much the same thing, I answered. If we get in trouble and have to bail out in a hurry, can we come here? Brittany was back on the top deck, and the 3 of them deliberated for a moment. She answered, It'll probably be okay.
Thanks, I said. Well, Amy, Brittany, Megan, it was good to meet you guys. I think we need to get back before they get too worried about us. The girls thanked us across the water as I turned the boat around and headed downriver with the current.
With the tourist boat shrinking in the distance behind us, Murphy came over and stood on the deck between where Russell and I sat. "That was a good thing you did, Nullspot. It was the right thing to do." I smiled and nodded, hoping that he was right. At first I thought it was thunder, but the sky was still clear. The wind hadn't changed direction. Nothing was different. It was just another hot, mosquito-filled Texas night. But the rumble grew louder the further we went downriver. Russell was growing agitated in the back of the boat. Murphy was looking up at the mountain crests on the north side of the river with worry furrowing his face. "That can't all be gunfire, can it?" I asked him. Murphy slowly nodded. "It's over in West Austin somewhere. I'm betting Camp Mabry. Sounds like they're shooting everything they've got. I'm glad I'm not a white over there right now." Murphy shook his head. "I'm just glad I'm not over there right now." "That's all machine guns and grenades and stuff?" I asked. "Yep." Murphy was nodding again. "I can't even imagine how many whites they must be slaughtering with all that." Murphy stood and looked off into the darkness. "I can't imagine how many whites are attacking them if they're still shooting." "Fuck," I muttered, as the realization of that sank in. Murphy looked down at me with a request forming on his lips, but it didn't need completion. I throttled forward. Noise be damned, and get the pontoon boat another night. Shit was going down. There was no time to waste. The miles disappeared in a hurry as the ski boat slid over the smooth water. We skipped the drift phase and motored right into the boathouse. After docking, we ran up the tunnel with several pillowcases full of groceries and the extra revolver. When we exited the elevator in Sarah's basement, Steph was waiting for us with a poker face, but with dread in her eyes. "What's the story?" I asked. "Sergeant Dahlhover and Mandy are on the roof," Steph started. "What are they doing there?" I interrupted. "Listening." Steph was terse. Murphy asked, "What's going on?" Steph gave Murphy a stern look. "You take the video room. We don't know yet what's happening, but you know as well as I do that it's big. Zed, all of the steel doors have been rolled down over the windows and the patio. We're secure, but you take Russell and check every window and every door. Double-check the garage." "But we haven't been out there," I protested. "Doesn't matter," she told me. "Double-check them all. Do it now." "Yes, ma'am." That grated on me. I hated being told what to do. But she was the boss. And she was right about the double-checking. I ran toward the stairs. "When you finish up here, go back down and double-check the boathouse." "Do you want us to bring up the rest of the groceries on our way back?" I asked. Steph was surprised. "There's more?" I pointed to the pillowcases we'd laid by the wall. "That much, and a little more. Bring what you can, then come to the roof. That's where the rest of us will be." She turned to Murphy. "I'll send Mandy down once we get upstairs." Then she looked at all of us. "Stick together. Stay in your buddy pairs until this blows over. Now go." Murphy went to the video room. Steph headed for the elevator, and Russell and I ran up the stairs. It took maybe 30 minutes to check all the windows, the garage doors, and the boathouse. It was a big house, but everything was as buttoned up as it could be. We were secure. Russell and I got off the elevator on the roof to see Steph and Dahlhover leaning on the rail, looking east toward the sound. I looked too, and saw nothing but trees. "It's all secure," I told them as I walked up. "Thank you," said Steph. "Double-checking all of the windows makes us more secure. You understand that, right?" "Of course," I answered. Mistakes are paid in blood. Both Steph and Dahlhover gave me an odd look. I shrugged, but didn't think it needed explaining.
Steph said, "You're right. We can't afford to make any mistakes." "Murphy thinks there's a battle over at Camp Mabry," I said, diverting back to the salient issue. "Yeah," Dahlhover agreed. Steph pointed east over the trees. "We've seen flashes from explosions over there. Sergeant Dahlhover doesn't think they're far away." "Yeah," I said. "Camp Mabry is only a couple of miles that way. It sounds intense. Do you think that maybe the army is finally here?" Dahlhover shook his head and looked back out into the night. I didn't pursue the point. I knew it had been a stupid question to ask. "It sounds like it's slowing down to me, but it doesn't look like we're going to learn anything up here that we can't learn from downstairs," Steph said. "All we're doing is exposing ourselves to stray bullets, even if we are out of their effective range. Sergeant, what do you think?"
"Can't see dick up here," Dahlhover answered. Steph pointed toward the door.
"Let's go down to the video room." So we all trooped downstairs. When we got there, Murphy and Mandy were sharing cold Pop-Tarts. It didn't take much more than the smell of the sugar and the crinkle of a foil wrapper to tempt the rest of us to join in. After several days of perfectly healthy veggies, the Pop-Tarts were delicious. Steph spoke first. "Sergeant Dahlhover, what are your thoughts?" Dahlhover spent a minute collecting those thoughts before he answered. "I'd say there's a pretty good force over at Camp Mabry. National Guard, maybe some regular army, maybe some civilians. Probably hiding out there the same way we were at the hospital." He paused for a long time. "With the same result?" I asked. Everybody silently looked at me. Uncomfortable moments stretched through the silence. "Looks that way," Dahlhover finally confirmed.
Steph asked, "Why do you think there are so many infected?"
Dahlhover shook his head. "Don't know. Maybe it's the bunch from the hospital. Maybe it's the bunch from the farm. Maybe the guys just started shooting at some whites and didn't stop soon enough, so everyone on this side of town came running. Maybe the smart ones found them." "Any other guesses?" Steph asked. There weren't any. "Are we in danger?" Mandy asked. Murphy put a hand on her shoulder, but didn't say anything one way or the other. "We don't know, Mandy," Steph told her, "but we're going to play it safe. Tonight, we'll keep watch in pairs." She looked at me and then Murphy. "You guys have been out doing your job. Sergeant Dahlhover and I will take the first watch." While Steph was looking at each of us for questions, I said, "I think we should all stay down here tonight. Close. We can sleep in the recliners in the theater." "I can do that," Murphy said. "Those things are comfortable." "We should probably keep a bug-out pack close too," I added, just in case. "Hide and run," Steph confirmed. "That's our strategy, I agree." "Wait!" Murphy's tone got everyone's instant attention. He pointed up at one of the screens. 3 people were running across the road, 2 soldiers and a civilian. It took half a second to extrapolate their path through the trees onto the dirt road and right at our walls. I did a quick check of my rifle, pistol, and machete, and was stepping toward the door while asking, "Are we going to bring them in?" There was a pause. Dahlhover looked at Steph. Murphy looked at me. Mandy looked worried. Russell followed me over to the door. "Somebody open the gate when they come to it," I said. "Don't let them through the second gate until I'm there." "No," Steph said, suddenly past her indecision. "Don't go alone. Mandy, you stay here and watch the monitors. The rest of us will go. Let's not take any chances."
Chapter 36. We spread out in a semicircle around the end of the driveway, where the gate would slide open. I was by the wall, with Russell standing too close. I had my machete and pistol at the ready. Murphy stood away from the door, and would likely be the first one the soldiers saw once the door slid open. Dahlhover was off to Murphy's other side, and Steph was opposite me with the door opener in her hand. The howling of whites in the trees was noticeable. They weren't there when we left the video room, and with no way to communicate with Mandy, we had no idea how many were out there.
It was more than a handful, and less than a few dozen. In the distance, though, there were hundreds. Their vocalizations were starting to overwhelm the sounds of battle, which were decreasing significantly. What did that mean? So we stood there, not knowing for sure what was beyond the door. Had Mandy opened the outside gate for the soldiers, only to have them chased in by a mob of whites?
We should have left the decision to open the interior gate in her hands. At this point, she was the only one who knew what was beyond. That's what I was thinking when Steph raised the opener and very dramatically pressed the button. The gate's opening mechanism clanged, and the tall steel gate lurched. Murphy readied himself in front of the gap. I hefted the machete. "Hello?" Steph called a greeting, barely audible over the sound of the rolling gate. When the gap created by the opening gate was maybe 18 inches wide, it became time to pay a bloody price for another mistake. But I didn't think about that until later. A gun went off. In the microseconds that it took to be surprised and process the sound, Murphy's head snapped hard to the right, and he seemed to have lost his balance. There was blood in the air. He was falling. Dahlhover cursed. My mood flipped from caution to blinding, white-hot rage. 2 hands, holding a pistol out in front, policeman style, pushed through the gap in the gate, and without the tiniest hint of hesitation, I swung my machete in a big arc over my head and chopped across both wrists. A severed hand and a pistol spun off towards Steph. A man shrieked. The other hand dangled from a forearm on ragged tendons. Blood spewed. The gate stopped and reversed as I dropped my Glock and machete and pulled my M4 up to maximize my killing power, because it was time to do some killing. In half a second, I was pushing my rifle barrel through the shrinking gap and pointing it at a handless, screaming man on the ground beneath a fountain of his own blood. Steph's voice was screaming too, not in panic, but in harsh orders. The words didn't process, and I didn't care. Only the trigger and the soon-to-be-dead man mattered to me. Just as I pulled the trigger, my rifle jerked hard upward, and I sent 3 rounds over the wall. "God damn it!" I raged. Before I even knew what was happening, Dahlhover had my rifle pushed back against my chest and pointed at the sky, while pinning me against the cinder block abutment where the gate closed. His eyes were hard to match with the blaze in mine. The gate clanged shut. "What the fuck?" I screamed at Dahlhover. With hands like stone and an expressionless statue face, he didn't respond. How could that skinny fucker be so strong? My hands were shaking, I was so angry. But I fought to control the rage. Without that control, Dahlhover wasn't going to let go of me. And if Dahlhover didn't let go of me in those next few seconds, things were going to get very ugly. Over Dahlhover's shoulder, I saw Steph kneeling at Murphy's side. Her hands immediately went to work at his head. I had to get over there. "Let me go," I told Dahlhover, in as calm a tone as I could muster. He waited a few seconds before releasing me, using those seconds to reassure me that he was in control. But he let go and stepped out of my way. I was immediately on my knees on Murphy's other side. "Cover that gate," Steph ordered Dahlhover, pressing a cloth to the side of Murphy's head. Murphy was breathing. His eyes were open, but didn't appear to see anything. His left arm was busy trying to do something repetitive. I felt helpless. Chapter 1. Steph, in nothing but a bra and jeans, was on her knees at Murphy's side with 2 fingers divining for a pulse on the side of his throat. She pressed her t-shirt to the wound on his head and moved her lips in whispers, whether to herself or Murphy, who knew. Gunshots rang the driveway door's steel sheets and punched 3 neat holes around Russell, who stood oblivious, watching Steph and me. "Cease fire," Dahlhover ordered. "Cease fire!" 3 more gunshots.
God damn it! Dahlhover yelled, with real anger in his voice. This is First Sergeant Dahlhover, U.S. Army, retired.
If you fire one more round, I'm gonna open this door and shove that weapon up your ass. Do you hear me? Still on one knee beside Murphy, I was pointing my M4 at the door, ready to send a full magazine of punishment back through the sheet metal. Move, Russell, Dahlhover ordered. Russell didn't respond. Russell! I yelled sharply to get his attention. I pointed to where Dahlhover had protected himself behind the abutment. Go stand behind Sergeant Dahlhover. Move! Russell shuffled to his left. Once he was beside Dahlhover, the situation hit a tense stasis. No one spoke. No weapons discharged. Steph's lips moved in silent entreaties as she tended to Murphy. A bleeding man on the other side of the gate, too stupid to think before he acted, mewled while his remaining hand dangled by a tendon. The infected out in the cedar forest yowled, and the popcorn bursts of distant rifle fire punctuated their cries. Dahlhover broke the tension with, "Who is on the other side of this wall?" An uncomfortably long silence followed before a female voice answered, "Specialist Freitag and Specialist Harris, sir. We have a man down." The expression on Dahlhover's face turned to something else too quickly to decipher, before switching back to apathy-masked danger. Fists pounding on the outside gate announced the arrival of the infected. I stifled a curse. The gunshots, the shouting, the noisy rolling of the gates. Every white within earshot was on its way. Dahlhover looked to Steph and asked, "Captain, in or out?" Steph appeared frozen by the choice. I glanced at her, then back at the gate. But before she passed the point where my impatience compelled me to answer for her, in an emotionless voice she said, "In. If we can get them in safely. Any risk, and they can go back out with the infected." She refocused her attention on Murphy and his wound. My simmering rage was coming to a boil, stoked by the sight of the bloody t-shirt pressed to the side of Murphy's head. His eyes were closed. He wasn't moving. But the part of my brain that was still rational enough to slough off the anger reminded me that rage was not my friend. It was my favorite addiction, but it only ever led to tears and regret. Breathe. Breathe. Suck it up, bitch. Calm down. For now, anyway. For now. Freitag, Dahlhover called softly. "Can you hear me?" "Yes, sir," Freitag answered, mimicking his volume. "We were trying to help you. You have a man down. We have a man down. Accidents happen." And then my emotions slipped. "Accident bullshit. That fucker shot Murphy on purpose." "Quiet, Zane," Dahlhover lashed out with the practiced authority of a longtime sergeant. "Shit happens in the real world. Now grow up or shut your goddamned mouth." I was cowed. But Dahlhover was right. Breathe. Breathe. Don't fuck this up more than it already is. Dahlhover called back. "Specialist Freitag, you can wait until the whites outside leave. We'll open that gate and you can go. Or you come in and you won't be harmed, but I swear to God, if you raise a weapon at one of my people, I'll beat your ass so bad that you'll goddamned well thank me when I throw your stupid ass back over the wall. Your choice." I didn't hear anything through the gate, though I guessed they were discussing their choices in hushed voices. The handless man had fallen silent, passed out, or dead. Freitag answered, "Sir, we'd like to come in." Dahlhover looked back to Steph again. It was clear that she had the final say. She looked at both Dahlhover and me, perhaps giving us a chance to voice dissent. We didn't. She gave Dahlhover a nod, raised the clicker, and pushed the button to open the gate. The electric motor and rattling wheels echoed up through the flat metal panels of the gate,
and drowned out the sound of the whites pounding outside.
I looked down the barrel of my rifle and tracked across the growing gap, ready to stop on the first target that came into view. But the bloody body of the handless man came first. I passed. A big, bald man in fatigues, with thick shoulders, Murphy's size, knelt beside the handless man, tending his wounds. The gate rolled further open. A young, dark-haired woman in camouflaged fatigues, seemingly designed to camouflage her gender more than anything else, stood with a rifle in her sling pointed at the dirt. Her round, young face held no expression, though her eyes immediately locked on Murphy. "Specialist Freitag?" Dahlhover asked. "Yes." Another odd look on Dahlhover's face. He looked suspicious to me, and that put me on edge. Dahlhover said, "Get your man, and be quiet about it. Let's get this gate closed." Using a two-man saddleback carry, the soldiers picked up and carried their injured companion into the compound. Steph fingered the button on the clicker, and the gate started closing behind them. She stood up, looking at the situation. Two potentially hostile soldiers carrying a wounded man, the four of us with Murphy still on the ground, and Dahlhover and me standing there with weapons at the ready. The rumble of a Humvee engine behind us caught our attention. Racing one of the Humvees down from the house, Mandy brought the vehicle to a dramatic stop behind us, jumped out, and immediately fell to her knees beside Murphy. As though she had planned it that way, Steph didn't waste a second. She pointed to Murphy and then to the bleeding man. "Put them in the Humvee." The two soldiers immediately moved to comply. Dahlhover looked at me, then nodded toward Murphy. It was clear from his stance and the placement of his hands on his rifle that I needed to figure out how to get Murphy loaded up without his help. Dahlhover intended to stay at the ready. Still at Murphy's side, I shouted a command to Russell to come help me. "How bad is it?" Mandy asked Steph through her tears. "It might be superficial," Steph answered, "but get behind the wheel. You're driving us back to the house." Mandy started a protest, but understood enough about the situation to just nod and comply. She straightened back up. Freitag and Harris had little trouble loading their skinny charge into the rear passenger side of the Humvee. For Russell and me, with limp Murphy, the going was tougher, even with Steph's help. He weighed so damn much. Not lifeless, but disturbingly close. I closed the door on the Humvee and noticed Freitag and Harris standing to the side with blank faces and idle hands. I wanted to berate them for not helping with Murphy, but I held my tongue. Had they given us a hand with him, I would have wanted to berate them for that. Such was my anger. Any excuse would detonate it. As the Humvee started to roll, Dahlhover ordered, "Up to the house." We'll unload them and move them downstairs to the lobby outside the video room. Zane, you lead when we get to the house. I'll take up the rear. Go. One step into my run, Dahlhover said, "Zane, wait. Pick up the hand." "What?" "Pick up the hand." "Fuck you," was the phrase on my lips, but I managed to say, "Why? We can't reattach it without a doctor." "Just get it. Move. Let's go." God damn. The three soldiers jogged toward the house. I went over and picked up the wounded guy's pistol. I slipped it into my belt, shivering. My fingers lingered in the air just above the severed hand on the ground. In spite of all the death I'd seen, the thought of picking up the amputated hand gave me the willies. But if I didn't, I'd get shamed by Dahlhover in front of the others when I caught up with them at the house. That would be worse than touching the macabre artifact. I pinched the thumb between my fingers and lifted. It was supple, warm, just like living flesh. A silver bracelet slipped off of the wrist and jingled to the ground. I nearly ignored it, but paused instead, and bent back down to give it a closer look. Embossed on the silver was a 6-armed red cross. I flipped it over to look at the back and rubbed the blood away with my thumb so that I could read the text.
Uh-oh. A stream of blood, maybe 3 inches wide, crawled slowly across the floor, forging a meandering path of deep red against stark white marble. The contrast of colors and slow, worming movement was hypnotic, even beautiful, if you could forget for a moment that it was the essence of life, flowing from the open veins of a bird-thin man in blood-soaked clothes 3 sizes too big. He lay semi-conscious, smearing the pristine red into ugly smudges around his body, his face stretched into a silent grimace. Thin, brittle hair tried to cover an oversized skull.
Bulbous elbow joints stood out from Holocaust arms like the lump of his larynx riding up and down under pallid skin. Most of us were there in the lobby between the theater and the video room. Freitag and Steph were tending to the wraith who had lost his hands. Well, he'd lost one hand. The other was, for all practical purposes, lost. Murphy lay on the floor with a pillow under his head, eyes closed. Mandy was keeping pressure on his wound, tears silently slipping down her cheeks. Beside her, Russell, with his hands on Murphy, quietly stared. The well of his tears had run dry. Dahlhover stood in the doorway of the video room, passing occasional instructions over his shoulder to Specialist Harris, whom he had parked in front of the monitors. The blood oozed its way past the toes of my boots, and it occurred to me that I still had that amputated hand, somehow forgotten, as though it held onto me as much as I onto it. In my other hand, I grasped the bloody silver bracelet. "I don't think you can save him," I said.
In doing so, I accepted the reality of what my anger-fueled machete swing had been, justified or not, murder. Freitag ignored me. Without looking at me, Steph said, "Zed, go out to the Humvees and see if you can find some more of these bandages." I didn't comply. My anger was gone. Harsh reason was back. Irritated, Steph repeated, "Zed, I need you to get us more bandages." That snapped me out of my own thoughts. He's a hemophiliac. Both Freitag and Steph stopped working and turned to look at me. I reached out and presented the bloody silver medical ID bracelet to them. Steph took it and looked at it closely. "Where did you get this?" I raised the amputated hand and showed it to them. Freitag looked down at the bird-thin bleeder. "All the more reason to get those bandages. Now," Steph emphasized. Separating my emotions from the situation, I said, "I don't think we should." "You want him to die?" Freitag snapped, letting her anger run free.
"Calm down," Dahlhover ordered, his hands wrapped very comfortably around his rifle. Freitag started, but couldn't find the words to proceed.
"Zed," Steph cut in, "we talked about exactly this kind of situation. The chips are down. You need to go get those bandages."
"I will," I told her flatly, "but it would be a mistake." Steph's eyes went cold with anger, but her face showed no emotion at all. I asked, "Can you save him? Even if I get the bandages, can you save him?" Freitag was ready to explode. Steph's face didn't change. "If we were at the hospital right now," I asked, "in the emergency room, back before all this virus shit went down, could you save him?" I don't think... I'd heard bullshit wrapped in authority enough times in my life that I didn't need to hear any more to know what was coming. I cut Steph off. "Answer me honestly. Even if we were at the hospital, could you save him?" Steph's anger shot up in a rush. She ground her teeth and pinched her lips, but she didn't speak until she breathed in and out a few times. Finally, with an unexpected meekness, she answered, "A hemophiliac with a double amputation. Maybe, but his odds would be low." "And here?" I asked. "Here with no medical facilities, no coagulating agents, no doctors, no sanitary facility?"
Do we want to use our precious few medical supplies in an attempt to save a man who has, what, a 1 or 2% chance of living through the night? We're not even going to try? Freitag let all of her disgust for the question flow through her words. I pushed on. And what if he does make it through the night? What are his chances of being alive once infection sets in? And you know it will. You have to put tourniquets on both arms to stop the bleeding, am I right? He's a hemophiliac. His blood won't clot. A tourniquet is the only way we can stop the bleeding. But with the tourniquets on, the flesh lower on the arm will die.
Then what? Steph's gaze fell to the floor. She couldn't stomach giving up. He's right, Dahlhover rasped. Freitag slumped as she sat and draped her bloody hands across her knees, staring absently at the amputee. Strands of her black hair had come out from under her cap and were tipped with straw-thin scabs of blood where they dragged across the bleeder's wounds. Her light brown Hispanic skin was smudged with red where her dainty hands had wiped at her sweat. Her smooth, doll-like face was failing completely at masking the hate. So we're just going to let him die? Steph stood up and looked each of us in the eye before settling on Dahlhover. Top? Captain, Dahlhover answered. Unless God himself comes down here and miracles him all better, he'll die. If he makes it through the night, he'll be dead in a week. The longer he lives, the more pain he'll suffer. Letting him die now is the humane thing to do. Steph spun around to look at me with fire in her eyes. In her head, she knew that letting the man die was the only thing that made sense. But her nurse's heart couldn't accept it, and for that, her eyes showed me her blame. Silence hung in the air, as heavy and slow as impending death. I finally broke it. I'll get the bandages, if that's what you want me to do. Steph didn't answer. Freitag reached over and put a hand on the dying man's cheek. In an icy voice, she said, "He was a painter." Everybody seemed stuck between breaths at that. Freitag continued, "His paintings were beautiful. He was really good. He was living his life's dream when all this shit happened." Softly, Steph asked, "What was his name?" Freitag ignored the question and continued to stare at the bleeding man. "He was my aunt's boyfriend. He was good to her." Silence lingered, broken only by the rapid breaths of the man on the floor. Steph finally admitted, "I can't save him. I don't think he'd want to live without hands." Freitag's voice was harsh. "How can a painter paint without his hands?" Steph looked down at her hands. They were covered in cold, wet blood that had climbed its way up to her elbows. To herself, she said, "I need to wash." She headed for the restroom. That was that. I looked back down at the handless painter, whose blood wasn't delivering enough oxygen to his brain, which in turn told his body to breathe faster. I stepped over the bloody amoeba on the floor and went to squat by Mandy and Murphy. I asked, "How is he?" Mandy started to say something, but burst into tears. When I woke after a short, fitful sleep on a recliner in the theater, I got up and looked around in the darkness. Murphy lay just as he had when I'd gone to sleep. Mandy slept on the recliner pulled up beside his with an arm stretched over to him. Russell slept in a near-sitting position on his recliner. Specialist Harris hung off the edges of a recliner too small for his large frame. Quite the opposite. Freitag was as engulfed by her recliner as she was by her billowy fatigues. Walking out into the dim glow of the lobby, I saw that the frail-boned bleeder had died in the night. His body was wrapped in blankets and lying next to the elevator. The crawling red floor amoeba and all of the bloody smears had been cleaned off of the white marble floor while I slept. There were no scattered bandages or red footprints. It was as clean as the day we arrived in Sarah Mansfield's house. A glow shone through the open door of the video room. A desk chair creaked. Plastic wheels rolled across a few inches of floor. Hushed conversation followed. I looked back down at the Birdman's body, and my gaze lingered across the contours of his head and his bony shoulders. His arms were crossed over his chest like a mummy. A couple of hours of sleep had done nothing but enhance my emotional separation from the corpse.
He may as well have been a piece of abstract furniture or a long-dead museum exhibit. I felt nothing. No pain, no anger, no empathy, and certainly no sorrow. It was just another corpse, tidier than most, but just as dead. He died about an hour after you went to bed. It was Steph's voice behind me, informative in tone and frayed from fatigue. I searched for words that would be right for the moment, but I couldn't find them, so I just stared at the Birdman. "We have coffee," Steph offered. I turned. She leaned against the door jamb with a cup in her hand. "We found it in the groceries you brought back." Thinking of going up to the kitchen to get a cup, I looked at the stairs, suddenly daunted by the climb. Maybe a cup wasn't worth it. As if reading my thoughts, Steph tilted her head into the video room and said, "I brought the coffee maker down here. Better to help us stay awake on the night shift." I could use a cup. I walked toward her, and she stepped out of the doorway as I neared.
I asked, "Did you sleep?"
She shook her head. Dahlhover eyed me as I walked in, his eyes no more or less tired than they always looked. "Sergeant Dahlhover and I took the night shift," Steph said. "The whole night?" I asked unnecessarily. "That's the plan," Steph answered. "There's creamer and sugar in the drawer to your left." Without a word, Dahlhover turned back to one of the large monitors. It showed a mob of whites in the dark at the front gate, beating it with their palms and fists. "How many do you think are out there?" I asked Dahlhover as I poured a hot cup. "At least 100. Some are starting to walk around the wall, looking for a way in." "The ignorant fuckers should go away," I said, frustration in my voice. "We're not out there anymore. I mean, we haven't made any noise in hours, right?" "They're beating on the gate. That's the noise," Steph reasoned. "They're too stupid to know it's not us. Their numbers have been growing all night." Dahlhover pointed to one of the whites on the monitor. "That's a smart one." I moved over for a closer look. "Which one?" "The one on the rock?" Steph asked, her surprise giving away a little of her disbelief. "She's not doing anything." "Yep," Dahlhover replied. "Yep?" Steph asked. Dahlhover motioned across the mob with his finger. "Look at 'em. They're all beating on the door, but that one, she's just sitting there on that rock staring at the gate." "Maybe she's really stupid," I hoped. "Maybe lazy, maybe sick." Dahlhover shrugged. Steph asked, "You think she's trying to figure the gate out, don't you?" "Yes, ma'am, I do." Dahlhover looked up at Steph to emphasize his point. The white, sitting on the rock, cocked her head to the side, changing her perspective. It reminded me of a dog. 4 more infected walked out of the cedars and passed her by as they joined the mob. I blurted, "Oh, shit." "What?" Steph was immediately tense.
I pointed at an older man, one of the 4 that had just come out of the cedars.
"I think I know that one."
"Know him?" Steph asked, in disbelief.
"I used to date a girl who lived down the road. I think that's her dad."
Steph drew a deep breath to calm herself.
"That's how you knew about this place? You'd been up here before."
"Yeah." Together, we watched, and conversation died away. We were hypnotized by the surging mob as they pushed and beat on the gate, the manifestation of death, trying vainly to storm the castle. Vainly, for the moment. I broke the trance.
As much as I hate to say it, I think we're coming to the end of our hiding phase here. It may be time to run soon. What are your thoughts, boss? Boss? Steph looked at me with the smallest of fragile smiles. I shrugged. If you're not going to call me Steph, I think I'd prefer Captain. It wasn't harsh, just a simple request between friends. Jefe? I asked, trying for levity.
I was finding that humor was often the only way past all of the repressively painful bullshit of life as it was. I don't speak Spanish, Steph said, sitting down in the empty rolling chair. Then how did you know what I was saying? I think sometimes you think you're still 15, Steph said, looking intently at the large monitor in front of Dahlhover. Her face still showed the fragile smile, though. Agreed, Dahlhover rasped. Steph concluded, It sounds too much like heifer. I'll stick with boss if that's what you want. I laid a hand on Steph's shoulder. You're the boss. What about you, Dahlhover? You don't want to call me anything but Dahlhover or First Sergeant. Dahlhover's tone gave no hint of allowing compromise. Top? I asked. Dahlhover looked at me, and I understood that for some reason that title was off limits to me. Whatever. I looked back to Steph. Back on topic, boss? Dahlhover withdrew a nearly empty pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put one in his mouth. In here? I asked, a little offended. Secondhand smoke isn't going to be what kills you, Zane, Dahlhover told me. Steph came to his defense. He can't very well go outside and smoke. Of course he could. He'd be safe on the roof. Nevertheless, I dropped it. The white on the rock cocked her head in the other direction. Steph asked, Sergeant, will that gate hold? Dahlhover gave that some thought as he took a long drag on his cigarette and blew the smoke back out. Hard to say. Your best guess? Steph asked. I think it'll take a whole lot more of them before they have any hope. Even then, the gate might not break. It might bend. If that happens, we won't be able to open it. I said, we need to start keeping account of how deep the crowd is that's pushing on the gate. Steph and Dahlhover both turned with the same blank, what the fuck are you talking about, stare. It didn't bother me. I'd seen the expression too many times in my life to be bothered by it. Let's say the gate does break down, I lectured. If we know how many people deep the crowd is at that moment, then we learn something very important. That is? Dahlhover asked in his flat tone. The interior gate is on the right-hand side of that driveway. The width of the driveway between the walls limits how deep they can stack up in front of it, I explained. For instance, if they have to be 30 deep to exert enough force to break the outside gate, the driveway between the walls may be too narrow for 30 people deep. If that's the case, then they won't be able to break the second gate, and we'll be safe. Steph was nodding when I finished. That makes sense. Sergeant? Makes sense, Dahlhover agreed. I'll set up a log and instruct the watch to track the mob depth every 15 minutes. I think you earned a Pop-Tart, Zed. Steph gave me a real smile. I smiled back. Damn it, Dahlhover groused, and reached down to open a drawer of a file cabinet. From within, he pulled out a foil-packaged pair and handed them to me. I accepted. Thank you, hoarders. I love these things. Dahlhover turned back to the monitors. I think we stay for now, Steph announced. When they breach the first gate, we'll reconsider. Besides coffee and the other goodies, how did your trip upriver turn out? I briefly gave her and Dahlhover the important points. Any trouble with infected at the house? I hesitated, then shrugged. Steph knit her brows and asked, They were in the house? Some, I answered. How many? Some. Were you in any danger? My hesitation gave me away. Zed! Steph was a little more angry than the conversation warranted. You can't keep taking unnecessary risks. You're going to get killed.
I'm fine, I added a lie. I know what I can get away with. Steph huffed and turned her attention back to the monitors. I asked, "Do we know anything for sure about Murphy yet? Is he going to be all right?" Steph shrugged.
The bullet didn't penetrate the skull, but it did hit bone when it grazed his head. And we'll see. We'll see, I shot back at her. What does that mean? He's unconscious, right? He hasn't been awake since it happened. Is he in a coma?
Zed, don't be melodramatic, Steph kindly scolded. I cleaned the wound and put an antibiotic on before I bandaged it. It stopped bleeding. He's probably got a concussion. Whether there's more damage, swelling of the brain, or something else, I won't know until he wakes up. Worst case? I asked. It doesn't do any good to talk about the worst case, Zed. Almost pleading, Steph continued. Don't we all have enough sorrow already? Sorry, I'm just worried. Steph reached over, put her hand on my arm and said, "Let me do the worrying, okay? I'll do everything I can for him, but it's out of our hands for the moment. Either he'll be okay, or he won't."
Without hospital facilities and a neurosurgeon, there's nothing more we can know. Nothing more we can do. I gave Steph a weak smile and a nod. Dalhover changed the subject and said, "About the gates." "Yes, Sergeant?" Steph asked. "It's a risk, but we could drive one or both of those Humvees down there and park them up against the outside gate. They weigh 3 tons each. The infected won't be able to move them. You want to bet?" I thought about my Humvee back at the hospital, caught in the tide of screaming whites. Enough of them can. Dalhover continued, 6 tons of steel behind those gates might make the difference. "And the risk?" Steph asked. "They'll hear the diesel engines, even with all that banging they're doing," Dalhover answered. Steph said, "They already think something is behind that gate. I don't think the sound of the engines will make them any more or less determined." "It'll make a difference with the smart one on the rock," Dalhover countered. Steph thought about that for a second. "What do you think, Zed?" "I could go over the wall and kill that infected girl on the rock," I said with a callousness that surprised even me. "The smart one?" Dalhover asked, not bothered one iota by the girl or my indifference about killing her. "With her gone," I said, "I could hike down the hill a bit, create a distraction, and draw the mob away." "What kind of distraction?" Dalhover asked. "I haven't thought that far ahead," I answered. "Let's assume for the moment that I can." "That mitigates the risk," Dalhover agreed. "Not to Zed!" Steph's voice jumped up an octave. Neither Dalhover nor I responded. Steph shook her head and pointed at the monitor. "I'm not sending Zed over the wall into that unless there's no other choice." Dalhover smoked the last of his cigarette, stubbed it out on the bottom of his boot, and threw the butt in a trash can. "By the time there's no other choice, it'll be too late. By the time you know that you should have killed the smart one on the rock, it'll be because there are more smart ones out there, or because there are too many of them, or because they've already figured out a way to attack us. If we're going to do it, then it's got to be preemptive. If we move the Humvees to block the gate, then sending Zane over the wall is a necessary step." "You're downright loquacious when the spirit moves you, Dalhover." I slapped him on the shoulder. Dalhover looked at me in a way that said, "Don't touch me again." It didn't look like we were ever going to be best buddies. "And how will you get over the wall and back in again?" Steph asked. "We can figure it out," I responded. "I think the primary question to answer is whether we should do something, not whether we can. We can figure out the how-to later. But you're the boss. What do you want to do?" Steph propped up a hard facade in front of emotions that was starting to frazzle. "Is that what you want to do, Zed? How many times can you roll the dice and win?" Steph took a long breath to collect her thoughts, looked up at me, and spoke.
Let me ask you, if we take the risk, no, Zed, if you take the risk, what do we gain? I didn't need time to think about it. I'd already assessed the situation. I knew the answer. Maybe everything. Maybe nothing. So you understand where I'm going with this? Yeah, I said. Best case, I go over the wall, kill the smart one, distract the mob, and they move on. We stay here and live happily ever after. Worst case, I get killed. That's the worst case for me, anyway. But somewhere in the middle, there's the most likely case. Which is? Dolhover asked. I answered, we get rid of this group, and eventually a larger group shows up, with too many whites or too many smart ones to get rid of. So we bail out and head upriver. The thing is, I don't doubt that will happen. I just don't know when.
It could be later on today, or next week, or next month. Sounds right, Dolhover agreed. And if more show up this afternoon, Steph asked, is risking your life with a few more hours of luxury? It's not about that, I argued. What then? She asked. Murphy. Murphy. Serious and calm, I answered, like you said, we don't know how bad Murphy's injury really is. If jostling him around on a boat for a couple of hours could put him at more risk, then going over the wall is worth it to me. It's that simple. Steph couldn't find a good response, so she remained silent. Why? Dolhover asked unexpectedly. Why? I shot back at Dolhover more harshly than I wanted to. Not affected by my emotions, he repeated, why? I need to. Why? I looked around the room, maybe looking for an escape from the suddenly uncomfortable question. But the need for secrecy with my motives was a childish remnant of junior high social dramas. I answered, I would do anything for Murphy. You'd even risk your life? I nodded. You'd die for him? I thought about it for a second, or pretended to. I knew the answer as soon as it was asked. Yes. Dolhover didn't take his eyes off of me, but took his time pulling out another cigarette and lighting it. Why? I was getting a little irritated and snapped, because Murphy and I would both be dead if it weren't for each other. He saved my life more than once. I wanted to say he cared about me. I wanted to say he loved me like a brother, but those words just couldn't come out of my mouth. Dolhover stared at me. I looked over at Steph. She watched, but was unable or unwilling to intercede. It took me a minute for me to put some thoughts together. Murphy and I work well together. We care for each other. Murphy will do anything for me. I'll do anything for him. Dolhover nodded. And what about the rest of us? What are you asking me? How do you feel about the rest of us? I spent a few moments looking at Dolhover and thinking about what he and I had been through. I'll be straight with you, Dolhover. I don't like you very much. I know you don't like me. But I respect you, and I don't think you'd let me down. I don't think you'd fuck me over. We've fought together. I don't know what makes that mean something, but I know that it makes me think I can trust you. Dolhover continued to appraise me as he sucked on his cigarette. Yeah, you're right that I don't like you, Zane. I think you listen to your balls more than your brains. You make bad choices, but for the right reasons. Somehow it works out for you. You're lucky, loyal, and brave. Or stupid, I'm not sure which. I was taken aback by that mix of compliments and insults, but I bit back a big, fuck you. I'll tell you what, though, Dolhover continued. I'll stand by your side in a fight. You can take that to the bank. You can trust me. I guarantee it. Does that mean we're going steady? I asked with an empty smile.
Dahlhover gave me that stare of his that made it clear that my smart aleck remark wasn't worth a response. But he did say, "You can call me Top if you want." I nodded. Top. "What about me?" Steph asked, effectively masking any extra meaning that I might have read in her face. With a little of the emptiness gone from my smile, I answered, "We haven't been through enough shit together yet." Steph spun her chair back toward the monitors. "You're such a 15-year-old.
Chapter 4. The deck lounger, made of heavy ipe wood, seemed to have too many sharp corners, but at nearly 8 feet long, and with widely spaced slats that had supported its now absent cushion, it would serve its new purpose, that of a ladder, quite well. Dahlhover and Specialist Harris carried the lounger down from the pool deck and across Sarah's backyard toward a part of the wall far from the front gate. They huffed and sweated under their burden, more so Dahlhover than burly Harris, but refused my help. My duties in the remaining wee morning hours were yet to come. As they wrestled the lounger down one of the tiers, I took a moment to double-check my kit. My machete, a pistol, and a rifle, of course. Extra ammo, water, and a few snacks, just in case. A lighter and a knife. "How long have you been here, First Sergeant?" Specialist Harris asked. "A week, I suppose," Dahlhover answered. "Were you guys over at Camp Maybury?" I asked. "Yes, sir." "No need to call me sir," I told him.
"I'm not in the military. I'm just some dude." "Habit," Specialist Harris responded. "We were at Maybury from the beginning, at least my unit was." "You didn't get deployed?" Dahlhover asked. "No, First Sergeant." Dahlhover and Specialist Harris wrestled the chair down another tier. "And the rest of your unit?" Dahlhover asked unnecessarily. "I'm the only one left." "In that firefight we've been hearing since yesterday." Of course, the implied question, too uncomfortable to ask on its own, was how the rest of them died. "No, sir," Specialist Harris answered. "They all got infected before that." "Yeah," I nodded. "Apparently the virus got just about everybody. I'm guessing that since you didn't turn, you're immune." Specialist Harris turned his melon-sized head and looked at me, but didn't respond beyond that. I thought he was trying to intimidate me, maybe out of habit, with an ominous silence he'd practiced in the mirror to complement his thick arms.
"How did the firefight start?" Dahlhover asked.
"That's hard to say, First Sergeant." "How's that?" "They were shooting from the first night, a little at first. We weren't under orders to shoot. That's not what we do, you know? Shooting civilians." Harris came to a stop on the grass and drilled us both with his flat brown eyes, maybe looking for any sign of judgment from us. There wasn't any. Dahlhover and I held our silence and looked up at him. "It's hard to say what happened. Officers were getting the virus. Guys were getting the virus and falling out. For a week or so, it seemed like we had a new CO every couple of hours." Dahlhover nodded knowingly. Perhaps it wasn't unlike his experience at the hospital. Harris stroked his fingers across a thick black stubble of beard. "Somewhere in the first few days, more guys just took it upon themselves to preemptively shoot the infected. There were orders or rumors of orders to shoot, but nobody seemed to know for sure."
We were designated as a rally point for the refugees and survivors. The survivors. Can you believe it? Man, we were only a couple of days in when word came down. I guess that's when I knew things were bad. By that time, half my unit had the virus. Most of the rest went in the next couple of days. I asked, "Did a lot of civilians come in?" Harris nodded. "Yes, sir. At first, yes. It slowed to a trickle by the end of the first week, and then nobody." "How many of you were there?" Dahlhover asked. "Hard to say, Top. The number was always changing. We had partial units coming in and single guys from units that got wiped out. We had civilians coming, and people kept getting infected.
There was a time there when we were in control of a couple of buildings, and the infected were outside trying to get in, coming at us at all hours of the night and day. I remembered feeling like a siege. There were maybe 100 or 150 of us at that point. I thought it stabilized there.
At least it seemed like it did for a while.
Dahlhover sat down on the lounger, removed his crumpled cigarette package from his pocket, looked into it through the hole in the top of the pack, and made a sadder face than usual. He took one of the last few out and lit it. "We were making runs to the ammo bunkers a couple of days ago." Dahlhover interrupted. "The ammo bunkers. There are 2 there, right? How full are they?" "Mostly," Harris confirmed. "They're secure and mostly full." Dahlhover nodded. The gears in his head were turning. "Our CO pieced together a unit from 6 of us and sent us out in 2 armored Humvees to ferry as much of the ammo and weapons back to our 2 buildings as we could. We were on a run when we saw them." "Them?" I asked. "Naked and bald, a whole shitload of them?" Specialist Harris crinkled his brow and nodded. "How did you know?" "A guess." I looked over at Dahlhover. "The ones we saw out by Dr.
Evans' farm, you think? They're the only naked ones we've seen," Dahlhover answered.
I recalled that Mandy said that she'd seen one out at Dr. Evans's farm with a knife. I asked Harris, "Did you see any of them with weapons?" "Some." Specialist Harris nodded as his eyes fell to the ground. "What kind of weapons?" Dahlhover asked. "Knives. Things they could use for clubs." Looking for more information, Dahlhover continued. "How many had weapons, do you think?" "Not many," Specialist Harris answered. "Maybe 10 or 20. I added, "I'm guessing there were thousands of them." "Yes, sir," answered Specialist Harris. "From over here it sounded like you killed a lot of them," I observed. "Yes, sir." "Did you run out of ammunition or get overrun?" "We didn't run out," Specialist Harris shook his head. "There were too many of them. We were overwhelmed." "How many do you think you killed?" Dahlhover asked. "Top, I want to say thousands. But there were so many, it didn't seem like we killed any."
Sorry, that sounds like a contradiction. Not really. I offered up the small comfort. If it was that horde we saw out east of town, there were tens of thousands of them. More. Dahlhover leaned down to pick up the chair. Harris followed his lead, and the 2 of them carried the deck lounger the remaining distance to the wall in silence. Once there, they laid the chair flat and then propped it on its end against the wall. I stepped up onto the makeshift ladder and climbed halfway up. It was solid enough, and it was tall enough. Dahlhover turned to Specialist Harris. "Go back into the house. On the 1st floor, not the basement, at the far end of the living room is a laundry room. There's a linen closet there. Get 4 or 5 sheets and bring them back here." "Yes, First Sergeant." Harris turned and hurried back up to the house. "My rope?" Dahlhover nodded. "That's cool." I continued my climb to the top of the ladder. "Throw it over when I get back, okay?" "Are those your balls talking?" Dahlhover commented. "What?" "Stop thinking with your balls. Use your brains." "What, you want me to wait for you guys to make a rope out of the sheets and then climb down that?" Dahlhover, his face serious, nodded. "I made the jump when we broke in here." I tried not to let my disdain show. "That's a 12-foot drop. With the curved coppice, there's nothing to grab onto to slow your fall. In the dark, you won't be able to see what's on the ground outside. You could drop over the wall and sprain your ankle on a stump, or worse. You're not going to bounce on your balls, that's for sure. Use your head, Zane. Wait for the rope." I hated being schooled, but Dahlhover was right. To jump off of the wall again had all the hallmarks of a mistake in the making, a mistake I didn't have the extra blood to pay for.
I climbed down the chair ladder and sat myself in the grass and waited for Specialist Harris to return.
What do you think of those two?
Dahlhover chose that moment to go back on word rations and pointed his expressionless face at me instead. This isn't the army anymore. You can talk to me about the other grunts, you know. The same look from Dahlhover. I waited, but after a moment it seemed pointless, so I said, I think Freitag hates me. Dahlhover looked up toward the house, then back at me. Every time she had the chance, when they were taking care of Birdman, that guy I injured, she kept giving me hateful looks. Dahlhover looked down at his watch, then back up at the house. Whatever. I huffed and ran my hands across my vest, belt, and pockets. Another check wouldn't hurt. Mistakes are paid for with blood. After several long, silent minutes, Specialist Harris returned with the sheets. We worked together, tying knots in the sheets every couple of feet, and then attaching them end to end. When it was done, Dahlhover looked at me and nodded.
Good. I made a show of yanking on two of the tied sheets to test the strength, and said, Yep. We won't stay out here to wait for you. I'll be keeping an eye out for you on the monitors. We'll come out and throw the sheets back over the wall when you're getting close, Dahlhover told me. I nodded and said, But I may be in a hurry, and Dahlhover looked up at the wall. You don't worry about me. If I see you running, I'll have those sheets over the wall when you get here. But Dahlhover looked me hard in the eyes. Don't worry about that. You take care of what you need to take care of. You be careful. Don't take more risks than you need to. Don't do anything stupid. And don't worry about the sheet. It'll be there when you get to this end of the wall. Okay. Dahlhover had a way of erasing doubts with his certainty. Now get up there and use the sheets when you go down the other side. We'll hold it here. I glanced at Specialist Harris. He said, We've got you. I gave them a nod. That was enough. Time to get to work. Time to kill. With no pain and no noise, my feet gently touched the ground. I let go of the rope, and feeling the slack, Dahlhover and Harris pulled it quickly back up over the wall. I was back in Indian territory. Silent in the darkness, I looked around and listened. Just like at the front wall, the cedar forest was set back from the side wall by a 15-foot-wide clear-cut buffer. The moonlight revealed no infected along its length. Out in the night, pops of gunfire mixed with sounds of coyotes, monkeys, and crows. The infected. White fists beating on our gate would draw all of those infected in if I didn't solve that problem. Nervousness sweated my palms. Stop thinking. Start moving. I crossed the clear-cut band and stepped into the inky darkness among the cedars. My boots crunched too loudly across limestone gravel, and I froze. Stealth was important, but the forest floor was mottled with shadows and pads of brown cedar needles that had accumulated in the low spots. Among the dark blotches, my feet needed to find those that were the rotting cedar needles. Those spots would be soft and silent. Slowly, I made my way through the trees, careful to avoid prickly pears and thorny vines, careful to keep close enough to the edge of the trees so that I could see the compound walls and maintain my bearings. Nervousness melted away as I sank into the task. Upon reaching the corner of the compound, I peered through the trees down to the front gate at the far end and made out the gray shapes of the raucous mob. The sound of their pounding fists and wails carried easily to me up the Caliche Road. I thought for a second about taking a direct approach down along the wall, but thought better of it. I didn't want that smart one on the rock to see me coming. But with at least a half-dozen thorns of one type or another already sticking through my pants and irritating my skin, I decided that the stealthy approach through the woods was more trouble than it was worth. Instead of continuing through the woods,
I followed the Caliche road back out to the street and made a right onto the asphalt. That put me on a path parallel to the compound's front wall. Once down the street, a short traipse through trees would bring me up behind the smart one and the mob. Sticking close to the edge of the road, I moved. There were 7 or 8 whites far down the street who caught my attention. Movement in the trees across the street gave away the presence of at least 10 more. Up the street behind me, I spotted a group of 3, very interested in something moving amongst the cedars. My machete found its way into my right hand, and I cradled my pistol comfortably in my left. Quick, deliberate steps moved me toward my goal.
The whites gave me little more than a passing glance. As far as they could tell, I was one of them. But what they couldn't know was that I was walking death, hidden in plain sight among them. That thought brought with it a feeling of power. Nervousness, fear, and that sense of power made for a heady mix of emotions, and I had to suppress a laugh. I was a wicked pirate assassin on my way to kill. Arg. My chosen spot in the cedars came up on the right. The sound of the infected beating on the gate and yelping made it clear that I was close enough. Off of the asphalt and into the trees I went, back to looking for dark spots on the ground between the trees and avoiding the prickly pears. Far off to my left, I heard the sound of at least a couple of whites crashing through the trees as well, chasing the sound at the gate. The moonlight ahead of me grew brighter. The light tan color of the Caliche road that ran along the outside of the wall became visible. The wall itself looked black and ominous. I spotted white arms, legs, and heads as I came to a stop at the edge of trees. I was at the point where the road widened out to form the circular turning area in front of the gate. Not 10 feet to my left, the smart one still sat on her rectangular slab of limestone, scrutinizing. She was a small woman, just a hair over 5 feet tall, with the athletic look of an Olympic gymnast. She sat on the edge of the stone and dangled her feet, occasionally dragging her toes in the gravel. Her hands busied themselves in slow movements, fondling her fingers first on one hand and then the other, then starting over again. She was concentrating on the obstacle of the gate. Unlike the mob, she was silent. She was thinking. That was simply not acceptable. Death had arrived to reconcile that transgression. I stepped out of the woods and meandered toward her, feigning attention on the mob. She looked at me, but I didn't look back. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw her facial expression change. I froze, but after a few moments, she looked back at the wall. I pretended to keep my attention on the mob as I slowly sidled to my left. She looked at me again, but this time didn't look away. I focused on the whites in front of me. Still, she stared. And stared. 3 or 4 minutes passed until I couldn't take the staring anymore. I looked back at her. Her concentration was gone, replaced by blank curiosity. But those eyes, deep brown and indecipherable, were almost human. How much was going on inside that diseased brain? I tried my best to mirror her blank expression, to no effect. Still, she stared. I looked back toward the mob, hoping she might do the same. After a minute, she did. She looked at the mob, the gate, the wall. Whether it was my imagination or not, her expression didn't go back to the concentrated look she had before. Only curiosity was left. She was about 4 feet to my left, just beyond arm's reach. With my machete, I knew I could spin and bring the blade around with enough force to cleave a mortal wound in her small body. She wouldn't have a chance. By the time she realized what was happening, her flesh would be tearing open. The thought of it gave me pause, but she had to die. If she didn't, Steph, Murphy, Mandy, all of us were at risk. Pirate assassin. Arg!
Like a striking cobra, at least in my mind, I made my move. The blade came up and out. My arm pulled it down over my head as I stepped and spun with all the fury and speed that virus-infected muscles could deliver. But in those microseconds it took for my blade to reach the diminutive woman. She not only saw me move, but reacted fast enough to jump to her left in a blink. My blade hit rock, ringing loudly and throwing sparks.
Surprised by her speed and my failure, I found my eyes glued in disbelief to the sight of the blade's edge grating against stone, not buried in flesh.
But the mob, at least those in the back, were moving, turning their attention to me.
Things were going to get very interesting very fast.
I looked down the length of my blade and followed it up toward the gymnast. Her momentum was still carrying her to her left, and she was trying to catch her balance in a weird bit of awkwardness that seemed out of place for her apparent athleticism. Then I spotted it. Blood. She teetered 2 steps further from me, then another. The blood was on her arm, halfway between the shoulder and elbow. Lots of blood. And her shirt was cut across the ribs. There was blood there, too. When she came to a stop 10 feet away, she stared at me with a look of horror that told me she understood, with every bit of imagination and intellectual abstraction, exactly what was coming next in all of its gory, painful finality.
A white from the mob on my right screamed and started to move.
Another scream of jubilation followed and was joined by more. For an impossibly long time, the gymnast eyed me, accusing, hating. Then she ran. 8 or 9 whites with blood in their eyes chased her into the dark cedars, hounds on the hunt. Full of ambivalence and remorse, I ran after. Finish what you start. She has to die, right? On the heels of the other white chimps on the hunt, we screamed with one voice. We were a pack. Branches snapped, grunts, breathing. Underbrush mashed underfoot. The girl stayed in the trees and veered to her right, away from the road. She was prey. All she thought was escape, survive. Something in the sound changed up ahead. Struggle in the trees. That was quick. The girl was caught, screaming. Not the pursuing whites, but the girl. The hair on my neck stood. My blood flowed ice cold. It sounded like murder. The wolves had caught Little Red Riding Hood and were eating her alive.
I stopped and watched the last whites ahead of me disappear into the darkness. The girl's voice didn't sound like that of an animal. It sounded human. She sounded human.
No! A voice ripped through the black forest in a bloody gurgle, then squelched down to nothing. Only the sounds of the beasts remained, triumphal, snarling at one another, staking their claim at the kill. No! Is that what I heard? Like a jackboot kicking me in the head, a pariah of a thought hit my brain. What if she wasn't a smart one? What if she was a slow burn, just like me? What if she had simply been wondering how she could get inside and join us? What if? She screamed just like a normal human. What if? No. Fuck! In the blackest of moods, I marched down the center of the street, the tip of my blade still red with the gymnast's blood. A long helix of whites was rounding a corner far ahead, but my thoughts were elsewhere. Some thoughts should never be conceived.
Some questions should never be asked, because they have no answer, and the questions themselves serve only to haunt with grinding guilt and second-guessing.
No, that's what she screamed, but it couldn't have been. I simply had to remember it differently. Repression is your friend. I had black holes aplenty in my heart for tossing in such memories.
I just needed to keep shoving until this fucking memory let go and fell. I angled toward a pair of whites squatting beside a bed full of dead brown flowers beneath 3 enormous oaks in the front yard of an oversized, overpriced house, with ridiculously oversized white columns holding up a stupid little roof over a just-pissed-me-off-for-being-there front porch. When I stepped off of the asphalt and into the grass, I had their complete attention. They were both disheveled, with blood on their shirts and smears on their faces, indisputable evidence of what they were: mindless, murderous monsters.
Their death would cleanse the guilt I felt over the gymnast. But she had to be a monster, too. She had to be. I raised my machete to do the bloody work that was only necessary to rip the memory of that gymnast's screams from my mind and push the whole episode into a forgettable, black hell. But the pair wasn't mindless enough. I don't know what they saw or what they deduced, but just before I got within machete range, they both jumped to their feet, ran across the yard and around the corner, casting furtive glances behind. I didn't chase. Fuck. I squatted down beside the bed of dead flowers and stared at the grass. Did she really scream no? Should I have maybe made a sign with my hands? I didn't know sign language. A thumbs up, an okay sign? How do you communicate without talking? Repression skills don't fail me now. I looked around. The next house over had an SUV sitting in the driveway. My plan was to blow it up. Well, not that one in particular, just the first one I came to. And that one was first. I'd need to break into the house and get a towel or a pillowcase or something to stuff into the gas tank. I could light it and run off. The explosion would draw the mob away from our gate, hopefully. It was a simple plan. But as I sat there looking at the SUV, I started to ask myself some questions. Does it really work when you blow up a car like that? In all honesty, I didn't know. It always worked in the movies. But in the movies, machine guns never ran out of bullets when 1,000 monsters were running at you on the top of a parking garage. I realized that I seriously needed to disabuse myself of any truisms that I'd learned from my favorite action heroes. I didn't have any experience with blowing up cars. It made no sense to bet my life on getting it right on the first try. What else then? Could I puncture that tank and then torch the leaking gasoline? Sure. But then there was the noise of puncturing the tank. Noise that would be loudest when I was lying on my back, halfway under a car. A very vulnerable position when making appetizing sounds among the ravenous predators. No, that was a bad idea. Kick it to the curb. What else? I could start the engine, put the car in gear and let it roll out into the street. There was little doubt that would attract the attention of every white in sight. But would it make enough of a commotion that the mob would be drawn away from the gate? I looked up the street and tried to gauge the distance to the gate, hidden among the cedars. It was at least 100 yards, maybe a couple of hundred. The risk-to-reward ratio on that plan was too high. What about the horn? Noisy? Yes. Easy getaway? Yes. Well, probably. But could I wedge something in the horn button to make it sound? I thought about the way that car horns were constructed. Sure, in an older car where there was a horn button of some sort, that idea might work. But how many modern cars had the horn button embedded with the airbag beneath the vinyl in the center of the steering wheel? Damn near all of them. So, wedging something in the horn was a crap plan. I looked down the street. The helix of whites had filled the road. If they kept coming, they'd soon join those at the gates. I looked at the SUV for a moment longer, and then something obvious occurred to me. Duh! I looked around to see where the closest whites were. There were many more around than I felt comfortable with,
but the nearest was far enough away that my inspiration might bear riskless fruit. I pushed my pistol into its holster and put the machete into the scabbard I had rigged on my back. A hunk of limestone the size of a soccer ball, decorative, I guess, lay among the brown stalks in the flower bed. I walked over and squatted down to it. "Lift with your legs," the voice in my head told me.
So I did, with a grunt. With another grunt, I pushed it up to rest on my shoulder, with both hands holding it steady. Here goes nothing. A few slow steps, and then 3 quick ones toward the SUV gave me all the momentum I needed. With another grunt, I launched the stone toward the driver's side window. The glass shattered, rocking the SUV back and forth. A siren under the hood bleated overbearingly. Without slowing, I ran past the SUV and around the corner of the garage to get myself out of sight. Best not to be associated with the noisy car. In the infected mind, noisy meant tasty. I had no plans to be tasted. Once past the house and out of sight behind a large shrub, I looked back. The whites I could see were running toward the car. At least 6, then 9, then a bunch. The car very cooperatively switched to a different, but just as obnoxious, noise. Ha! Bitch. I skirted around the back of the house to put some distance between me and the car, then made my way through the cedars again until I came to another yard of mowed, dead grass. My machete and pistol were back in my hands. They felt comfortable there, necessary extensions of the new me. The yard contained a big wooden playscape and a big stone-covered patio with lots of outdoor furniture, but thankfully nothing that moved. I made my way out to the front yard, and as I rounded the house, the long helix of whites that had been down at the end of the street were winding their way past, heading for the squawking SUV. There were at least 20 whites already on the car, doing what they could to expose the tasty morsels that just had to be inside. I stepped up onto a big terracotta flower pot to get a view up the street. A steady trickle of infected were coming out of the cedars up around where the gate to Sarah Mansfield's compound stood. The plan appeared to be working. A short distance down the road, I spotted another car, much newer and much smaller. If my luck held, it also had an obnoxious alarm. And that was the updated plan. Smash, wail, repeat. Work my way down the street. To my surprise, the plan worked without incident. I tripped the alarms on 5 cars, the furthest a mile down Mount Bonnell Road and around a sharp bend. At that point, the street behind me was overrun with whites, manic in their search for edible people in and around the bleating cars. It was time to head home. As promised, Dahlhover and Specialist Harris were waiting for me when I arrived back at the wall. The knotted sheet rope hung down from the top of the wall, and I barely had to expend any effort as they dragged me up. The wide arc of the coppice worked in our favor for that. Leaving our makeshift ladder in place, we headed back inside. "I didn't check the front gate," I said. "Did it work?" Dahlhover gave me a nod and the faintest of smiles. High praise from him. "Any trouble?" Specialist Harris asked. I shrugged. What was there to say about that? We climbed up a wall at the back of one of the tiers. I checked my watch, then looked up at the sky. It was just starting to turn gray in the east. Finally, the end of a long, long, fucked-up night. Sleep came easier and deeper than I ever would have guessed possible. I didn't dream. I didn't stir. When I woke again, laying flat in a recliner in the theater, the only sounds were those of Murphy's deep breathing and Mandy's light snoring. I checked my watch. It was after 9, and I was starved. Quietly, so as not to disturb the sleepers, I got up and exited the theater, visited the restroom to take care of necessary business,
and threw some water on my face. In the mirror, I looked thinner and couldn't help but run a hand over the hollows in my cheeks. My hair wasn't to the unruly stage yet, though I'd need a haircut soon. Well, I'd want a haircut soon. Wants and needs were different now.
At least living in the Mansfield mansion afforded me the luxury of washing my hair and shaving every day. Electricity and water made personal hygiene so easy.
Feeling rested, but a touch groggy, I was wondering what troubles the new day would bring when I came out of the restroom and walked up to the theater-style snack bar, behind which Sergeant Dahlhover had positioned himself with one foot propped up on a shelf, savoring a cigarette. He was watching across the foyer, where Freitag was having a tense but hushed conversation with Steph. Steph was inside the video room. Freitag was in the doorway. I leaned on the snack bar counter and gave Dahlhover a nod. I asked, "Any update on Murphy?" Dahlhover shook his head. "Is he still unconscious?" "Yeah." Dahlhover shook his head again. "It would be better if he was awake." "Of course," I nodded. "What does Steph think?" "She says we won't know until he wakes up." I looked at my watch. It's only been, 9 or 10 hours?
That's not abnormal, right?
Dahlhover's eyebrows knit. "More like 24, Rip Van Winkle." "What?" Dahlhover tapped a finger on the face of my watch. PM, not AM. I looked at him like he'd lost his senses. "You slept all day." "Wow." I rubbed my hands over my face and shook my head. I looked back at Dahlhover, still not sure whether to believe him. "Go up top and look outside. It's dark again." I guess I must have needed the sleep. Dahlhover nodded and reached under the counter. He pulled out a box of chocolate candies from inside the glass display case and laid them in front of me. "You should eat something." Chocolate candies for breakfast late in the evening. Dahlhover read the look on my face and said, "Specialist Harris is in the kitchen making dinner for everyone. He says he was trained as a chef." "I think I'll wait for that then." "He just went upstairs. We were waiting for you and Mandy to get up before we ate dinner, but we're all hungry."
Nevertheless, it'll probably be a bit before it's done. Eat the candy.
He was right. "Could you give me a Coke, too?" Dahlhover scooped up a cupful of ice and drew me a soda out of the fountain while I opened up the box of chocolate-covered nuts. Over my shoulder, Freitag was getting animated with her irritation, and I turned to look, a little curious about what kind of bug she had up her ass. I was starting to think she probably had a whole crop of cultivated ass bugs. I thanked Dahlhover for the snack, and then he fell silent, watching the exchange between Freitag and Steph. I took my hors d'oeuvres, crossed the foyer, and planted myself on the floor with my back against the glass wall of the wine cellar. Using one of Sarah Mansfield's expensive, organically grown, hand-picked by a happy farmer on a sustainable farm Egyptian cotton towels, I started to clean the crud off of my machete blade.
After that, I planned to spend some time cleaning up everything in my kit, at least until dinner was ready. I thought about asking Dahlhover to give me some training on how to care for my rifle and my pistol, but as I sat there wiping and re-wiping the nicked blade, I couldn't help but see that Birdman's body was still lying next to the wall across the foyer, and in spite of the sugar and caffeine working their way into my bloodstream, that dragged my mood down. Becoming transfixed on the amorphous, blanketed lump, I slowly wiped back and forth on the blade that had killed the man inside. I tried hard to put the memory of that clusterfuck out of my mind. I tried to think of something good to replace it with. My success at getting the whites away from the gates the night before felt good to think about for nearly a whole second. But that led, of course, to memories of the no-screaming gymnast who'd paid for our safety with her life. Why were those memories even back? Repress, repress. I gave nothingness a shot. The oblivious serenity of an empty mind, that's what I longed for. How good would it be to shed all of my messy memories and live for a day in Russell's blank mind? A gray void swallowed my thoughts, and for a little while, all that existed in my world was the zen of a clean blade. There was no dead bird man. There were no harsh, hushed arguments across the room. There were no cannibals with virus-laden brains. Somewhere in my nothingness, I started to feel okay. Dalhover kicking a booted foot that was splayed out in front of me brought it all to an end. Awareness of reality was back. I looked up at him, too disappointed to be startled. I didn't ask why he was getting my attention. I simply let the question hang in the expression on my face. Yes? Dalhover squatted down and leaned in close, his tobacco breath assaulting my senses again. Good Lord. There had to be something going on in his mouth besides just poor dental hygiene. I looked past him. I no longer saw Freitag in the door of the video room. I didn't see anyone in the foyer. We need to get rid of the body. Dalhover tilted his head slightly in the direction of the Birdman. Okay. I quickly deduced that I was going to have a role in that chore. Freitag wants to bury him outside. Dalhover shook his head. His gesture made that idea seem like the stupidest thing he'd heard in a while. The noise of digging might bring more infected in, I guessed. Dalhover nodded. What did you do with the other bodies? I asked. Dalhover knew I was talking about Sarah Mansfield, her son, and the security guards. Dalhover, Murphy, and Mandy had gotten rid of those when I was passed out on the couch in the first few days of our residence in Sarah's house. He answered, "The river." You pitched them in the river? The tone of my voice maybe contained a little antipathy for the idea. What about the water supply for those downriver? Dalhover looked at me expressionlessly. Of course, it was the only idea that made sense. The bodies needed to go. It was the least bad of several options. I nodded toward the dead man. Is that what we're going to do with him? Dalhover nodded. Me? I asked. You want me to do it? You and Freitag, Dalhover confirmed. Good. She could at least help me with her dead brother-in-law, or whatever the fuck he was to her. What about Specialist Harris? Dalhover's face went expressionless again. He shook his head. It occurred to me why. I was a little slow of late. I wondered if the virus was starting its grisly work on my synapses. You don't want them both down in the boathouse alone, do you? Dalhover didn't respond, but his lack of response was enough to confirm it. You don't trust them not to run off with our boat, do you? I figured I'd push it. I already had a strong distaste for Freitag, but I still wanted to hear Dalhover's reasons. Why? Dalhover played the blank face on me again. I persisted. Why? I'm not saying I won't do it, but I need to know why you don't trust Specialist Harris and Freitag. Dalhover looked over each of his shoulders and seemed to have some difficulty dredging up a voice. It's her. Something's not right about her. I raised my eyebrows in question. Dalhover just looked at me. He knew what I was asking, but he just didn't like to offer up anything voluntarily. What exactly is not right about her? Dalhover's lips creased shut for a moment before he said, I don't think she's military. What? I sat up straight. Why? Just things. Like? She doesn't speak like she's in the army. She doesn't stand like it. Dalhover shook his head. She doesn't act like it. What the fuck? Why would she lie about that? I wondered aloud. And Harris? Dalhover nodded, but his face looked troubled. You think he is military,
But you don't trust him, do you? I thought about that for a second. That's why you want me to go down with Freitag.
In case something bad happens, you think I can handle the chick, but you can handle Harris. Dahlhover gave me a nearly imperceptible nod.
He's twice your size.
Dahlhover's blank facial expression made it clear that that wasn't a problem.
Can you handle the girl? Fuck you. Yes. Take the body down. Let her say whatever she needs to say. Put it in the river. Then come back up. Don't dick around. Got it? Yes. Are you going to confront Freitag about the military thing? Dahlhover shook his head. Not yet. Why? Captain Leonard chose not to. Why? I was a little miffed about that. Dahlhover looked a tad angry. He was miffed because I'd questioned a decision that came down the chain of command. Then it occurred to me. Steph wants to wait until Freitag has time to get over the death of what's-his-name. I nodded toward the dead guy. Can we have dinner first? It's not ready yet. Freitag had his feet.
I had the other end as we carried Birdman down the tunnel to the boathouse. It was tense, nearly silent work, with Freitag spitting just enough words to facilitate the task. At least the guy wasn't heavy. Once in the boathouse, with the dim moonlight reflecting through the open door, Freitag stared at sparkles on the surface of the water and scrutinized the dark cedar forests covering the hills on the far bank. Somewhere in that reverie, her face changed. What had been a bronze-faced Medusa morphed into a young, friendless girl. "We can't leave him in the river," she said, softly, almost to herself. The change was disarming. Sure, she'd shown me nothing but repugnance since entering the compound, but she also had to watch somebody close to her slowly die a grisly death. How would that kind of thing affect me, I wondered. Somewhere in that thought process, I concluded that only thing that made sense was that Dahlhover's mistrust had been misplaced. He was just a sour old man who saw in others the empty disappointments of his own life. That was something to remember for the future. Still, I didn't see any ready alternative to ditching the Birdman's body in the cold, black water. I bent my knees slowly, and Freitag picked up on the body language, and we lay Birdman on the pier beside the ski boat. I looked around the boathouse, as though a solution to the dilemma might be hanging on the walls among the skis and water toys. Ropes. We had ski rope hanging on the walls. Good to know. Good to remember that they were there. How handy would rope become in our future? But back to the task at hand. I cast an exploratory glance at Freitag, and she was looking at me. She didn't appear ready to cry, but she was sad, and looking like she had something to say. I ventured a question. "What are you thinking?" "I can't put him in the water." I nodded, but still had no alternative. So I listened. Tentatively, Freitag asked, "Can we take the boat out and maybe bury him in somebody's yard?" "Absolutely not." Conciliatorily, I said, We can't risk being out there digging a hole. It would attract attention." She knew exactly what kind of attention that would be. She looked down at the body, then squatted and lay her hands on the legs. She looked up at me, and I felt her pain. "Please." I looked out into the darkness and thought about it. Was there something I could do to assuage the guilt that was moldering on my soul? Maybe... Look, we can't bury him, but you know what? Maybe we can take him down the river a bit and find a peaceful place to leave his body. "Not in the water," she pleaded. "A peaceful place on the shore somewhere," I offered. She nodded, and I felt a little better about the situation. Dahlhover wouldn't be pleased, but fuck him. He wasn't my dad and sure wasn't my fucking boss. Let's get him in the boat. We worked together quietly to lay Birdman on the couch across the stern of the boat. I didn't resent the silence anymore. I understood, I thought, and respected it. Time for logistics. When we get where we're going, it'll be better if I take him ashore. There's less risk that way. Thank you. Freitag gave me a doleful look. I was afraid of running from those. They don't generally bother me. I'll take care of him. Have you driven a ski boat before? Freitag looked at the controls, a steering wheel, a throttle, and a couple of gauges. It doesn't look hard. It's not. The two big things to keep in mind are first, that the boat doesn't stop on a dime. In that way, it's not like driving a car. Secondly, the engine is noisy, like a hot rod. Don't rev it, or every white on the river will come out to see what's up. Okay. Take the helm. I'll loose the lines and push her out.
We'll drift down a bit before we start the engine. Freitag looked at me with a question on her face. It reduces the chance that anybody will see us coming and going from the boathouse. If they don't know we're here, then we have a better chance of keeping our presence here hidden, and we'll have better chance of staying alive. Know what I mean? Freitag gave me a nod and took her seat. I took the ropes off of the cleats, pushed the boat, and then jumped onto the deck. With an oar, I pushed the boat out into the river. Moments later, the boathouse door was closed again, and we were drifting down the green-black river, listening to the night sounds. I made myself comfortable in the passenger seat and stared up at the stars. Clouds passed in front of the moon, catching a glowing sliver lining as they went by. Freitag wasn't able to appreciate the calm as we drifted down the center of the river. She kept staring back at the body, playing what-if games in her head and grieving. I checked my watch for no other reason than new habit. I looked around at both shorelines. What was his name? Softly, Freitag answered, Javi Marin. You said he was a painter. Freitag nodded. What kinds of things did he paint? She thought about that for a moment. Do you know what Dia de los Muertos is? The Day of the Dead, right? Freitag nodded, but didn't take her eyes off of Harvey. He painted Dia de los Muertos art. Big, flowery pieces. He sold them at festivals and a couple of shops downtown. He didn't make a lot of money, but he made my aunt happy. I looked down at the deck of the boat. I thought an apology, no matter how sincerely expressed, would sound more insulting than remorseful. I stayed silent. Some houses drifted past on the south shore, and I let the silence smooth the abrasive edges off of my guilt. Harvey was dead because he fucked up and paid the price for that. I thought about Murphy and wondered if he was going to make it. I absently wondered how Russell would handle it if Murphy died. As my mind wandered, I thought about that day in the living room when I came to on the couch, the day after the giant security guard nearly smashed my skull. I thought about how lovely Steph looked as she was walking toward the kitchen to make me breakfast. Shiny red hair and clean clothes. A normal woman in a normal world. I wondered if Murphy was right about her and me. There was something there, I felt certain about that. But that something was hard to define. Freitag interrupted my thoughts when she asked, They call you Zed? I nodded. Is that what you want to be called? I shrugged. I'd never really thought about it. It's just what my friends have called me since forever ago. It fit well enough. And you? Specialist Freitag, she answered. Do you have a first name? Diana. What's your real name? It doesn't matter. It sucks anyway. Freitag looked over at me. I don't like my name either. I prefer Specialist Freitag. Diana is a good name. Can I just call you Freitag? If you want. It seemed like as good a time as any, and something needed to be said. I didn't mean to kill Harvey. Like Sergeant Dahlhover said, it was a bad situation. Things got out of control.
bad things happened. I nodded. We were all under a lot of stress. It was... Freitag couldn't find the words. I helped her out. We've all been there. It's intense. We're all fighting for our lives. None of us are used to it. No, Freitag agreed. I pointed to a covered dock on the other side of the river. We shouldn't go much further. How about that place over there? Freitag stood up in the boat and looked around, taking her time to see every detail. Can we go a little further? I nodded, thinking that she might have to reset her expectations. She wasn't going to find the perfect spot.
Nevertheless, I did want to smooth things over, and I thought I could afford a little extra time and risk to do so. Freitag sat up on the back of the skipper's seat with her feet on the seat cushion and watched the shoreline, scrutinizing every house that passed. I looked back and forth from shore to shore, focusing for movement in the black shadows under the trees, movement that seemed to be getting more and more frequent. Or perhaps my imagination was starting to see things in the blackness simply because I was looking so intently at it. Finally, Freitag pointed to a particular house on the south bank and said, "There." We'd been drifting the whole time, and there was no good reason to start the boat now. So, together, Freitag and I paddled over to the almost boathouse and up next to the dock. I hopped out and looped the bow line around a cleat on the dock and handed the rope to Freitag. Here's the deal. Don't tie the rope. If you need to make a break, just drop the rope and push the boat out into the water. The whites don't swim. Start the engine once you're out in the water. Go past our boathouse, then drift back down in silence. Got it?
I won't leave you here, Freitag told me perfunctorily. No heroics are necessary. If you see me running this way with them after me, then yeah, it'd be cool if you waited. But if you're out here alone and they come, just go. I'll be okay. They generally leave me alone unless I do something that identifies me as normal, like talk or shoot a gun or start up a car. They get really excited about that kind of shit. Freitag gave me a nod. Because you look just like them? Yeah, I answered. If you have to bail out, I'll just steal another boat and head upriver when things calm down. Like I said, they'll probably leave me alone. I'll probably be fine.
There's no point in endangering yourself for nothing.
You're the boss.
No, Steph is the boss.
Sometimes my urge to be contrary just can't be contained. I'll leave Harvey up there in that flower garden by the house. It looks like a nice, peaceful place. Cool? Yes, Freitag agreed. That's a nice place, thank you. I nodded. After I take care of Harvey, if the house looks empty, I may do a quick check in the pantry. I mean, we're here already, and we have more mouths to feed. How long will you be inside? Freitag was looking up and down the river. I looked up at the house. 10 minutes at most. And if there are infected inside? I shrugged. I'll skip it. Or we can skip it altogether and go back and get some dinner while it's still warm. No, Freitag told me. We're here. Like you said, we'll need the food. Are we cool? Yes. I turned to look at the property and gave it one slow scan. Satisfied that we were safe, I worked with Freitag to get Harvey out of the boat.
Thankfully, his body was light enough that I was able to carry it awkwardly over my shoulder. Leaving Freitag behind with the boat, I walked quietly up the pier and onto a thick green lawn that sloped gently down to the river's edge. Giant oaks supported a dappled canopy of dark green leaves scattered above like clouds. 20-foot crepe myrtles bloomed brilliant pink even in the darkness. A meandering stone path edged with monkey grass led to a lush flower garden, still alive in moist soil so close to the river. I kneeled, and as gently as I could, I laid Harvey on his back amongst the brightly colored blooms.
I stood up straight and took a long look down at Harvey's blanket-wrapped corpse among the flowers. I felt a pang of envy. In the comforting darkness, in a fragrant bed of rich color, Harvey was at peace. Freitag was right. This spot was better than the river. There were no words to be said for Harvey's impromptu disposal, not by me anyway. So I said none.
I waited a silent moment longer. Whether to make myself a Freitag feel better, I didn't know. Such was Harvey Moran's funeral. I could risk no more time. There were monsters about. I looked around the grounds to see what I could see in the darkness. I heard noises. The infected were near, but nothing moved save the sway of branches in the light breeze. I glanced back to Freitag. She stood as I'd left her, a Hispanic Barbie in frumpy fatigues, holding a rope, waiting in the boat. The risk of running a quick pantry raid seemed small. We had the time for it. Why not? I followed a meandering stone path around the edge of the garden. The house was old, probably built in the 50s or 60s, on a middle-class income before Austin had sprawled out into the western hills and drove the value of even modest lakefront properties into the millions of dollars. It was a single-story structure with clapboard siding, a shingle roof, and one of those enormous single-pane living room windows that had been so popular back in those days. It was a security nightmare. I tried the knob on the back door, but it was locked. I crept down near the end of the house to a sliding glass door. It didn't fit with the architectural style and had probably been installed in later years. Good for me. I could break in through one of those with ease, something I'd learned as a kid when I'd broken into the house of a kid from school through just such a door to steal all of his Nintendo games. It's easy to guess how that turned out. The sliding door was locked, so I jimmied my machete into a tiny gap near the door's handle and jiggled as I wedged the blade through. It didn't take much time and didn't make much noise. The lock compliantly popped loose. Before sliding it open, I took a moment to look and listen. Still and quiet. My new favorite state of things. I slowly moved the door on its track, opening up the house and allowing stale, hot air, damp with the sticky smell of death, to flow over me. I felt my gorge rise. The sliding door had opened to a bedroom. A corpse lay rotting, tangled in blood-stained sheets, horrid black bite wounds on its arms and neck. Maggots crawled through wounds and across the skin, giving the impression of movement, a grotesque living being. My grip tightened on my pistol. At the foot of the bed lay another body, with a good portion of its skull gone. A brownish splatter of drips and lumps decorated the far wall. It was easy to see what had happened. A couple, one infected, one not. The white attacked the one on the bed, who'd waited a few bites too long before using the gun on her lover. I stepped around a blackish spot on the floor and tried not to taste the fetid air. Leaning over the bed, I pried at the rigor mortis grip of the decaying fingers on the revolver. There was a disgusting sound as I yanked it free. I scooted away from the bed as quickly as 3 steps would take me. In a dresser, I found a flimsy shirt in the top drawer. I wrapped the shirt around the pistol before dropping it into my backpack. I had no desire to get that repulsive stink in my bag. I wiped my hands on another shirt and tossed it on the corpse. Looking up from that task, it occurred to me that the bedroom door was open. And it occurred to me that I'd been in the house less than 5 minutes, and I'd already fucked up. I should have cleared the house before I went to work scavenging the revolver. Once again, luck had carried me through a mistake. I went to the bedroom door and banged on the wall with the butt of my pistol and said, "Hey!" I waited and listened, but heard no other sounds from inside the house. I repeated the exercise and waited. No whites came. "Anyone in here? If there's anyone in here, just say so and I'll leave,"
I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to raid your pantry. That is, unless you're using it. I felt stupid for saying all that. Was there a protocol for breaking into someone's house if they were inside, hiding from people that looked just like me? I'd have to give that some thought. After waiting for what seemed like a long enough time, I went back to search through the bedroom with the two corpses. In spite of the time I spent killing brain cells and memories as I wasted away the last years of my youth, I did read a lot. I did listen, and I learned. The world was a fountain of trivia, and one bit of trivia that found a home in my brain was that though the number of guns per capita in America was on a steady rise, the number of gun owners wasn't. Simple math led to the conclusion. If the two corpses had one gun, they might very well have had another, and they'd likely have bullets stashed somewhere nearby. I checked the nightstand. Nothing there but some lubricating gels and adult toys.
I avoided touching any of that as I rummaged. I went back over to the dresser and went through it drawer by drawer. Again, nothing of real value to me, though I did nick a couple pairs of socks. I held up a lacy black thong to the light coming through the back door and imagined what they would look like wrapped tightly over Steph's hips. But one glance at the body by my feet turned my stomach and reminded me that I didn't have time to indulge those kinds of fantasies. In the guy's underwear drawer, I paused. The size was right, but I felt really creeped out at the thought of wearing a dead man's skivvies. I left them. A trip to Walmart was in my future. The closet was next, so I stepped over and slid the door to the side. The hanger rack was packed with clothes, and the floor was covered with shoes, mostly women's. The shelf above the hanger bar held a dozen boxes, and I started pulling those down one by one and checking the contents as quietly as I could. A box of photographs, keepsakes, more photos, ski goggles, gloves. Bingo. One of the boxes contained a cleaning kit and 3 smaller boxes of ammunition. I couldn't imagine anything else of value that might be in the other boxes, so I stashed the goodies in my bag, slipped the only clean pillowcase off of its pillow, and headed for the hallway. Another small bedroom proved empty, though I did take 2 pillowcases from the bed in there. Pillowcases, it turned out, were awfully handy to have around. The end of the hall opened up to a living room, stylishly done, with black lacquer furniture over natural wood flooring. The front door was open, though. Splinters of wood from the mangled door jamb lay on the floor. I was immediately back on alert and stared into the shadows, looking, listening. It took several long moments of waiting there at the end of the hall, convincing myself that I was alone in the house, before I crossed over the creaky floor. The kitchen had a window that opened to the front of the house, and I leaned over the sink to get a good look out. No dangers. Nothing of immediate interest. There was movement just down and across the street. Several whites were at the side of the road, in the deep shadows under the oaks, squatting and tearing at something. It didn't take a lot of imagination to guess what. I turned my attention to an open door in the wall at the end of the cupboard, and was dismayed. Spilling out of it and covering the floor were packages of cereal and crackers, torn open and empty, as though wild animals had been here already. That was the pantry. Careful to push the crunchy wrappers out of the way rather than step on them with my boots, I moved across the kitchen. It was messy. Every single box of any kind of food was ripped open. Every jar was broken. At least the canned goods were spared. That was something positive. I started filling one of the pillowcases with cans, and had it nearly half full, when a loud rumble from outside startled me. I dropped the pillowcase, jumped to my feet, and pulled my weapons out, ready for a fight. In the moment it took to do that, I realized that the rumble was the ski boat's engine. I raced through the house, across the living room, down the hall, and over the corpse on the floor of the bedroom. I bounded out through the sliding glass door. The sound of the boat's engine revved loudly. What the fuck?
Freitag had the boat in the center of the river, throttled all the way forward as she circled, bouncing over waves, and making a noisy, tempting spectacle for every wight within a mile. Is she trying to warn me? I looked left. I looked right. There were no wights in the yard, none on the dock. I heard them, though. They were yelping, they were running. They were excited, and they were coming toward the sound of the boat in the river right in front of me.
I ran at a full sprint toward the dock and waved. What had frightened her off? My boots stomped noisily across the boards over the water, and I stopped as I got to the edge, waving and yelling, "Hey! Hey!" She still had plenty of time to pick me up. As I came to a stop, she looked at me with an unreadable expression. She made one more full-throttle circle, and as she straightened the boat out, extended her arm toward me, flipped a middle finger, and let it stand brazenly as she headed up the river. Then it occurred to me that she was calling the infected down to my location, and she was abandoning me. Fucking Dahlhover was right. I screamed across the water at the top of my lungs, "Vindictive cunt!" And as the reverberation of my scream faded from my ears with the receding sound of the motor, the clomping of running feet on wooden planks told me that I'd just fucked up in royal fashion. But that's as far as that thought went, because a body slammed me from behind, knocking the wind out of me as I splashed into the cold green water with a hysterical, hairless monkey on my back. Bodies pressed me down through the cold water and into the muddy bottom. Hands tore at my clothes and grasped for my throat. Panicked arms and legs flailed. There were more than two of us in the water. My face was being pressed into the mud. My feet were above me. I squirmed. Air. I needed air so desperately. I spun, wrestled, and lost my sense of which way was up. All reason was gone. Only mindless panic and my need for air were left. My feet hit something solid and I kicked out hard. My head broke the surface for half a second, and I gasped as hands clawed at my face to drag me back down and lift themselves out. I was back under. Elbows, knees, fingers, and teeth. However many of us there were, we were all struggling at a primal level to use one another's bodies to get our own heads above the water. Escape or die. I caught a second half-breath, and then I was under again. With some oxygen in my blood, I was able to form a thought. I pulled a knee to my chest and kicked out hard against a body as hands held firmly to my ankle. Paddling mightily with my hands, I got my head above water for another breath. The hands on my ankle wouldn't release, so I kicked and kicked and kicked with my free leg, hitting flesh and bone. Then I was away from the grasping hands. Underwater, I swam hard for a few strokes and got another face full of mud as my teeth ground against a stone buried in the muck. I pulled my feet under and pushed to shoot my head above water again, just barely. I sucked as much air as I could before the weight of my equipment dragged me back down. Once under, I danced my feet around to find the bottom as I sank. It took several long seconds of sinking. The water was way too deep to stand. I didn't know where the shore was. I needed to get several long breaths or I was going to drown. In desperation, I shed my rifle, my pistol, and my machete and pushed off of the bottom again to get my head above water. With most of the weight off, I was able to get a good breath, but my vest, still full of magazines, dragged me back under. It was harder to get rid of. I bounced off the bottom again, breathed, and saw that I was 20 feet off the end of the pier and drifting slowly downstream. A dozen wights were on the shore, focused on me and following me down. Dragged under again by the weight of my vest, I struggled to peel it away. I pushed to the surface for another breath. It took longer to get up through the column of water above me. The river was getting deeper. If I didn't shed the vest on this breath, I might not get another chance. Back underwater, I tore at the vest with frantic hands until finally it fell away. I kicked and struggled back up again until my head broke the surface. Just barely able to keep my face out of the water, I gulped precious air. The boots felt like weights on my feet. I caught a deep breath and floated for a moment on my belly as I ran my hands over my body, looking for anything I could shed. My belt and holster went next. All I had left were t-shirt, pants, and boots. I'd have to suffer with the boots. Laced halfway up to my knees, there'd be no way to shed those and not drown in the attempt. But with all the other weight off, I was able to swim. A good 50 feet away from the last white, still struggling, barely, in the water off of the end of the dock, I treaded water and floated with the current. Those on the shore still followed. A scream from the other shore caught my attention, and I saw that I had at least a dozen fans over there as well.
Shit. Getting out of the river would prove difficult. Sure, I was just as much of a white as all those on shore, but they couldn't see enough of me to know that. All they did know was that I sounded like food when I went into the river. Most of those on shore didn't see that part, though. Most of them knew only that the other infected were very interested in having me for a meal, and that was a good enough recommendation for them. Spinning myself in a slow circle as I treaded water and drifted with the current, I looked for boathouses or docks with boats attached. Unfortunately, every dock in sight was empty. It occurred to me then that Freitag was a lot sneakier than I'd given her credit for. She wasn't being picky about finding the most peaceful place to lay Harvey Marin to rest. She was looking for the most promising place to lay me to rest.
She'd been looking for the most whites, all those shadows I thought I'd seen moving under the trees on the banks, and the absence of nearby boats that I might escape with. Bitch! I continued kicking my legs to keep my head out of the water. Was Freitag punishing me for what I did to Harvey, or was it that she just hated whites? But the question of whether her motive was hate or revenge was moot at the moment. All of that would come later. At the moment, it promised to be another long night. At least I was well rested. I needed to find a way to elude my pursuers and round up a boat to take me back up the river. Before the sun set again, I'd give Freitag a harsh lesson in what hate and revenge looked like, all wrapped up in the black heart of somebody who knew more about rage and hate than she ever would. The water didn't seem cold anymore. An expanse of smooth, grass-covered acres flowed down from a plantation-style house on the south bank to the edge of the water. An 8-foot black metal fence bordered the estate and presented an opportunity for me to get my feet back on dry land without having to fight off a bunch of hungry brutes while I did so. Dog paddling silently in the direction of the empty dock, I'd soon be fading back into the anonymity of my whiteness while I sought out a boat. When I got within a dozen feet of the dock, my feet got tangled in the ubiquitous duck grass growing up from the shallow parts of the river bottom. It wrapped around my feet like grasping hands, forcing me to yank, tear, and struggle to get within reach of a ladder attached to the dock. But once one hand grasped solidly onto a rung, I relaxed, floated, and breathed. The hardest part was done. 20 or 30 infected were at the fence a few hundred feet up the bank, straining to push their arms and legs through the narrow gaps between the metal bars. But their heads and shoulders just wouldn't follow. In their frustration, they hollered, yelped, and growled. I crawled up the ladder and stood on the dock's wide boards, letting the river water drain out of my clothes. Across the wide lawn, in the bushes, and under the trees, I didn't see anything moving except for swaying branches. The place looked safe, for the moment at least. No safety could be counted on to last for long. The house sat on the inside bank of a bend in the river, a spectacular piece of property with a beautiful view, but a view of water, trees, and a mountain, few houses, and no boat docks, aside from the one I stood on. What to do?
Go through the house and possibly confront ravenously hungry whites trapped inside, and me with no weapon in hand with which to dispose of them? But there'd most certainly be something I could use for a weapon inside. No. Best to avoid the infected altogether. I'd need to find a gate and go out to the street and work my way down, find that boat, and get my ass back upriver to Sarah Mansfield's house.
Suspicious when Freitag returned without me. Dahlhover would still be awake, and probably in the video room. He'd see me out on the river, and open the door for me to come in through the boathouse. That was the solution that would most expeditiously put me back within the safety of Miss Mansfield's walls. No need to go all Rambo on any whites in the house, only to find a butter knife as a weapon. No, I'd pushed my luck too far already. I needed to get home. My anger about what Freitag did to me had boiled down to a simmer by then. I didn't plan to kill her. Not anymore. I would evict her and her buddy, Harris, though, and fuck 'em both anyway. The whites, who were still trying to figure out how to squeeze themselves through the fence, howled louder when I started out across the lawn toward the far side of the house. They'd forget me soon enough. I didn't pass too close to the house when I came around the corner. No need to let myself get ambushed by anything that might be lurking there. Luckily, there was nothing, only a gate near where the fence abutted the side of the house. A tug on a pull-down latch was enough to free me back out into the world. White, silent, and anonymous. But weaponless, too. I looked back at the big house. No, just get a boat, go home. No need to be macho about it. The house's front yard was as large as the back, and was bordered with stands of wild oaks, cedar, and thorny vines. Going through the woods to get to the neighbor's house would prove noisy, messy, and slow. It would be better to walk out to the end of the property and follow the street down to the next house on the street. So I walked over an expanse of grass. The sound of the river frogs faded as I got further and further from the water, leaving the cicadas, crickets, and grackles to mask most other sounds. Distant gunshots and the simian vocalizations of the infected found their way through the nighttime cacophony. There were plenty nearby. The topography on this shore of the river was more conducive to development. Pricey houses were built on expensive lots amongst the trees for miles in every direction. Lots of houses meant lots of people. Lots of people meant lots of infected. At the edge of the crumbly asphalt, I looked up the street. It roughly followed the curve of the river that flowed past on the opposite side of the estate-sized lots. Just a short distance down the street, I saw mailboxes in the darkness, most on the far side of the street, but at least two on the river side of the road. I walked toward them. The first house I passed on the far side of the street looked to have been ransacked. The front door was open. Various items normally found inside the house littered the front porch and yard. There were empty food packages, couch cushions, and a couple of chairs from a dining room set. Slowing my gait, I looked over the mess. It wasn't right. At least, it wasn't right for a mess left by normal human scavengers. The food packaging shouldn't have been torn open and scattered. Not to say that all people are naturally tidy, they aren't. But with the danger presented by all the lingering infected, sitting outside on the front lawn of any house was a fatally bad idea for any hungry looter. The alternative explanation made frightening sense. The infected had figured out how to raid pantries. That jibed well with what I'd seen in the house where I'd left Harvey. The infected had found and were eating up our food supply. That dramatically changed the situation for the survivors. Simply hiding and running was not a sustainable strategy by itself. We'd need to get very busy hoarding every container of preserved food we could find. With extra urgency, I hustled down the street toward the first mailbox and driveway on the riverside of the street. Once there, I jogged down and around the house, across a large stone pool deck, and then over the grass. As I arrived at the boathouse, my heart sank. It was empty. I couldn't see a dock at the next house over because of the river's curve, but the dock attached to the boathouse allowed for me to walk out over the river and get a better look. Thank God. 2 houses down, I spotted a ski boat tied to a neighbor's dock. It took a few minutes to jog back across the property and get back onto the street. Without slowing, I turned left and started around the curve looking for the mailbox that would mark the driveway to the property I sought. The sound of whites close by gave me pause. I slowed to a walk to hide the sound of my footfalls. I slowed my breathing to make it easier to hear what was going on around me. The road revealed itself by degrees as I made my way around the curve. I stopped. What the fuck is that? Chapter 10. Up ahead, on the right, tethered to a tree by a chain, was a string of 6 whites, burdened with backpacks and a few shopping bags. Each had a loop of chain around the neck. Each loop was linked to a longer chain that had one end wrapped around a tree. I crept up beside a stacked white limestone mailbox and used it as cover while I stared, wondering what it was that I was seeing. From behind the mailbox, I saw a familiar-looking female white, with skin of wrinkled leather and thin, dirty, artificial hair. Around her neck hung drapes of gold and silver chains. Her bony wrists were lost under glittery bangles. She came out of a yard on the far side of the street and made a show of scratching rudely at her crotch, before making her way down the line of chained whites, inspecting each as she passed. In a bag here or a backpack there, she'd drop a piece of metal. Beside one of the chained whites, she stopped and rummaged through the backpack. Metal in the bag jingled, and the woman's fairy tale witch cackle crinkled through the air. An enormously obese woman, as white as snow, bounded out of the same front yard, prancing happily on her toes, with handfuls of sparkling jewelry. She also came to a stop at the line of docile whites and began depositing her treasures in the bags, while at the same time taking out bracelets that she'd slip on and off of her plump wrists, looking for some particularly pleasing combination. A big man followed the obese woman, keeping subserviently a few steps behind. He didn't look around with any curiosity. He hurried when she hurried. He slowed when she slowed. He didn't seem to have effort for anything besides maintaining a Russell-like position near the big woman. I felt like Jane Goodall after stumbling upon a new troop of apes. I couldn't help but be fascinated by the previously unseen behaviors and unexpectedly complex social structure. Another white came running from across the street toward the leathery woman, making me think he was attacking. But he stopped very suddenly in front of her and dropped to a knee, holding out his palms. They appeared to be full of forks, spoons, and knives. The leathery one screeched and swatted the offering away, sending the silverware jangling across the asphalt. She wailed in anger and windmilled her spider-fingered hands at the kneeling white, who passively accepted the beating. After a minute, she came to a stop and glared crossly down at him before leaning over and cupping her bony fingers over one of his ears. She then pressed her mouth to her hands. Her jaw moved up and down as though speaking, but the pair was too far away for me to hear. Communication. What were these whites? Were they slow burns like me? If they were smart ones, then the communication was an ominous sign. They were obviously coordinated in a communal activity, hierarchical in nature without a doubt. The collecting of shiny trinkets didn't make any sense to me until I thought about Beanie Babies, baseball cards, and Franklin Mint collector plates. There was something weird hardwired into the human psyche that drove people to hoard too many of useless somethings. I mean, to collect things with no intrinsic value, seemingly, for the sake of collecting it, of possessing it. Maybe the troop was a bunch of hoarders turned slow burn. But the ones on the chains, that was frightening by itself. They were slaves. What did that have to say about my fellow humans? Hell, about all of us.
Once a few layers of empathy and humility were peeled away, was slavery such an easy vice to embrace? I checked my watch. It was getting late. I prepared to sneak off in the darkness toward the boat I'd seen tied to a dock nearby. But surprise interrupted that when something big and heavy hit me from behind, knocking the wind out of me and banging my head into the limestone mailbox.
I saw stars and tried to catch my breath. Legs wrapped around my torso, an arm locked around my throat. I fell to the asphalt, very suddenly in a struggle for my life. I threw an elbow back and hit my attacker. I rolled, I flailed, but the monkey was locked onto my back, and no matter how much I squirmed, the clamp of the forearm on my neck grew tighter. A circle of blackness grew at the edges of my vision, compressing what I could see down to a narrow tunnel. I was caught. My brain cells started to malfunction as they waited for oxygen that was no longer being delivered in sufficient quantities. It occurred to me that I had finally used the last of my luck. In focusing so completely on the grotesquerie of the gold-collecting wenches, I'd not maintained awareness of my surroundings. My guard was down, and I was about to pay the bloody price for that mistake. As I floated into unconsciousness, I pictured the leathery old woman and thought how much she looked like my Aunt Nancy, my mother's fraternal twin. Aunt Nancy and the harpy looked enough alike, twiggy and wrinkly, with harsh eyes and insufficient hair. But where my mother had tiny, misshapen breasts, Nancy's were too large for her chest and always seemed on the verge of spilling out of her blouse, a blouse that was always cut too low or fastened a few too many buttons down from the top. I often suspected that those breasts were at the root of my mother's antipathy toward her. Nancy never married and never had any children. Dan always said she was too butch for any man in Texas. As a little kid, I had no idea what that meant. I did know that while my mother's attitude toward me lived in that spectrum of emotion between resentment and irritation, Nancy's fell somewhere between negligence and kindness. Whereas the harpy's jaws always seemed clenched in anger, Nancy's big yellow teeth clenched an ever-present cigarette and shone in a half-drunk grin against her dark, tanning bed skin. When I was young, I'd often get dumped at her house for a weekend or a week while my parents traveled. Once I was dropped on her doorstep, she would invariably lean down for a hug. As she bent over, I'd get an unwanted glimpse into her blouse. She wore bras less often than she should have, and as a result, I saw her swaying breasts and big brown nipples more times than probably anyone else ever did. I came to welcome the smell of her smoky alcohol breath because it would hit me just as we got close enough so that I could no longer see inside her shirt. But her hugs were long and she squeezed hard. They felt like an advertisement of maternal love. On those visits, she seemed always to be on the phone, arranging some date with friends or gossiping about somebody or other. She'd plant me in front of a television and feed me fish sticks, French fries, or any other deep-fried, microwavable meal that needed ketchup. All the food in Nancy's house needed ketchup. In a lot of ways, Nancy's house was an ephemeral refuge, paid for with glimpses of tits and uncomfortably lingering pinches on my butt. That was a price I could afford. I told myself in those days that I only needed to stay on my best behavior and not fuck it up to make it all last. On one of my last visits to her house, Nancy was on the couch, cigarette in her lips, a sweating long neck perilously dangling between her fingers as we watched some game show around dinner time. I'd already microwaved our tater tots and chicken fingers and left our paper plates between the empty bottles on the coffee table. It was when I went back to the kitchen to retrieve the 32-ounce bottle of ketchup that it happened. In my rush to get back to the living room, I'd snatched the glass bottle from the fridge too carelessly, and as I turned, it slipped from my small hand and shattered on the floor at my toes, covering my feet in a brilliantly red, cold, and viscous blob, slowly spreading shards of glass large and small across the linoleum.
I went catatonic with fear. How fast could I clean it up? Had my toes, obscured in red, already numbing in the cold, been cut or severed by the glass? Did Nancy hear the noise? Was there a way to hide it? Could I run? Could I get out the back door fast enough? All those questions were moot. I only really knew one thing. Through my haste, I'd unleashed the harpy that surely lived within Nancy, and I was only moments from getting the shit beaten out of me. I stared at the red, like blood, spreading so slowly on the floor, soon to be joined by my own blood, the price I'd pay for dropping the ketchup. I didn't breathe. I didn't dare.
Tears were in my eyes, and I wished myself to another place and time. In all those visits to Nancy's house, I'd never fucked up enough for her to beat me. Not once. Sure, she'd yell from time to time, when the beer shortened her temper, and I'd eaten all the tater tots before she'd gotten any. But all of that was at an end. A noise in the kitchen door told me that she was standing there behind me. From the living room she'd heard. There was no getting away with it. I braced myself for what was to come. A fist to my head, a slap on the mouth, a belt on my back or across my legs. Maybe a spatula or wooden mixing spoon. It could have been anything. In waiting, I grasped tightly to my self-control, but my lip quivered, my eyes filled with tears, and I tried so hard to put those emotions somewhere where they couldn't hurt me. There was always such a steep price to pay when my tears came too soon. But they did anyway. The fiction of my refuge was nearing obliteration, and its end was more than I could bear. I sobbed, and then jumped when Nancy's hand touched my shoulder. But it didn't hurt. Her touch was gentle. Nancy wrapped her bony arms around me and pulled into a hug, burying my face between her pillowy tits. I cried. She cooed, "It's all right, sweetie. It's all right. We don't need ketchup." I guess in the most important ways, my Aunt Nancy wasn't anything like my mother. Nancy and my mother were the only two children of an oil field worker who owned a shack of a house near Houston. He was a kind, indulgent man with no ambition, but he was a compulsive saver. And when he died, when I was 9 or 10, he left $97,000 to Nancy. To my mom, he left nothing. There was no grandma to consider in the will. She'd died of meanness before I was born. I was too young to understand much beyond the harpy's anger and her sense of being cheated. But I never saw Aunt Nancy again after that. At least, not until her funeral when I was in high school. My mom didn't go. Dan took me, clearly not because he wanted to. He did it out of some kind of obligation that he very reluctantly fulfilled. The funeral was held on one of those seething, humid Houston afternoons. Beads of perspiration rolled down foreheads and dampened shirts. Dresses clung to skin in unflattering places. I was wearing a shirt buttoned